Chapter 420. Corey's dreams. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1329. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234. So that is why Wyatt is closing the card boutique in Sky Blossom City. Susan narrated everything that happened to Corey in the process of explaining to her why Wyatt was closing the card boutique. Then what about you? Aren't you angry that he is abandoning you? After all, you were his exclusive manager. You trusted him more than me. Look how that heartless bastard is leaving you without warning. Corey did not care what happened with Wyatt. He could die or be swallowed by a giant python. Susan is the only one she cares about. Corey, Wyatt did not betray me. All he is trying to do is get a better education. Do not overthink it. Susan did not know how to make this stubborn girl understand that nobody has betrayed anybody. All this confusion could be washed away if Susan just told Corey that Wyatt was bringing her along with him to manage the card boutique he would be opening in Central Academic City. But she was worried that if she informed Corey that, then Corey would spiral again. According to Susan, Corey was in a delicate spot. Therefore, to not trigger Corey again, Susan decided to find a perfect moment to tell Corey that she would be leaving Sky Blossom City soon. Big sis, you are too naive. But do not worry, this is also good for us. This way, you no longer have to be his exclusive manager. And can join my card studio as my partner. Finally, we both can work together as a team. Corey was delighted to hear Wyatt would be leaving Sky Blossom City to pursue higher studies. With that mother-stealing bastard gone, she could have Mama Susan for herself. They could start by working together, then move in together and live like a family as they used to in their past life back on Earth. Of course, she will be kicking her overprotective grandpa out. Hearing Corey make future plans for them, Susan became speechless. Big sis, do not worry, my ability in card creation is a lot better than Wyatt. Before he even graduates, we will have built our empire in the card creation industry and show him what he missed out on. This will be our revenge on him for betraying you. Let him die suffering from jealousy. Corey's dream did not stop with moving in with her mother and kicking out her grandpa, but together with her card creation skills and Susan's management skill, they conquered the card creation industry of the world. Morally struggling, Susan was hesitating whether to hurt her friend by telling the truth or not. Meanwhile, Susan's friend, who considers her as her past life's mother, was daydreaming and making plans to dominate the world with her mother from her past life. Big sis, what do you say? Now you have no reason to reject becoming a partner in my card studio. Shall we sign a contract while we are at it? I have been carrying it with me since the day you rejected me, just in case. Summoning her grimoire, Corey took out a soul contract. What the? Seeing the soul contract, the whole thing Corey just talked about started to become vivid to Susan, and she realized that she no longer had a choice but to tell the entire truth to Corey. Big sis, no need to read the contract. Everything here is the same old. Just a drop of your blood, and we can live together for the rest of our life. In excitement, the words that Corey was supposed to speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. In her mind started to pour out unknowingly. If the soul contract was not a red flag enough, live together, and rest of our lives were the last push Susan needed to push the baby bird named Corey packing out of the nest and down the cliff. Corey, we need to talk. If you want to read the contract, go ahead. It's a wise choice to never sign a contract without reading it thoroughly. Big sis, you are so smart. Corey showered Susan with praises, hoping Susan would just sign the damned contract already while the iron is hot. No, Corey, I am not signing a damned soul contract. Would you please stop your daydreams and listen to what I have to say? Susan grabbed Corey by her shoulder and restricted her to one place, and looking into her eyes, she sternly asked Corey to listen. Okay, what is it? With Susan's stern voice, Corey got down from her cloud nine and seriously listened to what Susan had to say. Corey, when Wyatt moves to the Central Academic City, he is planning to open a card boutique in the Central Academic City, and has asked me to manage it. Susan finally informed Corey of the dreaded information she was withholding. Tell me you rejected him. Corey's bright eyes grew dim and dark. Her cheerful voice turned eerie. I accepted the offer. After all, I am his exclusive manager, and it's good for my future. Having broken the dam, all the words that Susan withheld flowed out. Corey was heartbroken, hearing that even Susan is going to leave her behind. Just like her birth parents in this world. Corey, You will also soon graduate high school, and have to attend college. This was never meant to last. Corey, are you listening to me? Corey. Susan wanted to console Corey, but she found that Corey was not paying attention. Her expression had turned ashen and dark. Her eyes were lifeless. Susan tried shaking her in search of a response, but Corey did not respond to her calls. Corey, listen to me. Follow my voice. Do not give in to the influence of the demon core, Corey. Listen to me, this is not a big deal. So what if Mama Susan is going to the Central Academic City? You can go too. After all, with your talent, any of the top 10 universities will accept you. All you have to do is get into the same college as Wyatt, and then you can once again work together with Mama Susan. Worrying that the title Demon Core would morph Corey Bright's consciousness, Corey Parks yelled, trying to lead Corey back into the light. Her words reverberated in Corey Bright's mind, but there was no response from Corey. Chapter 421. Beacon of Darkness. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1344. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234. Corey. Listen to me. Do not let that bastard, mother-stealing bastard Wyatt win. Corey Park got down to Corey Bright's level to reach out to her and stop her from connecting to the darkness inside the titled Demon Core. You are right, I cannot let that mother-stealing bastard win. I will not let him take my mother away from me. I will not let him succeed. Yes, I can get into any of the top 10 universities I want. Fuck that Wyatt, wherever he goes, I will follow him like a vengeful cost and haunt him until he leaves my mother and me alone. Corey, who was drifting towards the darkness under the influence of the titled Demon Core, finally responded to Corey Park's call. And fried her will that she would haunt Wyatt until she gets her mother back for herself. Fuck, that was close. Girl, seriously, control your mood swings. If you get influenced by the titled Demon Core so frequently, then it will not be long before you turn into a demoness. I do not know how the humanity of this world treats demons, but if they are the same as the ones I know, they will hunt you to extinction or sacrifice you to some angel or god for their bestowal. Corey Park sighed in relief but warned Corey to control her mood swings. If not, she would turn into a demoness, which is not good. So there are gods in this world? Corey Bright asked eagerly. Yes, but not the type you are thinking of. The ones I know would not hesitate to wipe out an entire race just for fun, not to mention a demoness. Just hope you do not have a miserable fate to meet a god or angel. If you do, run or become a pet for their amusement. And also, try not to contact the darkness in the titled Demon Core. If you do, then there is no turning back. As they say, if you stare at the darkness, it stares right back at you. Corey Park advised Corey Bright to stay away from gods and angels. Also, not to make contact with darkness. Apparently, once you go bark, there is no going back. What is the worst thing that can happen if I come into contact with darkness? I have seen you use its power in your memories. You were so cool and strong using it. Corey Bright had no caution toward the darkness or indirectly being influenced by it, despite Corey Park's repeated warning. Darkness is a power that keeps you edgy by empowering your sins and numbing your virtues. Believe me, it is not something you want to feel like. If not monitored properly, you may become a mass murderer under its influence. I used it because I was in dark realms. There I had no choice but to use it. If I did not use it, I would have been killed long ago, even before my actual death. Many powerful demons who lost control of the darkness ended up massacring their friends, family, and beloved. If you do not want to be one of them, I advise you to maintain caution towards darkness. And also, if you contact the darkness and use it in this world, then you will act as a beacon of darkness for all the high-level demons in the dark realms. Following your signal, they will find this world or plane and try to conquer it, even if it means slaughtering every last human in this world. So if you care about family and friends, control yourself and stay far from the darkness. Even if you are dying, do not use it unless you want to see this world become a war zone. Corey Park's only advice for Corey Bright was that even if she were to die in a battle, she should choose to die and avoid using darkness in the titled Demon Core. What makes you think that the demons are not already in this world? There are thousands of new dungeons opening and closing every year in this world. What makes you so sure that a demon did not come out of one of the dungeons already? Corey Bright pointed out a valid and wise observation. You may be right. Calculating the long history of this world and the number of weird dungeons, that possibility is not small. But without proof, We cannot say for sure, but if it is true, you should be extra careful because the one you start using darkness, they will be able to sense you come for you. Knowing that they are of Demonkind, obviously, they would not have good plans with you. According to Corey Park, if there are demons in this card world, then they would come looking for her if she accesses darkness from within the titled demon corner. Fuck, these kinds of things you should have told me earlier. Corey Bright blamed Corey Park for not telling them all the problems her titled demon core in the darkness could bring her. How could I? Since the day I have met you, you have been an emotional wreck. Once it is your identity crisis or mother issues, or father issues. With your constant moodiness, I never got the changes to tell you that you are a waking talking time bomb. Corey Park blamed Corey Bright for being emotionally weak. So what if your parents left you and chose their duty over you? So what if you disappointed your past life mother? So what if your father left you in your past life? People have been through worse, you do not see them complaining. So now it's my fault that you did not remember to tell me the critical info on titled demon core in the darkness. You do know that I just almost embraced the power of darkness a few minutes ago. Corey Bright called Corey Park a failure of a teacher who blames her students for negligence. Whatever, awaken. Mama Susan is scared silly and is worried for you since you haven't been responding to her for 10 minutes now. Corey Park reminded her other self to return to the outside world, where people are worried about seeing her sit blankly without responding to anybody. And whose fault is that? If not for you insisting on talking to me, I would not be in this mess in the first place. Corey Bright blamed her ego fire for becoming talkative. Chapter 422. Side effects. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 13:52. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234. Slap slap. Wake up, little girl. How am I supposed to answer to your parents if you die right in front of me? Anna, who was quietly eavesdropping on the conversation of Susan and Corey, came to help Susan when she saw her panic as Corey entered a trance-like state. Front hand slap, backhand slap, front hand slap. Wake up, Corey. Wake up. Anna panicked as she felt an eerie aura emitting from Corey and enveloping her body. It was as if death itself was hugging Corey. Without knowing the cause of Corey's condition, Anna did not know how to treat Corey even though she had a bunch of medicine occupation-based cards. Therefore she chose the Stone Age method to wake Corey from her trance-like state, loud and resounding slaps. Princess, if you slap her any harder, we might have to hold a funeral for the girl. Please let this old man try. Lorenzo, who had returned to the warehouse to talk with Anna about the ambush on his sister-in-law, seeing Anna slapping Corey to wake her up from her trance, feared that instead of waking up Corey, Anna might kill her with her slaps. Be my guest. As Anna made way for old Lorenzo to check Corey's condition, Corey's lifeless eyes suddenly turned bright. Before she could utter a syllable, she cried in pain, "Ah! Corey, you are awake. What happened just now? It almost seemed like you were going to die." Susan hugged Corey in relief. AWH. Ah! Corey wanted to answer Susan, but her swollen cheeks, aching gums, and loose teeth made it hard to say anything but cry in pain. Susan did not know how to explain to Corey about her swollen cheeks. Lorenzo and Clown Mask chose to stay quiet too. Girl, if not for my treatment, you would have died right now. Sore mouth, swollen cheeks, aching gum, and loose teeth are its side effects. Bear with it. Saying that, Anna used her healing card on Corey, healing her sore mouth. Thank you. Thanking Anna for healing her, Corey then turned to Susan and said, "Which university is Wyatt joining?" "I will join that, then we can work together at his card boutique. I am doing this because I do not like to be indebted to others and for no other reason." He has not decided yet. Susan only knew how much Wyatt told her, and she did not hide anything from Corey. What? Then why is he closing the card boutique so early? There is still so much time for the start of university. Having calmed down, Corey finally reached the real question. About that, we are moving to Heatsend Royal Palace in a few days for the creation of a massive order of cards that Emperor Luna will soon be placing. Having informed the complete truth finally, Susan felt relieved. Why have I not been informed about this? I am an employee of this card boutique too. The thought of being apart from Susan for months didn't sit right with Corey. Sweetie, you are no longer part of the card boutique, remember? Susan reminded Corey that she was not a part of the card boutique and had started her own card studio. I do, but I lost the bet with Wyatt, and since then, I have become this card boutique's employee. As an employee, I demand to go to the royal palace with you guys. Corey requested manager Susan as an employee. Honey, Wyatt did not approve of your return. Even if you do return, it is not in mine or Wyatt's hands to take you to Royal Palace. You can come with us only if you have the appropriate security clearance and an invitation. Susan explained how Corey couldn't tag along to the Heatsend Royal Palace. What if I get an invitation? Then can I tag along with you? Corey asked Susan. Nope, you still need to get Wyatt's approval to return to the card boutique. Corey, do not be stubborn. Susan did not want to recruit Corey without Wyatt's permission. No problem, for now, I will get an invitation to the Royal Palace. Corey accepted Susan's rejection positively and turned to Anna, saying, I remember you. What? Anna did not understand what Corey was talking about. You attend my first birthday party. Corey decided to help Anna remember by dropping a hint. Yes, I did. How do you remember? You were about 4 weeks or a month old back then. You still remember that day. Anna was surprised to hear that Corey remembered memories dating back a few weeks since her birth. Yes, I do. I remember you throwing a tantrum because my father and mother did not choose you as my godmother. But do you remember that night you visited my crib? I guess you don't. After all, you were pretty drunk that night. Corey recalled all of her memories thanks to her origin card, even the ones when she was a toddler. Where are you going, girl? Anna understood what Corey was trying to do. Corey's mouth spoke, you know what I want, and her eyes told the rest, give it to me, and I will stay quiet. Yep. Corey was blackmailing Anna with the embarrassing memories she recalled about Anna. Anna glared at Corey and said, fine, you are invited to the Royal Palace as a guest for an extended stay. Old man, arrange everything. Ms. Corey, when will you visit the palace? If you give me a date, I can make appropriate arrangements for your extended stay. Old Lorenzo asked Corey for a date for her arrival. I will tag along with them. And make sure to give big sis Susan and me adjoining rooms. Corey did not shy from stating what she desired. She dared to blackmail the Southern Emperor. This was nothing. Thanks to Anna's invitation, she could live in the palace, unlike Wyatt and Susan, who were invited based on their work. This way, even if Wyatt denied her from rejoining the card boutique, she could still visit the palace as a guest and stay close to Susan. Sigh, Corey, I have no time to play with you. I have to procure the ingredients Wyatt ordered and arrange them. See you later. Saying that, Susan turned to Anna and said, Royal Highness, if you need anything, please give me a call. I will be at your service. Sure. Anna nodded in agreement and headed to the couch. Big sis, wait up. Let me help you. Corey hurriedly followed Susan, offering her help. Chapter 423. Matron and the Pa clan. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 13:58. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234. As Susan and Corey walked out of the warehouse, Lorenzo summoned his grimoire and set up a barrier encircling Anna, Clown Mask, and him inside the warehouse. We need to talk, said Lorenzo, looking at Anna. Well, talk. I am all ears. Anna made herself comfortable on the couch. I just contacted your mother, revealed Lorenzo. Oh, she is back already. Did she kill my father? Asked Anna nonchalantly. No, the ambush was not led by your father. Instead, 3 to 4 dozen false demigods and a few hundred card emperors showed up. Lorenzo was not surprised by Anna's cold words. I should have guessed that. That coward is not the type to do his dirty laundry but have someone else do it for him. But he is also not capable enough to gather these many false demigods and card emperors for an ambush in Way Beyond, no less. Is somebody helping him? Anna reached the same conclusion as her mother, but she went a few ahead and deduced that her father did not have the ability to gather around 3 to 4 dozen false demigods under his command to pull off an ambush in Way Beyond. And concluded that he must have had outside help. You tell me that, Lorenzo questioned Anna. I'm sorry. Anna did not expect Lorenzo to question her. Your mother was able to capture a few ambushers successfully for interrogation, but they all turned into memoryless brain-dead idiots and entered a vegetative state. Do you remember this memo? Lorenzo narrated what his niece had reported to him. So you're telling me the person behind Wyatt's assassination tried to ambush my grandmother? Anna was surprised upon hearing the new revelation. Yes, based on the way of self-harm displayed by the attackers, they appear to be of the same organization. They would have succeeded in their ambush if not for her intel. Though it was partially wrong. Lorenzo affirmed Anna's conclusion. So, you are telling me my father had nothing to do with this? I don't believe it. Anna thought that somehow her father was part of the ambush based on the call he made to her. And the Clown Mosque's info that her father seemed to possess the Forsaken treasure in the future. Anna, don't let your prejudices cloud your judgment. Forget what we know about the future and look at the facts that we have with us right now. Think, who would be foolish enough to send 30 card emperors to assassinate someone our Heatsend royal family wants to protect? With the long-distance mass teleportation formation array, our soldiers can reach any part of the southern region in a matter of seconds. Yet, someone dared to send mere 30 card emperors to attack the city which you were in. What are 30 card emperors to your army? Someone can only do something as foolish as this if they were optimistic that you could not get any reinforcement from the family's side. That someone should be the person who knew about the mission, Forsaken treasure, and where each of our family powerhouses would be stationed. So I am 100% sure that the organization behind the ambush was behind the assassination. Lorenzo explained what he thought to Anna in detail. But this does not explain that my father is not involved with these people. Anna still believed her father was in cahoots with Xianxia Audiobooks. Princess, forget what you think you know from the future and focus on the current facts. And tell me who is behind the organization that dared to target our family. I know you did not come back empty-handed from the damned arena. Cut off from the outside world and suffering from the soul energy withdrawal, those poor bastards would have blabbed everything to you. Lorenzo asked Anna to forget about what she learned from Clown Mask and focus on the hard facts that were before them. Lorenzo thought that worrying about the possible future, they would miss the truth right in front of them. Sigh, according to what I gathered, Xianxia Audiobooks is the one leading the organization behind the assassination attempt of Wyatt and ambush on grandmother. Anna finally reveals the name behind the mysterious organization of card emperors and false demigods. Wait, what? By Xianxia Audiobooks, do you mean the Baylor family is behind all of this? Are you sure your intel is correct? The Baylor family is the most upright and righteous family I have known apart from ours, of course. Not to mention the relationship between our two families has been excellent for centuries. Why would they target us? A mere Forsaken treasure is not enough to break the bond between us. The Baylor family was a prestigious family from the capital city. Though small, they were known for their righteousness throughout the central and neighboring regions. Don't overthink it, old man. According to the people I interrogated, the Baylor family has no idea of the organization. Their daughter-in-law Xianxia Audiobooks is the one who runs and manages the organization consisting only of card emperors and false demigods using her dreadful origin card. And the organization is called Madame Webb's Club. Slowly Anna started to narrate everything she knew about Xianxia Audiobooks, her origin card, and the organization. How does it operate? How vast is it? Everything she knew, Anna imparted it to Lorenzo. Fuck, if what you are saying is true, then Xianxia Audiobooks is a hazardous person. If this is the extent of her origin card in the Card Emperor realm, then what if she manages to become a card demigod? Lorenzo was astonished by what one woman was capable of. Clown Mask, in the future you saw, is there any information about Xianxia Audiobooks? Anna finally asked Clown Mask the question she was planning on asking Clown Mask for a while now without arousing any suspicions. Now that everything is in the open, Anna no longer had to worry about secrecy. Yes, I do. Xianxia Audiobooks, the matron of the northern wetlands and southern wastelands. In the future I foresaw, she is one of the most influential New World leaders alongside the supreme leader of the Circle and Deacon of the Light. The matron and her organization, the Pa clan, will take over the north and south region after the Heatsend royal family and Osmond royal family go into hiding. Clown Mask answered Anna without holding back anything this time around, following her master's orders. What the fuck? Anna exclaimed, hearing Xianxia Audiobooks would become the new ruler of the southern region while chasing Heatsend royal family into hiding. Chapter 424. Anna's bully date the 28th of March 2321 time 1409 location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234, no way. You are messing with us, right? Lorenzo yelled at the Clown Mask. No, I told what I had seen in my vision. It's up to you whether you want to believe me or not. Clown Mask spoke nonchalantly. The distribution of the Heatsend family in the southern region gaining a new ruler did not matter to the Clown Mask. How is that possible? Both our royal family and the Osmond royal family together can face any challenge. How did we lose to a single person and her dark organization? Anna did not understand how a no-name organization could topple two behemoth royal families with millenniums of history. Well, because both royal families did not act together. They fought each other until both were crippled, and seeing the opportunity, the matron and her Pa clan took the chance to conquer both northern wetlands and southern wastelands, chasing both the royal family into hiding. This is all I know. Clown Mask revealed that Sansa and her organization did not defeat the two families. Instead, they fought each other until exhaustion and were chased into hiding by her. What? Why would our family fight the Osmond royal family? What reason could we have to fight them? Even if such a battle were to happen, wouldn't the government intervene to stop us? War among the human race powerhouses was a common sight before the formation of the government, which laid strict rules banning infighting. Those who opposed did not live to tell their part of the story. The government was busy dealing with the Deacon of Light from the Empire. They had no time to stop the war going on in their backyard. Not to mention, the Central Region was busy dealing with the Supreme Leader of the Circle. Come to think of it, a decade from now, the world will change as we know it now. Thanks to the three Mischief Supreme Leader, Deacon of Light, and Matron. All three of them are beyond the scope of a standard card apprentice. The government will have its hands full facing these people. Clown Mask recalled the world she saw in her vision and shuddered involuntarily. Do you know why our family fought the royal family from the north? After understanding why the government did not step in to stop the two royal families from going to war with each other, Anna asked Clown, why did the two royal families fight each other? What was the reason that caused these families to fight each other to death? It's because of your father. In the vision, I saw your father marry into the Osmond royal family within the next few years. After your father reveals the Forsaken treasure to the world, you and your family end up believing that he ambushed and killed your grandmother. To seek revenge for his wife, your grandfather goes to the Osmond royal family and asks them to hand over your father. How could the Osmond royal family give up the life of their son-in-law just because somebody asked them to? In the end, your grandfather declares war on the Osmond royal family. Clown Mask explained how the Heatsend royal family ended up in a war with the Osmond royal family. Tell me whether somebody from my family was able to kill that sorry excuse of my father in the war. Anna's hatred for her father ran more profound than one could think. Unfortunately, no. After the war between the northern and southern royal families started, your father mysteriously vanished. Your family thought that the Osmond family hid him, and the Osmond family thought that your family secretly assassinated him. So, even after he mysteriously vanished, the war did not stop. It continued and raged into something that neither royal family could turn back from. And next, you know. Clown Mask only had a disappointing no for Anna's question. Well, at least tell me you know the name of the whore he will be marrying soon. Dissatisfied, Anna asked Clown Mask the name of her father's third wife and her third mother. Ivana Osmond. I think you know her. When the news about your father's marriage with Ivana was announced, you became the gossip of every household because of the relationship between you and Ivana Osmond. Clown Mask answered Anna, that bitch, is she doing this to me on purpose to torment me? Anna yelled in frustration, knowing her father's third mother would be Ivana Osmond. Am I missing something? Lorenzo, who had no clue who Ivana Osmond was, asked to be brought up to speed. Ivana is my batchmate from Morning Star University. That bitch had a thing for that bastard way back then in the university. She was one of the few girls who bought into the story that my father had concocted about him being forced to marry my mother and blah blah. To think that bitch would finally end up marrying the guy she admired all her life. Tisk tisk. Anna clicked her tongue in anger, remembering her university life. Ivana was one of the people who made her university life difficult for her every turn she got. Hearing that Anna's father was marrying her university batchmate, Lorenzo was speechless. Now he understood that Anna was bound to become the talk of every house when her father marries her batchmate. Arg! Anna shouted in rage. University life was one of Anna's most dreaded memories. That was the first time Anna stepped into the real world out of her family's warm and loving shelter. That period was the most confusing moment in Anna's life. In the university, the world she knew was questioned and challenged with every step she took. Would you be happy if I told you that in my vision, I learned that you hunted and killed Ivana Osmond during the war between the northern and southern royal family? Seeing enraged and spiraling Anna, Clown Mask decided to soothe her rage with positive info from the future. I do not know why, but it does. Maybe I should consider killing that bitch for real. Ivana and her besties were young Anna's bullies. They had a lot of hand in shaping the current Anna. Anna thought she had come to terms with her past, but it seems she had just buried them in the pile of unwanted memories. When dug up, they hurt a lot more than they did that time. It seems to get rid of them, she will have to face them head on. And in Anna's mind, that meant killing her bully. Chapter 425. Memory suppressed spies. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 14:18. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234. You know you can't do that, right? Seeing the crazed light in Anna's eyes, Lorenzo checked if she still had a sense of reason. Why shouldn't I? It would be fun to revisit my university friends after nearly 100 years. Let's call it a reunion with revenge as the theme. Anna's thoughts no longer operated on ordinary sense. Doing that would only trigger the war between the two families earlier than it would. I don't see where the fun is in that. We should be trying to stop the war between the two families, not start it even before it would. Lorenzo yelled at Anna. Emperor Lorne, Your Highness, haven't we already stopped the war between the two families by eliminating the ambush? Now, we have to accept the unexpected. The matron I saw in my vision would not give up just because of a setback. This time around, you guys will not have my future vision to help you people. Clown Mask corrected Lorenzo that they had already stopped the war between the northern and southern royal families by blocking the ambush. And warned them that Sansa would not just stop at that. No matter how I see it, this Sansa Baylor is a remarkable and capable girl. To be able to put two royal families against each other without them realizing the involvement of a third party. Killing sister-in-law in ambush and stealing the Forsaken treasure. Then using the Forsaken treasure to mislead the Heatsend royal family into thinking that the Gainover bastard was behind the ambush on sister-in-law. Seeing all this, I think Sansa was the one who made Gainover mysteriously disappear. Raging the ongoing war between the two royal families to the point of no return. Once both the families are exhausted from the war, she steps in and claims both the north and south regions under her rule while chasing the two royal families out of their domains. Sophisticated yet straightforward plan. Lorenzo narrated his thoughts. Congratulations, old man, for stating the obvious and complimenting the enemy, Anna said sarcastically. It seems she was pissed at Lorenzo for raining on her plans of taking revenge on her bullies. Lorenzo avoided Anna, and for a good reason, as he knew what happens next when Anna gets like this based on experience. She would rip him a new one no matter what he said until she was satisfied. So he chose to stay silent. Old man, your analysis of Sansa's plans based on the current facts is correct, but you missed something. Her origin card. With it, she doesn't have to go to war. She can topple a country or organization from within. The other parties involved will not know what hit them. Anna explained that all the credits of Sansa's plan went to her origin card. This origin card of hers, what is it? For her to be able to assemble and run an organization entirely exclusively to card emperors and false demigods. Without anyone noticing it, right at the heart of the central region where most world leaders live. How overpowered is it? Lorenzo was curious what kind of origin card could empower a person to run a colossal organization filled with card emperors and demigods from the shadows with nobody knowing its existence and with no rebellion from within. Old man, you do not know what her origin card is capable of, and you still dared to comment on her plans and methods. Aren't you pretentious? Anna's mood was foul right now, and she did not need a reason to rip Lorenzo a new one. Lorenzo once again went quiet. Any words of defense or argument from his mouth would only provoke Anna into bad-mouthing him. From the information I have received, Sansa's origin card seems to belong to a control type. A memory control type, to be exact. According to the card emperors I have interrogated, she can suppress and manipulate the memories of her victims. They said Sansa could dig up their dirtiest past and blackmail them into doing things they don't even remember because she has suppressed them. The most crucial point of the Sansa origin card is not its ability to suppress and manipulate a person's memories but that it can affect numerous victims simultaneously. And has an extended range of effect. Meaning once you are under the influence of her origin card, there is no turning back on her orders or running away from her. Sansa has the ability to suppress any thoughts of rebellion in her victims with a single thought, which is a beneficial ability to have when running a shadow organization. Not to mention she can completely erase the memories of her victims and turn them into brain-dead idiots. Now you know why the people you and my mother tried to interrogate suddenly went into a vegetative state. The scariest part about her origin card is that by suppressing the people's memories, she can easily plant spies in any organization, just like sleeper cells. One day you are doing your daily routine, and suddenly, you recall some of the suppressed memories. and receive a grimoire call asking you to do shit they say or else. Finding this kind of spies is very difficult because even they don't know that they are spies due to their suppressed memories. This is why I was hesitant to tell you about Xianxia and her ability. Whoever leaked the info about Mission Forsaken Treasure probably doesn't know they revealed the information to Xianxia. I think in Clown Mask's future vision, Martin, aka Xianxia, must have lots of such spies implanted in the Heatsend and Osmond royal families. This is how she could drive both the royal families away from their territory. But planting such spies in a royal family cannot happen in a day. It must have taken decades of preparation for Xianxia to plant the spies in both royal families. If my guess is correct, Xianxia must have already started planting spies in our family. Thankfully right now, Xianxia is a card emperor, and the scope of her origin card is only limited to false demigods, card emperors' realms, and below. But the same cannot be said when she finally breaks through to the true demigod realm. Therefore, we have to act fast. Anna explained that she did not just hide the info she knew for no reason. There is actually not much to gain from many people involved in this matter. 'Cause she cannot be sure whom to trust. Anna went through various possibilities to counter Xianxia's ability and has not found a solution yet. Therefore, she decided to recruit the help of Lorenzo and Clown Mask. Chapter 426. Friends. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1427. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234 inches. After learning about Xianxia's ability and the various ways she uses it, Lorenzo's throat went dry such that he couldn't even gasp in shock. Just the very thought that one of your trusted people would be a spy, and you not knowing, is dreadful enough. However, the idea that the spies themselves do not know that they are spies was frightening. Seeing that the atmosphere in the room turned severe, Anna switched the topic. On a less serious note, why are Xianxia and her organization called Matron and Pa Clan? From the information I have gathered, I know for fact Xianxia is called Madame Web, and her organization is called Madame Web's Club. But according to you, in the future, she will be titled as Matron, and her organization will be called Pa Clan. Why is that? What changed? And what kind of a name is Pa Clan? Quote. Lorenzo stayed silent as he was still trying to digest the info he just got. Suddenly Lorenzo had a weird thought. What if such a thing were to happen to him? If somebody were to dig up his dirtiest secret and use it to force him into betraying his family and friends? Will he do it? Hell no, he would rather face the consequences head on than betray his family or friends. Being punished for his crimes is better than becoming a traitor. Thinking of this, Lorenzo could not help but ask, I do not understand how one can use someone's darkest secrets to form an organization like that. Lorenzo did not know that Xianxia would not target people with little to hide. She has her template for selecting her victim. Her victims have always been people with lots to hide and the darkest secrets. And not to mention the merit and reward system that she has in place for her victims. According to the card emperors I interrogated, Xianxia only recruits people with dark secrets. And also, her demands at first do not seem unreasonable. But over time, they turn into some tests to test the loyalty of the victims towards her organization and her. If they pass, they are eligible for the merit and reward system. With enough merits, the victims can exchange anything they desire. The organization will make sure of it thanks to its vast network. This is how Xianxia converts her victims into willing perpetrators. It is almost like running a cult. Speaking of Xianxia and how she built her cult organization, Anna could not help but admire her. What kind of desires can the merits buy? Lorenzo could not help but ask. Compared to the welfare of the Heatsend royal family, the Xianxia's Pa Clan's merit and reward system started to seem more enticing to him from the sound of it. Anything from strength to authority to physical needs. You need resources for the breakthrough, you got it. You require somebody assassinated in a power struggle to climb ranks, done. You want to obtain somebody for yourself, consider them kidnapped. You fancy someone else's ultimate card, then consider it stolen. According to them, even an incomplete divinity is available for exchange. That's how she has so many card demigods in her ranks. Anna narrated the information that she gathered from the card emperors trapped in her damned arena. What an incomplete divinity is also up for grasp. Isn't that only obtained by killing false demigods? How does she possess so many? Lorenzo was shocked hearing what enough merits could buy him in the Madame Web's Club. No wonder the victims of Xianxia had no trouble joining her and becoming a perpetrator themselves. With her origin card's ability and massive organization supporting it, I don't think she will have a hard time killing a few false demigods to extract their incomplete divinity to stock up her shelves, Anna commented. Yeah, but the question is, how is her organization going unnoticed after committing so many atrocities? Until yesterday I did not even think that there existed a shadow organization that was willing to send 30 card emperors to assassinate a mere card student. Lorenzo was astonished by the capability of Sansa's cult. Come to think of it, why did Sansa want Wyatt dead? Clown Mask asked Anna. The hostile card emperors said this assassination attempt on Wyatt was out of the blue and sudden. Sansa seemed to give a lot of importance to this assassination mission. And apparently, the merits awarded for the mission were very high. Except for this, they knew nothing else. I guess they did not bother asking why. What? Before taking the task posted by Sansa. After all, that would count as rebellion in the books of a tyrant boss like Sansa. Anna did not manage to find anything regarding the reason behind the assassination attempt on Wyatt. Well, isn't that obvious? If Sansa plans on having the Heatsend royal family and Osmond royal family crippling each other, families should have equal strength. But because of the silver milk powder discovered by that boy Wyatt, our family's strength will soar to unimaginable heights in a few years. By then, even the Osmond family will no longer match the Heatsend family. Hence she urgently wanted to dispose of Wyatt. And yesterday was the perfect chance for Sansa to assassinate him because all our forces were focused on mission, Forsaken Treasure. Mission, Forsaken Treasure was planned months ago. Therefore Sansa got a lot of time to prepare for her ambush. But the assassination attempt was scheduled at short notice. Because of that, we did not face any false demigods assassins. Lorenzo speculated. Pretentious much old man, you are talking out of your ass as if you were there. Did you know Sansa Baylor, young demigod Baylor, and Wyatt's parents were all friends? There are lots of things we need to take into consideration before we jump to a conclusion. What we should be talking about is how do we proceed with the information we have now? Whom do we share the information with? Anna did not want to take a chance on why Sansa was after Wyatt. Because her mother's background search on Wyatt and his parents showed that Mama Wyatt and Sansa Baylor were friends. Chapter 427. Blood Candy. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 14:19. Location Sky Blossom City, Foulwoods D-Ranked Gate Dungeon. Where are we headed next? I want to make a quick stop by Bloodette's place, Courtney asked, heading out of the Foulwoods Gate Dungeon. Sure, lead the way. Having dealt with Zhang and his nephew, I decided to meet up with my other Calamity Daughter core and upgrade them to Calamity Daughter Gem. Namely the Bright Brothers, Vivian, Ted, and Old Ben. So I did not mind making another stop for Courtney as I also wanted to meet Bloodette. The last time we met, Bloodette's body was under the influence of the world. I hope the second meeting goes well. That will have to wait for now. We have to return to the warehouse. I have received a notification that the Memerconium ore will soon be delivered to your warehouse. I have to be there to receive it. Luna wanted us to return to the warehouse so that she could receive the Memerconium ore that is to be dropped off there soon. Can't Anna or Lorenzo receive it? Or drop it off at the doorstep? I still had errands to run and did not want to return to the warehouse without completing them. No, I opted for the super special delivery, so I need to be there to receive it. Luna said there was no other option. So, you head to the warehouse. After we are done with our errands and visiting Bloodette, we will return to the warehouse. I did not want to make a round trip just for Luna. That's out of the question. I am your bodyguard. You need to stay with me, Luna asserted. Isn't that the other way around? Asked Courtney. Luna, don't be unreasonable. I have errands to run. You know the route. Return by yourself. I said impatiently. No, I need you there. So that you can analyze the Memerconium ore and tell me the maximum height of mecha you can make using that ore. So that I can place a bulk order of the ore. Luna revealed the truth about why she wanted me at the warehouse. The creation method of Memerconium ore is a bit peculiar and very recent. So the production method has not been optimized for maximum efficiency. Because of this, large orders take a long time to be processed and delivered. Therefore Luna wanted to place an order as soon as possible, which would be only possible if Wyatt specified the amount of ore he needed to create the mecha. I can do that when I return. Saying that, I summoned my nanomorpher. Following my lead, Courtney also summoned her hoverbike. But, Luna wanted to argue that I should return to the warehouse with her. Swish swish. Not waiting to listen to what Luna had to say, Courtney and I left on our hoverbikes. Courtney, lead the way. Let's visit Blood at first. I have demed the Bright brothers, Vivian, Ted, and Old Ben to meet me at the Guild Association Mall after exiting the Foul Woods Gate dungeon. Considering how I just informed them about the meeting, it will be a while for each of them to reach the rendezvous point. Therefore I decided to meet Blooded with Courtney first. Okay, but before visiting her, we will have to make a stop at a bakery and restock on blood pudding. Courtney had a storage trunk full of blood pudding, but she thought that would not be enough as an apology. So you plan on bribing your friend into forgiving you? I commented, hearing Courtney wanted to make a stop at a bakery to buy blood pudding. Yeah, Blooded loves blood pudding, but interestingly, she hates blood wine. Courtney thought that Blooded would love anything made out of blood, so she offered her blood wine, but it turns out she hated it. Blood wine is created by fermenting monster blood. For Blooded, whose diet is blood, feeding her blood wine would be like feeding humans rotten food. This is true for the monsters that feed on blood. I suppose the same is valid for Blooded, whose diet is also blood. Wow, no wonder. Finally, understanding why Blooded hated blood wine but loved blood pudding, Courtney exclaimed in understanding. Boss, double the usual order of the blood pudding. Courtney seemed to be regular at this bakery. Little girl, tell me all of this is not just for you because that much sugar with monster blood will kill you. The owner added a friendly reminder to his regular and best customer. Because if she dies of heart disease caused by too much sugar, he will lose a wealthy customer. Don't worry, it is not for me, Courtney replied to the chief baker, handing him a storage trunk card. Young man, do you want anything? The chief baker turned to me. 50 liters of fresh monster blood. Since I was about to visit Courtney's friend, I did not plan on going empty-handed. Huh, Baker was surprised to hear my order. You do have fresh monster blood, don't you? Since you sell blood pudding and blood wine, I thought you would have fresh monster blood. Seeing how Bloodette's diet is blood, I thought what would be an appropriate gift for her than freshly collected monster's blood. We do. I just restocked all my ingredients. But I only have F-rank monster blood. My shop is not big enough to use higher rank monster's blood as ingredients. $220 for 50 liters of F-rank monster blood. Will that be all? Reported the chief baker. Like he said, the bakery was not that fancy enough to get customers who would be willing to pay top dollars for delicacies made using high-ranking monster blood. Yes, that will be enough, I said, scanning the QR code on the bakery counter to pay the bill. Obviously, Courtney paid for her bulk order of blood pudding. Soon the baker brought out a 50-liter jar filled with dark red monster blood, placing it in front of me. He handed Courtney her storage trunk card. Are you going to carry it? The 50-liter jar of monster blood would not fit in an average storage trunk card, so Courtney couldn't help but ask, not knowing how I planned to transport it. Watch and learn. Saying that, I opened the cap of the jar and summoned Blood Swordsman, then pointing at the monster blood jar, I commanded it, use blood candy. Blood candy. Following my command, the blood ego elemental manipulated the monster's blood out of the 50-liter jar and then condensed all of the monster's blood into a spherical ball of blood. Then it spun the spherical ball of blood at high speed until it turned completely black. Soon the ego elemental extracted the black waste covering the pure condensed blood and disposed of it. With all the waste removed, what remained was a bright red spherical ball made up of pure monster blood. The ego elemental spun the bright red spherical mass of pure monster blood. After a few minutes, the blood thickened and looked like blood mercury. This was not because of clotting in the blood. Instead, the blood was so thick because it was highly concentrated. Using the concentrated blood, the ego elemental started to create small spherical candies of blood. As the elemental was done compressing half of the condensed blood into 1,000 blood candies, I asked it to stop because I had other plans for the other half of the pure concentrated blood. Chapter 428. Showing weakness. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 14:26. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234. As Anna and he discussed how to deal with the Sansa Baylor conundrum, Lorenzo suddenly felt that someone was tampering with the privacy formation array he had placed surrounding the warehouse. So he immediately signaled Anna about the intruder using his eyes. Dealing with memory suppression. Anna, who spoke her thoughts about dealing with Sansa's memory suppression, stopped abruptly, catching Lorenzo's eye signal. Luna was pissed at being ditched by two teenagers in the card soldier realm. So in a foul mood, she returned to the warehouse to receive her super special delivery only to find that a privacy formation array surrounded the warehouse. Being taught the formation array by her grandfather, Luna knew the formation array in front of her was laid by her grandfather himself. Knowing this, Luna became curious about what her grandfather was discussing with Anna in her absence under a privacy formation array. Already pissed, Luna took this incident personally and thought she was being excluded by her grandfather and cousin while making important decisions. Thinking of being ditched by teenagers and excluded by family made Luna emotional. The privacy formation array's function was to stop any possible eavesdropping and alert Lorenzo if someone entered the warehouse. The array did not prevent anyone from entering. It just stopped the sound from inside of the formation leak outside. And warned the master of possible passerby. Luna could have just entered the warehouse. Instead, emotional Luna, who was not in her right mind, let her curiosity get the better of her. And ended up tampering with the warehouse's privacy formation array to eavesdrop on her grandfather and Anna's conversation. In the heat of the moment, Luna forgot an essential thing, that everything she knew about the formation array she learned from her grandfather. "Luna, come in." Lorenzo was surprised to find that the one tampering with this privacy formation array was his granddaughter. Being caught, Luna was embarrassed and mechanically walked into the warehouse. "Where are the other two?" Anna asked. She chose to ignore the fact of catching her cousin trying to eavesdrop on her conversation with old Lorenzo. "They ditched me in the dungeon and went on their own, and you guys are excluding me from important decisions. So, I decided to eavesdrop on you." Embarrassed Luna let out all her feelings to her cousin, grandfather, and a prisoner. If you cannot be weak in front of your family and friends, you have not accepted them as your family and friends. The very need to hide your true feelings in front of your close ones means you are not as close as you thought. Or you don't trust them enough to show true feelings and weakness in front of them. In the case of Luna, she trusted Anna and Lorenzo enough to cry out her true feelings even if it meant she looked weak in front of them. This is what close ones are for. For the entire world, Luna is a strong and independent ice queen, but in front of her family, she is just another little girl who makes stupid mistakes. "Haha, you, a card emperor, got ditched by 2 card soldiers. How is that even possible?" Anna burst into laughter hearing Wyatt and Courtney ditched Luna. "It's all because of you." Saying that, Luna pounced upon Anna, who was rolling on the couch, unable to control her laughter. "How is it my fault that you got ditched by 2 card soldiers?" Anna hugged her cousin into a lock, restraining her with ease. And whispered in her ears, "Now it's punishment time." "Grandpa." Unable to break free from Anna's restraint, Luna pleaded for help from her grandfather. "We will continue the talk later. I will go and keep an eye on the boy and the girl from afar. Doesn't he know that there are card emperors out there hunting him?" Lorenzo reported and headed out while shaking his head at the 2 cousins playing around despite their age and realm. "Nobody will save you from my clutches today." Breathing down on Luna's neck, Anna softly whispered in her ear. "Big sis, I am sorry. I will not eavesdrop on you ever again." Luna started to beg for her dignity. She did not want to pose in vulgar positions while her cousin photographed her. "No can do. Do you know how much your sexy pics sell these days? I can get a few high-level broken runes for these easily. Damned as nerds, if nothing they are super rich." Anna was joking. Since when did the Southern Emperor, the ruler of the Southern region, and the commander of the Southern Watch require to pimp her cousin's pics to earn some chump change? Date the 28th of March 2321, time 1426, location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Koi Snacks. "Wow, what are these red beads?" Courtney asked in surprise, seeing me transform 50 liters of monster blood in 1000 red beads and collect them in my storage trunk card. "They are blood candies, a type of candy made up of the condensed monster's blood essence. It is very sweet and tasty. The sweetening agent is the sugar in the monster's blood. Here, have some." Explaining that I passed a few candies to Courtney and the chief baker for taste while I ate one myself. "Really?" Courtney and the baker were skeptical as Wyatt did not use any other ingredient other than the monster's blood. "Since when did monster's blood become sugary and sweet? Try it and then speak." These beads were not just some condensed monster blood bead. They are highly concentrated monster blood essence with near zero impurities. These candies were not only sweet but had a bit of soul energy in them. So if a mortal were to eat them, they would feel refreshed and re-energized. It is more like Viagra for mortals, but for a card apprentice's body baptized by soul energy, this bit of soul energy would have no effect. "Wow, delicious. It is so flavorful. You did not add any preservatives. Yet how can you make them so sweet and filled with flavor?" If I were to use this to create blood pudding, customers would line up in front of my shop. Boss, I don't mean to be rude, but can you sell me the recipe? The chief baker was mesmerized by the taste of blood candies and begged me to sell the recipe to him. It's not that I don't want to sell you the recipe, but it is of no use to you. You cannot use it without a high-level blood manipulation card. Please understand, I did not mind giving the recipe to the baker as it was common knowledge for whoever possessed a blood rule or blood manipulation card. Oh, sorry for the trouble, the baker left dejectedly. Tell me you are not planning on presenting those blood candies to Bloodette, Courtney inquired. Don't worry, I will tell Bloodette that these candies are from both of us. I was not surprised by Courtney's question. After all, her apology present should not be overshadowed by my present. You are the best, Courtney exclaimed. Chapter 429. Blood Rule. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1442. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands. Yeah, so where is this dungeon, where Bloodette is supposed to be sealed in? I asked Corey, landing at the Barren Land. Wait, I will ask Bloodette to summon the entrance to the gate dungeon she is in. Replies Courtney, summoning her grimoire to contact Bloodette using the Soul Pact card. Will she come? After all, Courtney and Bloodette parted on bad terms. Don't know, but I got to try. Courtney only hoped that by now, Bloodette's anger towards her had decreased by a lot. With a heavy heart, Courtney tried contacting Bloodette. Bloodette, I am at the gate. Let me in. Courtney, come in. A childish cold voice sounded in the barren land, then soon, a blood-red dungeon gate appeared in front of Courtney and me. Well, I guess she has forgiven you, I said, seeing how Bloodette let us in. Nope, this is just the calm before the storm, Courtney responded based on her previous encounters with Bloodette. I followed Courtney into the blood-red gate, and we were transported to a cave-type dungeon. The walls of the cave were all blood-red. I tried touching them as I felt a power of rule flowing through them. Upon touching the stones, I found out that the cave walls gave me the same feeling as my blood ego elemental. It appears that the rocks that made up the cave walls were soaked in blood rule and mutated into a low-level blood rule ore. As I continued down the path, I discovered that the entire cave contained blood rule stones. And the concentration of blood rule in the rocks increased as I went deeper into the cave. The air in the deeper parts of the cave dungeon contained blood rule. This cave was the perfect place for a card apprentice to comprehend the blood rule. Having reached the center of the cave, I stood corrected. This place wasn't just perfect to comprehend the blood rule. This place was the holy place to learn blood rule. I wanted to summon blood swordsman so that it can practice and reforge its blood rune. I did not do so not without Bloodette's permission. Not to mention, this whole cave is a mine full of blood rule ore. One blood rule ore would be enough for a card apprentice with an average ego gem to comprehend the blood rule to basic proficiency. With the amount of blood rule rocks in here, one could make a fortune enough to run a country. But this cave was somebody else's house, and it would not be polite of me to do as I please without permission. Forget my blood ego elemental. I just comprehended blood rule to basic proficiency by inhaling the blood rich with blood rule. This is fucking crazy. Combined with the high synchronization rate of my Calamity Soul Gem and high density of blood rule in the cave's atmosphere, I didn't even have to connect with the world to get started with comprehending the blood rule. If I were to seriously try to comprehend the blood rule in the cave, then I bet I could reach master level proficiency in blood rule within half an hour. It seems it was worth coming to visit Bloodette. But this cave was Bloodette's property, and I did not plan on using it to comprehend blood rule without her consent. Therefore I waited patiently to greet the landlord and get her permission. Walking into the center of the cave, I saw that the whole cave was filled with wooden furniture and decorated like a regular room, where a human would live. It did not take me long to spot blood-red Bloodette, who was rolling on the mattress as she read a book. If I were to guess, all the furniture was brought by Courtney for Bloodette to make her stay sealed in a dungeon more comfortable. Bloodette, I am sorry for yesterday. Courtney apologized. Hearing Courtney, Bloodette looked our way. Noticing me, she said coldly, "Why is he here?" "He is here to apologize for yesterday." Courtney referred to me whooping Bloodette's ass on the tournament stage. Speak, please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you for yourself. I am not here to apologize. I never told Courtney that I wanted to apologize. I know Courtney is only trying to get me in Bloodette's good books. But I can take care of myself. Courtney gawked at my response. Then why are you here? Blooded asked sternly. Her voice was cold. It seems she did not forget the loss she suffered yesterday at my hand. I am here to thank you. I genuinely wanted to thank Blooded. If not for her, I may have died in the tournament. Though Anna would have saved me anyway, that's a whole other thing. Why? Blooded became confused seeing me genuinely thank her. I know yesterday it wasn't you who was trying to kill me, but the world's will. If not for you resisting the control of the world's will, I would not have been able to defeat you. Forget winning the tournament. Instead, I would have died. Thank you for not giving in to the influence of the world's will. Thank you for saving my life. I thanked Blooded honestly. I did so because I was here to make friends, not enemies. I did not resist the world's will because of you. I fought it because I don't particularly appreciate being controlled. But it's good to know that you couldn't have defeated me if I was not resisting the will of the world. Blooded acted like she did not appreciate my thank you, but it was the total opposite. Anyways, thank you once again. I still humbly thanked Blooded as I knew it was working. That's okay. I accept your gratitude. Blooded finally stopped acting cold towards me, as I could hear the coldness in her voice reduce and ooze with pride. She was so easy to read, just like a child. I cannot believe somebody like that once had the power to frighten demigods into shitting their pants. Chapter 430. Innocence is a lack of guilt. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 14:53. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Blooded, here's the thing. Just like how you were being forced by the world's will to do its bidding. Courtney, here, was also forced by the world's will to do what happened yesterday. The only difference is you were strong enough to resist the influence of the world's will, but Courtney is so weak that she succumbed to the domination of the world's will and ended up hurting you. While I was in Blooded's good grace, I decided to strike when the iron was hot and put in some good words for Courtney. I chose my words carefully, not to describe what Blooded went through yesterday but enough to make her realize that what she went through was not something a weak girl like Courtney could resist. I spoke in favor of Courtney. After all, mending Courtney and Blooded's relationship was the first step to me getting permission to comprehend the world rule, blood, inside this cave dungeon. I know the one who summoned me yesterday is not Courtney but the world's will. Courtney is so weak. Somebody as fragile as her cannot resist the domination of the world's will like me. That is why I allowed you guys in here, didn't I? But I do hate being put in a situation like that. Being weak is no excuse to treat a friend like that, and not to mention that I did not get paid for yesterday's summon. Though it is complicated, I still got summoned, didn't I? I am angry at Courtney because she did not give me the blood pudding she promised me. It seems Blooded was fully aware of what happened yesterday and did not seem to blame Courtney as much as Courtney blamed herself for hurting her friend. Blooded's only grievance was that she was not compensated appropriately by World's Will or Courtney for being summoned yesterday. Instead, she got her ass handed down to her by me. I understood her. She had very reason to be angry. Because not only was she not paid, but she got her ass whooped. That isn't fair. A supreme being should be paid for her day's work, even if that supreme being lost disastrously and ran away with her tail between her legs. I am sorry, Blooded. I know after what happened yesterday, you feel cheated and betrayed. I feel so bad for treating you like that yesterday. I promise that something like that will not happen ever again. As soon as Courtney said those words, I felt an omnipotent presence watching us. Especially Courtney. I finally understood the side effects that Clown Mask mentioned about Courtney's physique. Daotong were no joke. I also noticed that due to my high synchronization rate, I could feel the presence of the world's will when it showed itself. I believe you, and now give me my blood pudding. Blooded quickly forgave Courtney and believed her promise. If I can detect the world's will witnessing Courtney's promise, then so could Blooded. After all, she is an oddity brother from the world rule, blood. Thank you. Seeing Blooded forgive her so quickly, Courtney was touched. As an orphan, Courtney knew how bad it felt to be betrayed. Therefore she felt so bad for what happened to Blooded yesterday. If it were her on the receiving end, she would not be kind enough to forgive those that betrayed her trust. She would go one step ahead to hurt them so they, too, could feel 100 times the pain she felt. Courtney's thoughts were not wrong. As a supreme being, Blooded was a very vindictive being. Humanity, which is known for its trickery, has always been on the receiving end of the supreme being's vindictive nature. Being an oddity born out of the world's rule, these supreme beings are embodiments of power and innocence. They are just like mighty animals but with the intelligence of humans missing the wisdom that humanity has handed down to their younger generation. The combination of power and innocence is never a good combination to have. It made the Supreme Being the target of humanity's trickery. And the Supreme Beings hate being tricked more than anything, and they know how to hold a grudge. Innocence doesn't mean virtue. Virtue and innocence are two different concepts. When a tiger is hungry, it kills a deer. This act of the tiger is innocent, but there is no virtue in it. Similarly, though Supreme Beings are innocent in nature doesn't mean they are virtuous. They are the strongest predators humans have faced in this world. Though current Bloodette appears harmless as a rabbit, as a being who grows stronger with stronger blood, she consumes. Humanity is her prime source of strength. That is why the old Bloodette got sealed in this dungeon in the first place. But there is something different about the current Bloodette. Instead of choosing to feed on young Courtney when they first meet, the two end up becoming best friends. Gaining the trust of the Supreme Being is not as easy as Courtney and Bloodette make it seem. I guess Courtney's physique Dao Tung played a significant role in gaining Bloodette's trust. Here, I brought enough blood pudding. Courtney summoned and stacked up a small mountain of blood pudding from her storage trunk card. Before she could finish speaking about it, Bloodette turned into a blob of blood and devoured the entire mountain of blood pudding in one gulp. Yummy. Bloodette turned into her humanoid form with a satisfied smile pasted on her face. But soon realizing that she had no blood pudding left, she was saddened. Oh no. I knew you would do something like this, therefore, I saved some. Promise me you will eat them sparingly. Saying, Courtney stacked up another smaller mountain of blood pudding. I promise, Bloodette exclaimed, looking at the newly stacked mountain of blood pudding, and this time she acted with human manners and took a blood pudding cup. And tearing the cover, she ate it slowly, savoring the taste of the blood pudding. Chapter 431. Friend and a Mother. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 14:53. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Looking at the humanoid blob of blood slowly savoring the blood pudding and letting out a satisfied moan with every bite, only one word came to my mind: this card world is tripping. If this were back on Earth, people would have shot first and asked questions later. Though the same cannot be said for millennials, they would take selfies first and ask questions later. Hey, no judgment here. Every generation has its black sheep. Haha, Courtney did say you loved blood pudding. I hope you like these blood candies. These candies are a sign of my gratitude and Courtney's apology, saying that I handed Bloodette a carton box full of blood candies. Sniff sniff. Bloodette did not take the carton of blood candies. Instead, she sniffed them to check if it was okay to eat. And said, they smell delicious. And they taste delicious too. Saying that, Courtney took a blood candy from the carton box and ate it in front of Bloodette, showing that it was okay for her to eat them. Ever since the blood wine fiasco, she has been mindful of things she eats, Courtney explained to me. Oh, I see. I could see that Bloodette seemed to have a high level of control over her thirst for blood. With the amount of blood rule in this cave, she doesn't have to consume blood. Maybe this is helping her control her bloodthirst. I could be wrong, cause judging Bloodette based on the behavior of vampiric monsters may not be the correct approach to explore Bloodette's likes, dislikes, and habits. Crunch crunch, wow. They are so sweet and yummy. Bloodette exclaimed, chewing the blood candy and then reached for more. Having tasted the sweetness and flavor of the blood candy, slap, hey, what was that for? Getting her hand slapped away by Courtney from the carton containing blood candy, Bloodette complained. You are not supposed to chew the blood candy but suck on them like this. This way, they will last longer. And one candy at a time. Courtney nagged Bloodette like a mother nagging her daughter. But I have a big mouth. Blood's about opened wide in an inhumane way, arguing that she had a wider mouth so she could fit more than one candy. That is not proper manners. Sister Margaret says good kids should eat with proper manners. Otherwise, no more candy for you. Sister Margaret is the only actual mother figure in Courtney's life, so she acted like her while teaching her friend about table manners. But these are my gifts. You can take them from me. Bloodette acted like a spoiled brat. Yes, I can. Watch me. Saying that, Courtney stored the carton containing blood candies in her storage trunk card. No, they are mine. Give it back. Bloodette protested, but it only fell to deaf ears. No matter how many tantrums Bloodette threw like a spoiled brat, Courtney did not cave. Courtney, pretty please, give them back. Feeling her tantrum not work, Bloodette opted to beg. And when Bloodette finally seemed ready to listen, Courtney delivered her final blow. Only if you promise to eat one at a time and save rest for later. Courtney started her terms to Bloodette, who had no choice but to agree. Seeing Bloodette behave, Courtney gave her the blood candies. And once again, the world graced us with its presence as Bloodette made her promise to Courtney. Supreme beings are known to keep their word no matter the cost, but if they feel like they are being cheated, they will seek retribution no matter the cost. Their innocence makes negotiating with them easy, but the same innocence makes their anger unreasonable and hard to quench. This integrity of supreme beings is one of the reasons why card apprentices have been able to hold their front on the way beyond. Otherwise, the world would be in chaos right now. After all, supreme beings are the world rule's spawn and darling of the rule they represent. The amount of power they embody is beyond human comprehension. That is why it is shocking to see Courtney tame Bloodette. Suck, you are right, Courtney, sucking on them is better than chewing them. Bloodette devoured the entire candy in one suction. Seeing this, Courtney shook her head, giving up. Hey, don't worry, eat as many as you want. I can teach you the method to create these candies. So you will never run out of candy as long as you have enough monster blood. Seeing Courtney struggle to teach Bloodette to eat sparingly, I decided to teach Bloodette how to make blood candies by herself. With the proficiency of her blood manipulation method, she can make better blood candy than my ego elemental blood swordsman. Really? Bloodette looked at me with sparkling eyes. Those sparkling eyes of hers did not affect me, as I was still finding it hard to believe that I was conversing with a blob of blood. I don't know why, out of all the weird shit I have seen after being reborn in this world, only the Bloodette was the one who weirded me out. I did not feel the same with my ego elementals. I guess I was having a hard time treating a blob of blood similar to a person. Seeing Bloodette express emotions like anger, joy, pride, somehow, this card world started to seem vivid on a whole new level. I guess the way I feel right now was displayed in a robot movie I saw back on Earth. Everything was fine until the robots followed human instruction, but shit got real once the robots started to display emotion. It's like one's entire worldview began to bend out of his control. Yes, as long as you promise me something. Nothing is free in this world. It is about time I taught my new friend that. What is it? I promise. Tell me how to make these candies. Bloodette was very eager to learn how to make blood candies by herself. Interesting to know that Bloodette likes learning new stuff. I could see that from the stack of books by her bedside, and when we came in, she appeared to be engrossed in reading a book named Introduction to Omnipresent Soul Pathways. We can compare Bloodette's intelligence to a pre-teen, but she displays the caution and eagerness of an experienced adult. I guess she developed them with circumstances surrounding her living. Considering all that shit, it's already a miracle that Bloodette did not grow up hating humanity for sealing her in this dungeon. I don't know what changed in this birth of Bloodette compared to the last one for such a miraculous change in her as a person. Chapter 432. Selfless Trust. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 14:53. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands. Hold your horses, little girl. I haven't told you what you have to promise me yet. I don't know if calling Bloodette a little girl was appropriate, but she walked, talked, and looked like one. So, I think calling her a little girl would not be wrong. But considering her age, it was a whole different can of worms. And as a transmigrator, I have already transcended the concept of age. Well, hurry then, said Bloodette impatiently. Promise Courtney and me that you will not use your powers to hurt innocent humans. I am not saying you are not allowed to harm humans. All I want to make sure is that you will not bring harm to innocent ones. And will not hunt them just because you can. If you can promise that to Courtney and me, then I will teach you the method to create blood candies. There is no need to hurry. Think about it before you make the promise. If Bloodette were to use the method I taught her to make blood candies out of humans for her taste, I would be a sinner in this world too. Therefore I asked Bloodette to make such a promise to Courtney and me. A promise to me is not worth a candle, but Courtney is different. She has an omnipresent witness and omnipotent enforcer, ensuring that people keep the promise they made to her. With a walking talking soul contract next to me, I didn't have to hustle Bloodette into signing an unfair blood contract. It's not like I forbade Bloodette from harming humans. I just asked her not to harm innocent humans just because she could. I wasn't asking much from Bloodette. As I asked for something as severe as this from Bloodette, I made sure to give her enough space so that she does not feel like there is trickery to my words. Because knowing how supreme beings feel about getting tricked by humans, I knew if Bloodette feels like I am trying to trick her, everything till now will go down in drains. Bloodette, you don't have to promise him anything. I can get you the method of creating blood candies some other way. Fuck, I did not expect Courtney to say that. Wyatt, Bloodette is not a threat to humanity. It's the other way round. I have seen the cruelty of humans. No, I am an example of what human can do, and there are many other examples in orphanages and homeless shelters. If humans can do that to their kind, then nobody is safe from them. So please don't force Bloodette into something that will become shackles that would tie her when the humans come for her. You may not understand it, but Bloodette is like my sibling. I don't care what she thinks of me, but to me, she is my little sister. And I believe she will not do anything to harm the innocent. I think I've influenced her that much. Humanity does not need protection from Bloodette. Bloodette needs protection from them. So, please do not force Bloodette to make that promise. Otherwise, get out. Fuck, I can't believe Courtney chose Bloodette over me. And what's more shocking is that it hurts to know that, just because of my few regrets of the past life, I ended up hurting my new and old friend. Courtney grew up in orphanage and did not know the love of a society like young Wyatt and I. The community that saw young Wyatt as their future looked at orphans like Courtney as, well, they did not exist in society's eyes. Yes, society neglected them as if they were the trash in your drains, which you know is there, but you walk by ignoring it. The community we live in has never acknowledged the orphanage. They treat orphans and other related issues like a bad nightmare which you see in your sleep and forget in the morning. Yes, just like that, a single coffee is all that it takes to forget a nightmare or the underlying problems of society. Courtney has seen babies die of something as insignificant as a common cold or a fever. Because the orphanage could not gather enough money for medicine or treatment fees, even if they get the medicine, the hunger eventually gets to these ill children. When you see enough brothers and sisters die of something as minor as cold, fever, and hunger while the rest of the society doesn't even consider those things a threat, then a part of you dies knowing the community could have helped you, but they didn't. Courtney may seem like a delinquent at first glance, but if you get to know her, she's a jolly person. If you really know her, you would know that she remembers every dream of her fallen brothers and sisters that could not make it through the winter or hunger or something like a common cold. Courtney's origin card, Tome of Contracts, represented the contract she made with her fallen brothers and sister to live the life and dreams that this fucked up society robbed from them. Her fascination with the luxurious lifestyle, clothes, bags, cosmetics, beauty, jewelry, and other apparel was a gift from her sisters. In contrast, her infatuation with strength, hoverbikes, cold weapons, armory, golems, and brotherhood was a gift from her brothers. And her resolve to live a simple and good life with no regrets was a bone from her mother, Margaret. I consider you as my sister too. Bloodette hugged Courtney and declared. I, who had trouble trusting people, could never understand what the bond between Courtney and Bloodette is like. Well, I would like to say I do not care, but I would be lying. My past life has robbed me of trusting anyone, but somehow when I saw Bloodette hug Courtney, I remembered the feeling I got from Susan, Anna, Auntie Kathy, Uncle Tom, and for some reason, that gigolo Elliot. Enough, I surrender. Are you guys going to make me cry? I no longer want to let my past burden my present and hold back my future. So what if my past life had robbed me of my ability to trust others? This is my second chance at life, and I think I am doing fine despite the wounds from my past. Say, what? Courtney asked in surprise, hearing me. Bloodette, you don't have to promise that to Courtney but just me. I trust you and believe that you will not harm an innocent soul willingly. And keep your promise with me. Who am I to look out for humanity? Humanity is already fucked and still doing fine without my intervention. No, thanks to you fucked up society. Humanity is doing fine because of what I see right in front of me, the selfless trust between Courtney and Bloodette. And let me have some of that. I promise. Chapter 433. Flavorless date the 28th of March 2321 time 1507 location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon, is that all? Asked Bloodette after hearing my explanation on the method to create blood candies. Yes, unfortunately, we do not have fresh monster blood for you to create blood candies. I taught Bloodette how to create blood candies, but there isn't any monster blood for her to gain some practical experience. Blood, there is always blood in here. Saying that, Bloodette focused her gaze in the air and soon conjured a basketball-sized ball of blood out of thin air. Using the conjured blood as ingredient, Bloodette applied the blood candy method that I had just taught to her. When Bloodette applied the blood candy method on the blood she conjured, I noticed that she did not extract any waste from blood like the black waste that blood swordsman extracted from the F-rank monster's blood. I am not saying that Bloodette missed a step. Instead, it would be more accurate to say that no waste was produced by the blood that Bloodette had conjured from thin air. Done, Bloodette yelled as she condensed the conjured blood into 25 blood candies. Having created the blood candies, Bloodette opened her mouth wide and threw all 25 of the blood candies in her mouth. Technically, she wasn't breaking the promise she made with Courtney, as the promise she made was conditional and applied only to the blood candies in the carton box that I had presented to her. What's wrong with it? It's so bland. Why is it tasteless? Did I do something wrong? But I followed that method step by step. Bloodette complained as the blood candy she made was not sweet and as flavorful as the ones I gifted to her. They tasted bland and nothing like the blood candies she had recently fallen in love with. What happened? Watching Bloodette frantically contemplate herself, Courtney could not help but ask in concern. The blood candies I made are not as sweet and flavorful as these candies. Yummy. Bloodette shared her problem with Courtney as she ate one of the blood candies from the carton box. She could not help but moan in satisfaction as she sucked on it. Are you sure you did not skip any step? Did you follow all the steps in the exact same order as taught to you by Wyatt? Courtney asked as she noticed a difference between Bloodette and Wyatt's creating blood candy. Courtney remembers seeing Wyatt extract a mass of black waste from the blood and discard it. Yes, I did, yet my blood candies are bland and flavorless. Ah, so sweet, Bloodette answered Courtney as she popped yet another candy into her mouth. Why don't you try again? This time do slowly as Wyatt guides you. Courtney thought that the fault lay in how Bloodette created the blood candies. According to her, Bloodette must have skipped a few steps in haste to develop the blood candies, resulting in the bland blood candies. Yes, why don't you try creating blood candies again? Don't gulp all the candies at once. Leave a few for me to taste what went wrong. I have watched Bloodette's creation of blood candies, and I do not think the fault lies there. Even though hasty, Bloodette did not skip a single step and followed the order exactly as I explained to her. Bloodette's blood manipulation skill was higher than my ego elemental skill, so she was much faster, and no mistake was made there. I think the problem lay in the blood that Bloodette conjured, as it did not yield any waste during the refining step. Therefore I asked Blood to leave some candies for me to taste after she developed the second batch. So, I could check what actually went wrong. Done, here you go. This time Bloodette did not hurriedly eat the blood candies she prepared. Rather, she did not even take one and handed all 25 of the blood candies to me. She is a picky eater. What am I supposed to do with these many? One is enough. Taking one candy, I placed the other on a nearby wooden table. Surprisingly, once I placed the candy in my mouth, I felt this unfathomable energy gush into my body as the candy slowly dissolved in my mouth. This power was rule power. Blood rule power, to be exact. I hurriedly sat down in the lotus position and closed my eyes in order to deal with the blood rule power that was filling in my body. Before the rule power ran rampant in my body, I hurriedly activated my Calamity Soul Gem and swallowed all the blood rule power that I gained with the blood candy dissolving in my mouth. What is happening? You didn't poison him, did you? Courtney could not help but ask, seeing Wyatt hurriedly sit in the lotus position and enter the meditative state. Bloodette was speechless and thought, I don't think so. I ate it too and am still okay. But he is a weak human. Soon the blood rule power appeared in my Calamity Soul. I could just leave it there or use it to increase the comprehension of my blood rule or forge a blood rune or give it to blood swordsman to heal itself. For now, I decide to leave the rule power to my ego elemental to mend its broken rune. How are you? Why were you acting weird after eating the candy? Having seen me act strangely after eating her blood candies, Bloodette asked me why so, when I finally opened my eyes and stood up. Courtney looked at me with concern. She was apprehensive that Bloodette's cooking might have poisoned me. I am fine, and I know why your blood candies are so bland and flavorless. Saying that, I picked up the remaining 24 blood candies I had previously placed on the wooden table. They are too precious now that I know what they actually are. Why? Asked Bloodette eagerly. Because the blood you conjure as an ingredient is not just any blood. It is the condensed form of blood rule itself. Chapter 434. Blood Rule Pills. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1516. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate. Dungeon. Blood as a carrier. It carries both nutrition and waste in the organism's body. This nutrition carried by the blood adds flavor and sweetness to a being's blood. The sweetness of the blood stems from the sugar content in the nourishment carried by the blood. This nutrition in the blood is what gives it flavor. If the average blood is a carrier of nutrition and energy, the world rule, blood, itself is energy. Therefore it can do all that average blood can do and much more. Blood rule is pure energy with the concept and meaning of regular blood. Blood is a pure form of rule power, therefore, it is bland and flavorless. The blood conjured by Bloodette from thin air is no average blood. It is a condensed form of the blood rule. Therefore when she applied the technique that I taught her to create blood candies, there was no waste produced in the process. And also the reason why the end product tasted so darn tasteless and flavorless. But compared to the blood candies made by average blood, these blood candies had a lot of energy in them. If the blood candies I made can be considered sweet candies, then Bloodette's blood candies, a powerhouse of blood rule power, can be named the legendary blood rule pills. One has to know that conjuring condensed blood rule out of thin air is not something somebody with average proficiency in blood manipulation skills can achieve. Even if this cave dungeon can be considered the holy place for blood rule comprehension, conjuring blood rule power in physical form requires a high-level comprehension of blood rule and high-tier blood manipulation rune. Though Bloodette was only in the Overlord realm, she seemed to have very high proficiency in blood manipulation. Seeing how she is made entirely of condensed blood rule, I have no comments about her comprehension of blood rule. Soul energy and rule power are two different concepts. Soul energy is embodied in everything, and the higher the soul energy one has, the higher the realm they are. But rule power is the pure form of energy that makes up almost everything for the first Big Bang. Soul energy gives one the ability to ascend to a higher realm, whereas rule power gives one the authority to understand and control everything that makes the world. Rule power and soul energy are not related to one another. One dictates the card apprentice's authority over the world, and the other dictates the card apprentice's presence in the world. Two are not to be confused. Bloodette, as the oddity born from the world rule blood, has had very high authority over blood rule since her birth. As the darling of the blood rule, her sovereignty over blood rule is undeniable, but the same cannot be said for her presence in the world, aka her realm. This she can only gain through normal means with cultivation and time. Even as the spawn of the blood rule itself, she cannot skip this crucial part. But still, her origin gives her a lot of advantages compared to the others. With her overload realm and high-level blood rule, Bloodette could quickly subdue something like my blood ego elemental. Thinking back to the tournament finals, I cannot help but think how lucky I was to defeat Bloodette. If not for her resistance towards the influence of the world's will, adding debuffs to her power by a massive margin, I do not think I could have been able to defeat Bloodette. There is no problem with your technique. The fault is in the ingredient you used. It is not suitable to create sweet blood candies. The blood you conjure is a condensed blood rule. It is tasteless and flavorless, to begin with. So no matter how efficiently you apply the technique, you can only make tasteless blood candies with it. But it is not without merits, as the blood candies you created through the blood you conjured have a lot of blood rule power in them. One candy is enough for somebody to step into comprehension of blood rule effortlessly. What I am trying to say is the blood candy you made is very precious than mine. Heck, just the blood you conjured is priceless. I honestly explained what I deduced about the blood candy created by Bloodette. So what if it is precious and priceless when they taste so bad? I like your blood candies better. They are priceless. I can't have enough of them. Bloodette did not seem to care about the value of the blood candies she created. Instead, she seemed to think the blood candies I made with F-rank monster blood to be more precious and priceless. Hearing Bloodette, I finally realized how people must have felt when I would destroy the working prototypes of future tech that I invented just because they were not perfect and as efficient as I wanted them to be. I have to say that this feeling is not good. No wonder the management of the company hated my gut. Billions of dollars that were used to create that prototype went down in drains just because I was not satisfied with it. So the problem is not with me. This blood I create is bland. Being trapped in the dungeon, Bloodette survived by drinking the blood conjured using blood power. She had never tasted anything before, so she was fine with using the conjured blood to erase her hunger. But once she tasted the blood pudding provided by Courtney, Bloodette finally knew the concept of taste and texture, getting hooked to blood pudding and the sugar in it. Wyatt, what is this blood rule you are talking about? Courtney could not help but ask, hearing something she did not know. Has Clown Mask not taught you about Ego Gem and world rules? Clown Mask knew how to create Ego Gem, having watched her future self forge an Ego Gem in her future vision. But she chose not to forge in this timeline because of the risk of blowing up her cover. Yes, forging an Ego Gem and comprehending rules would significantly boost her strength, but it was not worth the risk. Because if she were found out, she would not be able to sabotage the rise of the supreme leader of the circle. I thought she would have at least taught Courtney the basic circulation method, but Clown Mask was through about her priorities. No, Master never spoke of Ego Gem or world rules. This is the first time I am hearing about them. I accessed the stored memories of Clown Mask and found that the Clown Mask seems to have chosen not to pass down anything about Ego Gem and world rule to her daughter because it was too much of a risk. According to her, the supreme leader had to be stopped no matter the cost. Chapter 435. Addict. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1524. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. So that's what the world and rules within it are. You can come in contact with them if you forge your Ego Gem following the steps I spoke of earlier. Since Courtney has been a good friend, I did not hesitate to introduce her to the Ego Gems in the world and the rules within it. Wow, is this the power you and Corey used to fight in the semifinals? It was so spectacular. I knew average cards cannot give one such power. Courtney exclaimed in enthusiasm, learning about Ego Gem, the world, and the rules within it. And then Early asked, can you teach me to forge my Ego Gem? Pretty please. Sure. For now, let me introduce you to the basic circulation method to refine your soul energy. This is a lengthy and tedious process once your soul energy reaches enough purity. I will teach you the rest. Unlike Anna, who began by teaching me to find my ethereal spirit first, I taught Courtney to refine her soul energy first. My reasons behind this were obvious. Once the ethereal spirit is found, it will ask to be fed with pure soul energy. If the purity of the soul energy is not high enough, the ethereal spirit will go on hunger strike. The repercussion of the ethereal spirit being hungry for long is very serious. Therefore I decided to teach Courtney about finding her ethereal spirit after she refines her soul energy to the required purity. But I thought you said finding the ethereal spirit comes first. Courtney couldn't help but ask in confusion. Yes, it is, but finding your ethereal spirit without soul energy with required purity has serious repercussions. Hence, I think it would be in your best interest to refine your soul energy to higher purity, and then you can find your ethereal spirit. I did not go into detail to explain to Courtney and asked her to trust in me. Which she did without hesitation, like the simpleton she is. Finding the ethereal spirit takes a lot of time. Therefore, others did not mind teaching their students first to find it. Having deduced how to create Viltronian core, I have a way for Courtney to find her ethereal spirit in no time, of course, with the help of my soul pupils. So I was not worried about Courtney wasting extra time on finding her ethereal spirit when I decided to teach her refining her soul energy first. That's all about the basic circulation method. Why don't you try it? Remember, do not force it. It will take you time to get proficient with the technique and get some results. Courtney doesn't have a soul energy manipulation cheat as I did, so it will take her a lot of time and practice for the method to show some results. Okay, I will get to it. Courtney sat in the lotus position and began practicing the basic circulation method, leaving Bloodette and me alone in the cave. Suck, slurp, slurp, suck. Bloodette was gulping down the blood candies one by one. Unlike the last time where she devoured the candy in one go, this time, she took her time to suck on each candy and enjoy the aftertaste. This way, she did not trigger her promise with Courtney. Hey, Bloodette, do you like the candies I made for you? I asked Bloodette a leading question, and it was obvious where I was planning to lead this conversation. Like them, I love them, I can't have enough of them. Bloodette answered without thinking. Is that so? Then why don't you make some more sweet blood candies? When talking to a child or stalking prey, one has to have enough patience. I would, but I do not have monster blood required to make the candies. Replied Bloodette dejectedly. I have some monster blood on me. How about this? I will give you monster blood in exchange for your blood rule pill. Does that sound good to you? I am not ashamed of what I am doing right now. Really, give it to me. Bloodette asked eagerly. Right now, Her face was no less desperate than that of addicts. Sweet, aren't you forgetting something? Your blood candies. I reminded Bloodette of her part of the deal. Here, Bloodette hurriedly created another set of 25 blood pills and handed them to me, and asked, now give me the monster blood. Here you go. Storing the 49 blood pills in my storage trunk card, I handed Bloodette the bottle of condensed monster blood I stored away earlier. It smells so good. No, focus. Blood candies are more taste. Bloodette barely managed to control herself from chugging the entire condensed monster blood. Instead, she used it as an ingredient to create blood candies. While turning the blood into blood candies, Bloodette managed to remove more waste from it despite it being refined earlier by my blood ego elemental, proving how high her blood manipulation skill was compared to blood swordsman. Bloodette could only produce 600 blood candies, whereas blood swordsman managed to make 1000 blood candies with the same amount of blood. Lesser quantity of blood candy in Bloodette's production was due to the extra waste she removed, making Bloodette's candies better in quality compared to blood swordsman's candies. *Glup unrestricted by Courtney's promise for the new batch of blood candies she created, Bloodette opened her mouth inhumanely wide and gulped down all 600 candies at once. I said nothing to Bloodette because this was good for me. The more Bloodeater cannot control her greed for the blood candies, the better for me. They weren't as sweet as the ones here. Having devoured all 600 blood candies, Bloodette complained. I see what is here. You refined the blood too much. In the processor refinement, it lost most of the sugar that makes the candy sweet and flavorful. Next time do not refine it so much, I advised Bloodette, having figured out the reason for losing the flavor and sweetness in the candy. Oh, I see. Do you have more monster blood? Understanding the fault, Bloodette asked if I had more monster blood. No, I answered truthfully as I had already been thrown the bait. What? Don't be stingy. I can give you more of my blood candies. So could you give me the monster blood? Yes, the fish has successfully taken the bait. I do not have any monster blood on me now. But if you require it, I can have someone get you more of the monster blood, maybe even of higher quality. But you know it will cost you. I patiently reeled in the fish. Yes, do that. I will give you as many of those tasteless blood pills you want. Bloodette exclaimed in agreement. A blood pill slave successfully acquired. Chapter 436. Equal exchange date the 28th of March 2321 time 1543 location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Stepping out of the Bloodette's cave dungeon for a minute, I contacted Van asking him to gather as much high-level monster blood he could possibly procure and get to my location ASAP. Did you get the monster blood? Bloodette enthusiastically asked, seeing me return inside the cave. No, it doesn't work that way. I have asked my friend to collect as much high-ranking monster blood as possible and bring it to this location. So considering the amount of blood and its rank, it will take him some time to get here. Until then, why don't you get down to making the blood pills? After all, I will be giving you a lot of high-ranking monster blood. I did not set how many blood pills Bloodette was supposed to give me because I was already guilty of using her ignorance, and I did not want to add more guilt to it by demanding a large number of blood pills from her. So I left it up to her how many blood pills she wanted to compensate me with in exchange for the high-ranking monster blood I provided her. Okay. Following my words, Bloodette began refining blood pills. This time around, she conjured a massive ball of blood big enough to fill half of the cave. And soon, she began refining it. Within a few minutes, she produced 3,000 blood pills. Here, is this enough? Handing me the 3,000 blood pills, Bloodette asked if they were enough or she should make some more. You don't know Bloodette, I asked my friend to gather a lot of high-ranking blood. Storing the 3,000 blood pills, I dragged my words waiting for Bloodette to reach a conclusion herself. Got it, I will make another batch of blood pills. It did not take long for motivated Bloodette to reach the conclusion I wanted her to reach. In return to refining another batch of blood pills. If you want to, I shamelessly let Bloodette refine another batch of pills. I had to be shameless as it was either this or begging Anna or Luna for an advancement on my pay for their order. I planned to go to war with the Circle Sun Blossom branch. My confidence in winning against a local titan like Circle in its home ground came from the fact that I could upgrade all my Calamity Daughter cores to Calamity Daughter Gem. But just having the Calamity Gem doesn't mean they will suddenly become powerful. No matter how high the synchronization rate of my Calamity Daughter Gem is, it will still take time to comprehend rules and form runes. To solve this problem of my Calamity Daughter gems and have them gain enormous strength in less time, I plan to equip them all with broken runes using the additional effects of the Calamity Daughter gem. But I did not have the required number of broken gems with me yet. Earlier I planned to get the necessary number of broken runes from Anna or Luna, but having seen the capabilities of the blood rule pill created by Bloodette, I plan to have my Calamity Daughter gem comprehend the blood rule and forge their respective blood rune with the help of the blood rule pill. With the high synchronization rate of my Calamity Daughter gem and the miraculous blood rule pills created by Bloodette, I was 100% sure that my Calamity Daughter gems could comprehend blood rule to a higher level and create high-tier blood runes based on their comprehension of blood rule. Considering how I have 3,000 blood pills with me now and another 3,000 are soon to be produced, I planned on feeding the Calamity Daughter gems until each of them forges a high-tier blood rune. Snuff snuff. Just when I was planning my war with the circle, I smelled a pungent smell fill the air. As I turned to find the source of the scent, I found Courtney with her clothes soiled in black waste. WFT, I cursed, seeing Courtney, who opened her eyes, smelling the pungent scent off of her. I understood how Anna must have felt when I successfully mastered the basic circulation method in 5 minutes. Here, is this enough? Bloodette handed me another batch of 3,000 blood pills and asked if she should continue refining pills. What's going on here? Courtney, who had just refined her soul energy for the first time, looked at me with suspicious eyes. Yes, this is enough. I hurriedly stored the 3,000 blood pills in my storage trunk cards and indicated to Bloodette that she could stop refining pills as the amount she delivered was enough. Good, when is your friend going to come with the monster blood? Bloodette asked eagerly. Since she had completed her part of the deal, Bloodette's eagerness grew by another level. Soon, when he arrives, you will be the first one to know. Literally, Bloodette will be the first one to know if Van arrived at this location because she controlled the dungeon gate. I asked, what is happening here? Courtney was very protective of Bloodette than I had thought. Wyatt said that his friend will get me a lot of high-ranking monster blood in exchange for my tasteless blood pills. Isn't this great? Bloodette enthusiastically reported the deal between her and me to Courtney, who narrowed her brows upon hearing the unfair agreement. Courtney, before you say anything, I am not taking advantage of Bloodette. I do not plan to sell these blood pills. They are for my personal use. Except for the core members of my guild, I do not intend to give or sell these pills to anybody. You have to trust me. Having been caught by Courtney red-handed taking advantage of Bloodette's ignorance of the material world, I felt ashamed and guilty. After all, I consider Bloodette a friend. And friends do not take advantage of their friends. I wronged and betrayed Bloodette on so many levels. Wyatt, I am not the one you should be explaining yourself to. You know what you did and how to make it right. Courtney asserted. Bloodette, I knowingly took advantage of Bloodette's innocence. Because of that I think myself unworthy of Bloodette's friendship. Therefore I plan to apologize and return the blood pills to Bloodette. But was interrupted by Bloodette. Wyatt, you do not have to apologize. I knew what I was doing when I made the agreement with you. And Courtney, I am not stupid. I read the books you brought me. I know about materialism among you humans. Wyatt is not at fault here. He already informed me of the values of blood pills I made earlier. Despite knowing how much you humans value the blood pills, I chose to enter an agreement with Wyatt because the refining method he taught to me and the high-ranking monster blood he plans to exchange with blood pills are more precious in my eyes. So nobody is wrong here. If anything, you owe Wyatt an apology for judging him too fast. I was dumbfounded hearing Bloodette. Not just me, Courtney too. But realizing she spoke out of terms, she gave a straightforward apology. Chapter 437. Courtney's cheat date the 28th of March 2321 time 1601 location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. No need to apologize, Courtney. You were just looking out for your friend. But you better take a shower or something before this whole cave starts to sting like you. Having refined her soul energy for the first time, Courtney's body emitted a lot of black waste through her skin pores. Because of this, she smelled a lot. Debt Possession Water Boa Skill, Purify. Heeding my advice, Courtney activated her origin card, Tome of Contracts, to borrow the Purify skill of AB rank monster Water Boa. Your origin card is very handy. Got to say the combination of Courtney's origin card and her physique make a sweet ability. She doesn't need active skill cards as her ability allows her to borrow skills from monsters that made contracts with her. Right, Thanks to this, I was able to master the basic circulation technique faster than I expected. Courtney was satisfied with her origin card. Apparently it seems to be the reason behind her mastering the technique in under half an hour when it would take other card apprentice days or weeks. How so? I asked, unable to understand how Courtney's origin card could help her master the basic circulation technique in under half an hour. After trying the basic circulation method, I realized that trick to refining the soul energy laid in the precise control of soul energy inside me. After uncovering that rest was a piece of cake as I used my origin card to borrow Bloodette's soul energy manipulation skill to help me master the technique, Courtney explained how she had mastered the basic circulation technique in under half an hour using her origin card. What Bloodette has soul energy manipulation skill? I asked in surprise as soul energy manipulation skill is an overpowered ability. For someone as heavens defying as Bloodette to possess something like that was just overkill. My soul energy manipulation is a passive ability limited only to my body. I cannot manipulate soul energy outside my body. Thanks to his skill, I can maintain this humanoid form. Otherwise, I would be in the form of a blood blob. Turns out that Bloodette's soul manipulation skill is not overpowered as the one I have. Her skill, at best, allows her to control the soul energy in her body and nothing more. But thanks to that, she could form a humanoid form by manipulating the soul energy that gave shape to the condensed blood rule. Despite its limitations, that skill is a perfect cheat for the basic circulation method. With this skill, I should be able to refine my soul energy to the required purity within 2 or 3 weeks. If my realm were higher, I could have achieved it faster. Courtney, despite having the apparent advantage that others practicing the basic circulation method did not have, did not seem to be satisfied. Instead, she sighed in dismay because she could not use the skill to its fullest due to her low realm. Don't get me wrong, I am grateful to use this skill as a cheat, but I wanted to form my ego gem as soon as possible and feel the world and the rules in it. I can't wait to feel the power you and Corey displayed in the tournament. Courtney explained how the wait for gaining new power had left her restless. Don't worry, I have a solution for that. Bloodette seemed to have thought of a way to help Courtney. How do you plan to help me? Courtney asked skeptically. Having been friends with Bloodette for a long time, she knows her friend is not quite dependable. Trust me, I can help, just do not resist. Blood possession. Without giving much explanation as to what she was up to, Bloodette turned into a blob of blood and swallowed Courtney. The blob of blood having swallowed Courtney started to shrink. Pretty soon, the Courtney who had been swallowed began to become visible as the blood of the blood blob was gushing into Courtney through her holes of eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. After a disgusting 15 seconds of the display, the blood blob had moved entirely into Courtney's body, and many visible physical changes had occurred to Courtney's body as her pale white skin had turned red and the sclera of her eyes had turned black while her pupils had turned blood red. Hello, Wyatt, it's me, Bloodette. The newly morphed Courtney spoke with Bloodette's voice creeping the hell out of me. Hi, Bloodette, what happened to Courtney? Forcing my mind not to reach the obvious conclusion one would get by seeing what Bloodette did to Courtney, I greeted Bloodette back and asked about Courtney. Hopefully, she is fine. Courtney is no more. I ate her. Bloodette replied suspiciously. Don't kid around, Bloodette. I know that the Soul Pact card will not allow you to harm Courtney. I did not fall prey to Bloodette's prank as I knew it was impossible for her to harm Courtney. Not because of the relationship between them but because of the contract between them. As long as that exists, the world will never allow Bloodette to harm Courtney. I told you he is too smart for such silly pranks. This time the red-skinned Courtney spoke in her original voice, helping me understand that both the consciousness of Courtney and Bloodette are awake and present in one body thanks to Bloodette's possession skill. What next, Bloodette? There should be a reason you possessed Courtney. I questioned Bloodette about her plan. Now I superimpose my soul energy manipulation skill with the skill Courtney copied from me and help her refine her soul energy. My skill is of Overlord rank, R rank, and Courtney's skill is of the Card Soldier realm, D rank. Together, we can refine Courtney's soul energy to the required purity in no time. Now let's get to work. Bloodette explained how she would use her high-ranking soul energy manipulation skill to help Courtney refine her soul energy. Done with the explanation, the red-skinned Courtney sat in the lotus position and began operating the basic circulation method. Chapter 438. Blood date the 28th of March 2321 time 1614 location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Hey, Bloodette, can I use the cave to comprehend the world rule, blood? Seeing that Courtney and Bloodette would be busy refining the soul energy using the basic circulation method with the help of their cheat skill, soul energy manipulation, I decided to make use of this time to comprehend the blood rule and help my ego elemental blood swordsman heal its rune. Sure, go ahead, make yourself at home. Red-skinned Courtney, who sat in the lotus position to practice basic circulation method, answered in Bloodette's voice. Thank you. Thanking Bloodette, I did not waste time and summoned Blood Swordsman. Summon Blood Swordsman. Blood Swordsman is an ego elemental whose rune is forged using the world rule, blood. Its original owner developed this rune after gaining enlightenment in sword art and blood rule. Using the new knowledge in the sword art and his high-tier blood rule, he created the blood sword rune. And using this rune, the original owner acquired the title Blood Swordsman. After his death, the rune broke, and its spirit took the shape of its owner and the title Blood Swordsman. This rune is very powerful, and the proof of that is its owner was able to acquire a title using it. But as a broken rune, most of its power has been lost, only a few basic skills and memories remain intact. Therefore Blood Sword rune is unable to display its true strength. Now that I got the chance to bring the Blood Sword rune back to its glory, I did not hesitate to do so. After all, the stronger it was, the safer I was. Usually, healing a broken rune means reforging the entire broken rune using the rule power of the new owner and in the image of his comprehension of the rule. But this also meant that the old rune was no longer there. Reforging is a very tedious and expensive method. The amount of resources spent to reforge a broken rune, or an existing low-level rune, one can forge a new rune instead. Therefore not many card apprentices chose to do this, as it would be better to forge a new rune. But there are a few card apprentices who, in search of quick power, end up placing a broken rune in their ego gem. But once they reach a higher realm, these broken runes become redundant. Yet they will continue to feed like a parasite in their ego gem. Having realized the cost of using broken runes, many card apprentices chose to rectify their past mistakes by reforging the broken rune and its spirit in their image. This way, the toll of the parasitic nature of the broken rune can be negated. Since the Blood Swordsman is also a broken rune, I would also have to follow the reforged path like the other card apprentices if not for my Calamity Soul Gem and Calamity Daughter Gem. The broken rune Blood Sword has its personal ego gem, a Calamity Daughter Gem, which the broken rune spirit can use to connect with the world and comprehend the world rune, blood. And using the blood rule it has comprehended, it can heal itself. This way, I will not have to kill the spirit of the broken rune, meaning the enlightenment of its original owner will still be intact. As the spirit of the broken rune heals itself, it can regain its former glory, and the enlightenment of its original owner will relive as an ego elemental blood swordsman and can genuinely showcase the strength of the blood sword rune. If all my ego elemental's broken runes are able to heal themselves to their former strength, then my strength would rise by another fold. Unfortunately, the chances of me finding or getting a chance to visit a holy place of specific rules to comprehend a rule and heal broken runes like today are near zero. The ego elementals can still use their Calamity Daughter Gem to comprehend their respective rules. But the synchronization rate of the Calamity Gem will drop by a lot to the level of average grade talent. Basically, those who have my ego gem will get a synchronization rate of a good grade talent or excellent grade talent depending upon the original synchronization talent of the host of the Calamity Gem. Meaning if the original talent of the host is average talent, then the Calamity Gem will promote his synchronization talent to excellent talent. If the original talent of the host is poor talent, then the Calamity Gem will promote his talent to the level of good grade talent. For example, Van's original synchronization talent was poor grade talent. With that grade of talent, he should forget about forging runes or comprehending rules to a high level. Fortunately for him, he is my subordinate and has a Calamity Daughter Gem which boosted his synchronization talent to good grade talent. Calamity's Daughter Gem is powerful but is not omnipotent. It also has limits to how much of a boost it can give. Similarly, broken runes have no ability to connect to the world, let alone a synchronization rate. It's already a miracle that the Calamity Daughter Gem has given it an average grade synchronization talent. The synchronization talent of the broken rune is not set to average grade talent, but that is the highest it can get. If the broken rune is heavily damaged, then the highest synchronization talent it can get is poor grade talent. Therefore I could kiss the dream of me forming an army of ego elements who have healed their broken runes goodbye. It's not impossible, but it will require a lot of time. Even with an average grade synchronization talent, it will take the broken runes nearly 1 to 2 years at the minimum to heal themselves to their former glory. If not for me finding this cave, I never planned to have Blood Swordsman heal itself. On another thought, though, I can't form an army of ego elementals who have healed their broken runes due to lack of synchronization talent and resources. Still, I could create an army of blood ego elementals with complete runes. Yes, that was quite possible. With this blood cave, I could achieve that, and if Budette cooperates by creating more of her blood pills, then I can have an army of blood ego elements a lot faster. But this would mean I would have to gather a lot of broken runes of blood rule. That is tricky. With Anna as my only source of acquiring broken runes, it gets trickier. I do not think the blood rule and runes are popular. I have heard that after the incident with Demigod Redfall, the card apprentices have become wary of blood rules and runes. The story of Demigod Redfall secretly cultivating humans as blood slaves to make a breakthrough in his realm had sent a chill in the spine of many vile and good men that have heard this story. Come to think of it, Sarah is Demigod Redfall's last successor. Will she also have an affinity to blood rule as he did? It would be interesting to see if that's the case. Having ordered Blood Swordsman to comprehend blood rule and heal itself, I also sat down in a lotus position and closed my eyes to enter the one with the world state to connect with the world. This is the second time I will be connecting with the world after my first try at the Card Stadium VIP box. My first experience with the world was not that memorable as it lasted for a short time. In the short time that I spent in the one with the world state, I spent most of it floating in the embrace of various energies, which apparently turned out to be the rules within the world that showed preferential treatment to me based on my synchronization talent grade. Being the second time entering the one with the world state, I was looking forward to exploring more about the world and its various rules. My previous experience, if not for my vigilance, could have been much pleasant and informative. Due to my subconscious caution as a first-timer, I could not explore much. But this time, too, I cannot allow myself to get lost in the world and its supernatural wonders as I had the rule to comprehend. Not just comprehend but to achieve high comprehension in blood rule. As higher the level of the blood rule I comprehend, I could use it to forge a higher tier of rune. Setting my priorities straight, I entered the one with the world state with a firm will to not be lost in the vastness of the world and its rules. Due to my astonishingly high synchronization rate, it was easier said than done. Because of my near-perfect grade talent, I was able to enjoy the highest level of immersion with the world and the rules within it. Which meant I would comprehend rules faster than anyone else, but I had my problems, and they were very different from other card apprentices. Others had to find a rule with affinity to them, but for me, I had to choose out of hundreds of rules lining up to be comprehended by me. Thankfully I have a basic comprehension of blood rule, which will be my guide to blood rule. Chapter 439. World Rule Bifurcation. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1623. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. As I entered the one with the world state, the vastness of the world and its boundless will greeted me. I do not know how strong my willpower has to grow to resist the domination of the limitless will of the world. Bloodette achieved it, so I know that it is not impossible. I will get there in time. Ignoring the overwhelming feeling that I got after entering the vast and boundless world, I focused on the rules that started to surround me. Thankfully I did not need to waste time on picking a rule as I already had a rule in my mind. I accessed my basic mastery of the blood rule to track the specific rule. Following the directions pointed by my basic mastery of the blood rule, I moved my consciousness in the river of energy formed by the countless streams of various rules. It was hard to identify which stream of energy belonged to which rule. Having a trustable guide as the blood rule mastery helped, and soon, my consciousness reached a broad stream of rule. This stream was fatter than other streams. It basically occupied half of the river formed by the gathering of the rule streams. Feeling its presence, I knew this was the stream of blood rule. Finding this stream and comparing it to the other streams proved my theory that the location where a card apprentice enters one with the world state affects their access to the rules within the world. It may not be a massive discovery for the veteran card apprentices, but for me, it was something noticeworthy. Now I know that my Calamity Daughter gems will get the maximum benefit of the blood pills to comprehend blood rule if they were to enter the one with the world state in the Blood Rock Cave. This way will be more productive for them rather than asking them to do it at their convenience. It seems I will have to request more favors. From Bloodette, I know this is shameless on my part, but hey, what are friends for? I no longer hesitated, and my consciousness dove right into the fat stream of blood rule. Having embraced the blood rule, I felt a faint connection with the blood rule. This faint connection between me and the blood rule stemmed from my basic mastery of blood rule. Having devoted myself to the blood rule, I started to explore it, understand it, and discover what was hidden from me. For the current me, the blood rule was a vast mystery that I needed to solve one layer after another. The more I uncovered the mystery of blood rule, the more I formed an understanding of the blood. This understanding of mine strengthened the connection between the blood rule and me that I felt earlier. I could feel this connection growing with my understanding of the blood rule. As the connection grew, there came the point when I heard a notification from my grimoire: your comprehension of blood rule has advanced from basic mastery to intermediate mastery. Hearing this notification, I knew that whatever I was doing was working, and I was heading down the right path. As I was about to continue my exploration into world rule, from the sudden interaction of the grimoire, I realized that I had forgotten something important being immersed in the newfound knowledge. I had forgotten about my slave consciousness. They are part of my mutated soul and calamity soul gem. So when I enter the one with the world state, they enter the one with the world state with me. Overwhelmed by the boundless mystic in front of me, I forgot about them. Thanks to the grimoire notification, I did not waste time comprehending world rules with a single consciousness. As with 4 consciousness, I could have achieved intermediate mastery of blood rule a lot sooner. Now that I know the mistake I made, I no longer wasted time and summoned my 3 slave consciousnesses. And with the help of my slave consciousness, peeling into the mysteries of the blood rule became much faster. With my current speed of exploration of the blood rule, I am pretty sure I will soon be hearing another grimoire notification of my advance in blood rule comprehension. The deeper I dived into the blood rule, I started to see the blood rule split into various shades of blood. As I and my slave unconsciousness approached that territory, I suddenly heard another notification from my grimoire: your comprehension of blood rule has advanced from intermediate mastery to advanced mastery. Achieving the blood rule advanced mastery, you have met the blood rule bifurcation point. Please choose one meaning of the blood rule to continue your comprehension of the blood rule. Caution: once you choose a meaning of the specific rule, there is no turning back until you gain complete mastery over that meaning. Notice: due to the host's mutated soul, the host can choose different meanings for each of his consciousness. Recommended: the host is advised to choose the same meaning for each of his consciousness to avoid complications. Having read the notification, I realized that after advancing to advanced mastery, the blood rule was no longer a singularity. Instead, it branched out into millions of different meanings. Each of these meanings of the blood is represented by a different shade of the blood rule. This point in the comprehension of the rules is called the bifurcation point. Arriving at this point means the card apprentice has achieved advanced mastery in the specific rule. Right now, I was at the crossroads of comprehending the blood rule. I had to choose from millions of paths in front of me. Without picking, I cannot go ahead even if I have multiple consciousnesses. According to the notification, I can only choose one meaning of the blood rule, and this choice is permanent until I gain a complete comprehension of the meaning I decided on. But thanks to my mutated soul, I could choose different meanings for each of my consciousness, but the notification also advised me not to do so. Therefore I decided against choosing more than one meaning. Because with my synchronization rate, the blood rock cave, and my slave consciousness, I was confident that I could comprehend one meaning to completion. This way, I would save a lot of time by not dividing my workforce into different places. With this, my choice was evident and self-warranted. It's not as if choosing 4 meanings from a million meanings would make things any better. Choosing one from a million meanings was a problem in itself. I could not decide which to choose. I know they say there are no waste rules but waste people. We all can agree that some rules are handier than others. And that's what my problem is right now. The blood rule is known for its infinite regeneration and infinite stamina. Blood rule is famous for being able to steal the essence of blood from other creatures and help in the recovery of its wielder. Though the method to achieve this wondrous feat is questionable, it is still a very powerful rule. And because of this nature of the blood rule, many card apprentices with questionable morals long to comprehend blood rule. Blood rule has many other outrageous meanings, like the possession skill that Bloodette displayed. A card apprentice can use their blood to shed his body and possess another body by devouring the original owner of the body. This way, the card apprentice will not only gain the body of his victim but also the memoirs and life essence of their victim. An exciting ability, giving a card apprentice an ability to live infinitely. Another outrageous meaning of blood rule is the one that the demigod Redfall comprehended, which allowed him to use the blood from powerful card apprentices to increase his active soul control percentage. That meaning was so outrageous that it even allowed a demigod to make a breakthrough, though the resources required were massive. I also heard that demigod Redfall had comprehended a second meaning of the blood rule, which allowed him to charm anybody by feeding them his blood. It is said that this is how he was able to form an endless army of lovers and followers with blind faith and trust in him. And then there are other handy meanings like the one that allows the card apprentice to read the creature's memory through their blood, be it living or dead. Not to mention the handier and most common meaning of blood that allows the card apprentice in recovering health, stamina, and soul power. All of these are attractive meanings, but they all are totally useless to me, the owner of the Calamity Soul Gem. Due to the soul energy manipulation ability of the Calamity Gem, I didn't have to worry about recovering health, stamina, and soul power. Chapter 440. Possibilities. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1712. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Be it shedding physical body to possess others or charming others into doing your bidding, or using other creatures as manure for a breakthrough in the realm, all these meanings of blood rule, which are very fancy and desirable for others, are not worth my time. I can move my Calamity Soul Gem into the body of any card apprentice within the gold rank and possess their body. This way, not only can I make their body mine, but I can make their strength, memories, and lifespan mine. Better yet, I can even enhance the body that I possess into a Viltronian physique using the traits of the Calamity Soul Gem. Another way to do the same is in the event of crises, I can turn my Calamity Daughter Gem into a Calamity Soul Gem using Hive AI. That is, I could shed my current body and possess my Calamity Daughter core. So the blood possession meaning of the blood rule had no use for me. With the help of the Calamity Daughter Gem, I could turn a card apprentice within the gold rank into my slave within seconds. Not only turn them into my slave, but I could give them an extraordinary Viltronian physique and a Calamity Ego Gem. Therefore the blood charm or blood enslavement meanings of the blood rule also failed to impress me. The dungeon Calamity Seed can use the creatures it enslaved as manure to satisfy its hunger or even make a breakthrough in its realm. Similar that function was available to my Calamity Soul Gem, so I could also extract soul energy essence from my Calamity Daughter Gems to help in recovering soul energy, stamina, health, or to make a breakthrough in my realm if necessary. Hence making the meaning of the blood rule, which uses the blood of other creatures to recover soul energy, stamina, health, or to make a breakthrough in the realm, useless for the current me. Even minor meanings of blood rule such as gaining memories of living or dead through their blood or blood berserker who gains temporary blood enhancement with every enemy he kills in battle, both of these meaning were useless to me because I had unlimited access to the memories of Calamity Daughter Gems and I had the monstrous Viltronian physique. In the end, any meaning of blood rule considered as attractive by other card apprentices was not something worth wasting my time trying to comprehend as my Calamity Soul Gem had better alternatives. This is the reason I was stuck at the blood rule bifurcation point after advancing to advanced blood rule mastery. Right now, I was trying to discern the different shades of blood rule, trying to gain a glimpse of what meaning they represented, but that yielded zero results as I could not tell which shade of blood belonged to which meaning of the blood rule. I did not want to choose a meaning with the ability which my Calamity Soul Gem could already achieve. This would be a total waste of time and opportunity. This is a big deal because once I choose one meaning over other meanings, I have to see it through completion. And if it is a meaning that is useless to me, then I would not want to spend my time trying to comprehend that meaning of blood rule to completion when I can use the same amount of time and work to comprehend other rules. This meant that I would be giving up on the blood rule completely. Therefore, I did not choose the meaning of blood rule hastily. Right now, I was thinking of finding a loophole to this predicament I was in. I had zero knowledge of rules, and if not for the basic mastery of blood rule I gained suddenly, I would never have been able to discern blood rule from other rules. My lack of knowledge of rules is also the reason for my current predicament. Though Anna taught me how to form an ego gem, she forgot to teach me the basics about rules and how to comprehend them. Right now, I needed a guide to help choose the correct meaning of the blood rule for me, just like my basic mastery of the blood rule, which guided me to the blood rule. Having thought of that, I let go of all my worries and concentrated my thoughts on myself. I did this to check which shade of blood I felt most connected to or drawn to. I did not know any other way to make this choice, so I let my gut feeling help me choose the one which felt the correct meaning for the current me. And I was right to do so, because that is when I felt the different parts of my Calamity Soul Gem pointing me to the various shades of blood rule. Finally, I knew where to begin. Without hesitation, I started to check the leads I had just received. Turns out the Dungeon Calamity Seed, Viltronian Physique, Soul Pull, Mutated Soul, Soul Pupils, each of these which were the part of my Calamity Soul Gem, were pointing me to a different meaning of blood rule that was compatible with them. From millions of shades to choose from, the numbers of meanings of blood rule to choose from decreased to 789. I could still sort out and cut down the number to a more manageable number. I could achieve this by gauging how strong the connection of the shades of blood rule had with the parts that directed me to them. Not all shades had the highest degree of affinity with my Calamity Soul Gem. This helped me weed out most shades of blood rule with anything less than excellent affinity. In the end, I had managed to round up to 25 meanings compatible with the current powers I possessed. Though still, I did not know which 25 meanings of blood rule these 25 shades of blood rule individually represented. But scrutinizing the parts that pointed me to these meanings of blood rule, I could vaguely tell what these meanings could be. The Soul Pupil directed me to 3 shades of blood rule. The 3 meanings pointed out by Soul Pupils should be related to I-type abilities. The Soul Energy Manipulation skill of Soul Pulls led me to 13 shades of blood rule. The 13 meanings pointed out by the Soul Energy Manipulation skill should be related to various forms of manipulation of blood rule. Possibly in the route of recovery of health, stamina, soul energy, etc., by manipulating different essences of the blood. Viltronian Physique pointed me to 5 shades of blood rule. It was evident that the Viltronian Physique directed me to meanings of blood rule related to different types of blood physique enhancement. Mutated Soul directed me to 2 shades of blood rule. And now, this one was tricky, as I did not know how the blood and soul of a person could be related. But I remember one of the abilities of the blood rule, which allows a card apprentice to rebirth in their progeny with a high degree of bloodline purity. Using this meaning, a card apprentice can hide a part of their soul in their blood, creating a bloodline that can be passed down to their progeny, and in case the said card apprentice dies, they can achieve rebirth by possessing the body of their child, grandchild or great-grandchild with a high degree of bloodline purity. I guess one of the 2 shades pointed out by my mutated soul should be this meaning. As for the other, I had no idea, but after comparing it to the meaning earlier, I think this also has weird abilities related to soul and resurrection in terms of blood, which did not impress me. Lastly, the Dungeon Calamity Seed part of the Calamity Soul Gem led me to 2 shades of blood rule. Actually, Dungeon Calamity Seed pointed me to like 500 plus shades of blood rule, but I discarded all of them and settled on the best 2. I did not have to be a genius to guess the meanings pointed out to me by Dungeon Calamity mostly were related to blood enslavement, charm, devour, puppet, cauldron, etc. After discerning all the possibilities, I realized something I had not considered earlier and had 2 options to decide on. That is whether I should choose from the 789 shades of blood rule pointed to me by my skills, or choose out of these 789 shades of blood rule. As the shades of blood rule pointed out by my skills will definitely have meanings with abilities I already have and will only act in helping me enhance the power I already possess. By choosing out of these 789 shades, I could possibly comprehend a new ability, but who is to say the unique meaning I comprehend will be handier than enhancing the capabilities I already have? Chapter 441, 3rd form, date the 28th of March 2321, time 1721, location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. When faced with choosing between comprehensive a new ability or enhancing an existing ability, I did not hesitate to choose to improve the ability that I already possess. Because learning an unknown new ability was too much of a gamble. What if the ability I gain is not compatible with my current skills? What if that ability is what I did not want? What if that ability had too many restrictions? There are one too many ifs and buts to choosing a new ability over empowering the ability that I already know about. I am not the one to shy away from risks, but choosing my first meaning of rule decides the entire direction of the blood rule I will be comprehending now and in the future. And if I were to end up comprehending a meaning with too many restrictions or a meaning which is useless to me, then it is equal to abandoning the blood rule altogether. Therefore I was not willing to take the risk at this point, and choose to stick with the safest option. Even if the path of blood rule is abandoned, I still had other ways to use blood rule, for example, broken runes. With the ability of my Calamity Soul Gem, I did not have the same restriction that other card apprentices are faced with when using the broken runes. Not only that, I could heal the broken runes to completion using my Calamity Daughter gems. So I was not hopeless if I somehow ended up abandoning the blood rule or any rule for that matter. But using broken runes was not as natural as using the self-comprehended runes. Therefore I did not want to risk abandoning the entire blood rule just based on the chance of me gaining a new helpful ability. This was the reason why most of the card apprentices, even though they have forged an ego gem, have huge gaps in their strength. Some card apprentices are lucky, and the first rule they comprehend gives a massive boost to their capabilities. In contrast, some end up comprehending something which doesn't suit their fighting style or something that cannot be used in combat. Just take Anna and Luna, for example. Both of them are card emperors, but when it comes to personal prowess, Anna will easily outshine Luna in terms of strength and combat. Clearly, Anna's rules and runes are focused on battle and warfare, while Luna's rules and runes are based on support and control type. But both of them were very lucky as the rules and runes each of them comprehended all seemed to align with their passion, making them top in their respective field. Therefore, instead of being a daredevil and risking it, I decided to be cautious and chose to improve my current ability over risking it all in a gamble. Having whittled down to the number of shades of blood rule to choose from to 25 shades, I proceeded to shorten the number further by scrutinizing the abilities that lead to these shades of blood rule. Upon doing so, I immediately discarded the 5 shades pointed by Viltronian physique as I was not looking for enhancement type ability. I think for a card apprentice, I had a monstrous strength which would do for now. Next, I discarded the 13 shades pointed out by the soul energy manipulation skill I acquired from Soul Poles. Because I had a hunch that 13 shades of blood rule pointed by this skill were all related to manipulation, recovery, or enhancement type. And I was confident that one of the shades definitely belonged to the blood manipulation meaning of the blood rule. That meaning was overpowered, but I had blood swordsman for that. And for now, that will do. And then the 2 shades of blood rule pointed to me by my mutated soul. I chose to discard them because I was sure that one of 2 meanings was bloodline resurrection, a very vile meaning that I do not want to be associated with. Therefore I could not risk choosing between these 2 shades of blood rule. Lastly, I discarded the 3 shades pointed out to me by my soul pupils because soul pupils were my most coveted ability, but I know many eye-related meanings of blood rule, and none of them were worth comprehending. One of the blood pupil related meanings I heard of is that a blood pupil will increase the victim's blood pressure in an instant and burst their eyeballs, heart, head, etc. Or another ability is to reverse the blood flow in the victim's body. These abilities are deadly and all but failed to impress me, leaving me with 2 shades pointed out by the Dungeon Calamity Seed. If I looked at all the 500 plus shades pointed by the Dungeon Calamity Seed skills, I could say they all are somehow related to the enslavement type meaning of blood rule. But still, my final choice landed on this was because I felt that if I were to comprehend one of these meanings to completion, I would be able to meet the conditions required to unlock the 3rd form of the Calamity Soul Gem's transformation ability. Dungeon Calamity Seed's transformation ability is one of its most attractive skills. The Calamity Soul Gem has inherited this skill from the Dungeon Calamity Seed and gave me the ability to transform. Until now, I had unlocked the base form, the 1st form, and the 2nd form. The base form, the Calamity Soul Gem from which made my should immortal by encasing it in the shell of the Dungeon Calamity Seed. The 1st form, the Mutant Viltronian, which gave me the enhanced physique of a Mutant Viltronian. The 2nd form, the Kaiju form, gave me the ability to transform into a Viltronian Titan. I had yet to satisfy the conditions to unlock the 3rd form, and after a long time today, I was finally able to uncover a clue that would help me open the 3rd form of the transformation skill of my Calamity Soul Gem. Chapter 442. No choice. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1733. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Having finally found a hint to unlock the 3rd form of the Calamity Soul Gem, I had to risk it and choose one of the 2 shades of blood rule pointed by the Dungeon Calamity Seed skills in my Calamity Soul Gem. This is worth it instead of risking it all by choosing a random shade, hoping for the best outcome. I did not feel reluctant about discarding the shades of blood rule pointed out by the Vitalronian physique, mutated soul, soul pupils, and soul poles. Because comprehending those meanings did not guarantee that I would enhance my strength. Whereas comprehending one of the two meanings pointed out by the Dungeon Calamity Seed gave me a 50-50 chance that I could upgrade my power to a whole new level. So my choice was obvious to select between the two shades of blood rule that were indicated by the Dungeon Calamity Seed. This did not mean that my work had become more accessible. Instead, I was going bonkers on which shade to choose between the two. But one thing was sure, whichever meaning I ended up choosing, both of them had a high level of affinity with me and were highly compatible with my Calamity Soul Gem. I tried to focus more on the two shades of blood rule to see which skill of the Dungeon Calamity Seed reacted to the two shades. And if I were able to figure out which shade the transformation skill of the Dungeon Calamity Seed is responding to, I could successfully choose the shade that would help unlock the third form of my transformation skill. But no matter how hard I focused, I could not discern any difference and finally had to give due to time constraints. Now that I knew that I could no longer whittle down the two shades of blood rule, I did not waste time choosing, and along with my 3-salve consciousness, I jumped to the one I felt like maybe it was it. Having chosen one of the shades of the blood rule, I started to comprehend the meaning of the blood rule represented by the shade that I chose without hesitation. While I headed deep into the meaning of the blood rule, I had an ear out waiting to hear the grimoire notification stating that I had met the conditions to unlock the third form of transformation skill of Calamity Soul Gem. And finally, the long-awaited report of the grimoire sounded: host has crossed the rule bifurcation point and has stepped into meaning of the blood rule. Note: please deepen your compression of the meaning of the blood rule to see the name of the meaning you have chosen to walk. The long-awaited grimoire notification had come, but it did not bring the news I was eagerly waiting for. Instead, it pointed out that my comprehension of the meaning I had selected was insufficient, and could not even know the name of the meaning I had chosen. Seeing the notification I was waiting for did not arrive, I was not disappointed, as I thought my comprehension of the meaning of the blood rule was not enough to meet unlock conditions of the third form of the Calamity Soul Gem's transformation skill. Therefore, after reading the notification, I cleared my mind of other worries that I could not control, my slave consciousness, and I started to uncover the mysteries of the mystic in front of me. As the comprehension of the meaning I had selected increased, I started to realize that the meaning of the blood rule I had chosen was not related to the transformation skill that I wanted to enhance. Knowing this, I was disheartened but did not stop my comprehension of the meaning of the blood rule, as it was too early for me to give up. I still did not know what this meaning was named, so I had to comprehend this meaning until I knew what this meaning actually was. Then, depending upon whether this rule is of any use, I would decide whether to continue the compression into this meaning or not. My expectation of this meaning of the blood rule was not much. As long as it was handy or enhanced one of my skills, I would be satisfied with it, because I did not want to abandon the blood rule until or unless I had no other option. It would be laughable if I abandoned the blood rule despite my high synchronization talent grade, Blood Rock Cave, the holy place of blood rule, and the additional help from the 3-slave consciousness. Other than hurting my pride, the most important thing was that if I gave up here, then the clue I got for unlocking the third form of the transformation skill of my Calamity Soul Gem would become useless. Hence I had no choice but to see this meaning the blood rule to competition so that I could comprehend the other shade of blood rule pointed out by the Dungeon Calamity Seed to unlock the third form of my transformation skill. Therefore I did not give up on comprehension of the meaning of the blood rule. I diligently, along with my 3-slave consciousness, started to peel the layers of the blood rule meaning one by one. The further I went, the more I felt connected to the blood rule. It was as if I was becoming a part of the blood rule, or it was becoming a part of me. Either way, I was connected to it, and it was connected to me, and the connection between us grew stronger and stronger. As the connection deepened, I finally realized which skill responded to this meaning of the blood rule. It was the Parent and Daughter Gem skill of my Calamity Soul Core. Parent and Daughter Gem skill is derived from the Parent and Daughter Core skill of the Dungeon Calamity Seed. Fuck, I could not help but curse, knowing the skill that pointed me to this particular shade of the blood rule. Chapter 443, Acquisition of Destiny. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1808. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Discovering that the meaning of blood rule I was comprehending actually had an affinity with the Parent and Daughter Gem skill of Calamity Soul and Daughter Gem, I could not help but sigh in dismay. I was saddened that the new meaning of blood rule I am comprehending would also be related to some enslavement or charm ability. Parent and Daughter Gem is the ability that allows the host of Parent Gem to enslave the host of the Daughter Gem. If the meaning of the blood rule I am comprehending right now is suitable with the parent and daughter gem skill, then it means that the ability of the meaning of blood rule is also closely related to the ability of the parent and daughter gem. But I did not stop my three-slave consciousness or myself from further comprehending the meaning of the blood rule. There are two reasons why I choose to continue with the comprehension of the meaning of the blood even though I could guess it has an enslavement-type ability. The first one was simple. That is, the name of the meaning I was comprehending still had not been disclosed. Without knowing the name of the meaning of the rule, I did not want to make any decision hastily. Secondly, if I wanted to unlock the third form of the Calamity Soul Gem's transformation ability, I need to comprehend the second meaning of the blood rule pointed by the Dungeon Calamity Seed. For this, I had to complete the comprehension of the meaning I was comprehending right now. These two reasons were enough for me not to stop comprehending the meaning of the blood rule despite me being dejected about its relation with parent and daughter gem ability. Putting my disappointment aside, I continued to explore and uncover the meaning of the blood rule. The deeper I went into the meaning of the blood rule, my understanding of this particular meaning of blood rule deepened. With my newfound understanding of the meaning of the blood rule, I realized that I seemed to have misjudged this meaning. And just when I realized this, a grimoire announcement sounded: host has gained basic mastery in Fate Plunder, meaning of the blood rule. Note: kindly increase your master of Fate Plunder, meaning of the blood rule for detailed information. Hearing the words Fate Plunder as the name of the meaning of blood rule I was comprehending, I got an ominous feeling about it. Fate, plunder, these two words were alarming by themselves and put together, they could sow dread in anybody's heart. If the word fate represented a person's destiny and the word plunder could be interpreted as acquisition, then put together, they could be construed as the acquisition of destiny. Acquisition of destiny, whose destiny is being taken? How can such abnormal meaning be present in blood rule? And how is it possible to plunder fate using blood rule? Thinking of all this, I questioned if there was such a thing as fate and destiny in this world. I do not know, but thinking about it, I remembered something related to fate, the fate ingredients of a card apprentice. Coming to this conclusion blew my mind in shock. I no longer wanted to speculate but wanted to see the real deal. That was only possible with a deeper comprehension of the fate plunder, meaning of the blood rule. My curiosity about the fate plunder, meaning of the blood rule motivated me. And with proper motivation, my comprehension speed was also boosted. My slave consciousness and I once again dove into the mystic of the fate plunder, meaning of the blood rule, and began to dig deeper and deeper into the meaning of blood rule, leaving no stones undisturbed and swiping every corner. And my diligence was rewarded with a grimoire notification: the basic mastery of fate plunder meaning of the blood rule has advanced to advanced master of fate plunder meaning of the blood rule. The host can now form a basic rune, Fate Plunder, using the advanced mastery of blood rule and advanced mastery of the blood fate plunder, meaning of the blood rule. Note: kindly increase your master of Fate Plunder, meaning of the blood rule for detailed information. Not only was I able to increase the comprehension of my Fate Plunder blood rule to advanced mastery, but now I could draw a basic rune of Fate Plunder, using the advanced mastery of the blood rule and advanced mastery of the meaning, Fate Plunder. Knowing this, I was thrilled with my very first rule and rune. Having comprehended the rule to this point here, I decided to stop spending more time comprehending the blood rule, as I had zero knowledge of rule mastery grades, meaning mastery grade and rune creation grade. I have walked deep into the blood rule, and before walking further, I wanted to gather knowledge on the grades of rule mastery, rule meanings, and their mastery, last but not least, the creation of the runes. How do I create runes? When do I create runes? What are the grades of runes? There are too many things I have zero understanding of, so if I were to charge ahead recklessly, I would be harming myself, so I decided to pause my comprehensive and learn about mastery grades and rune grades before I returned to forge my rune, Fate Plunder. Yes, I was curious about the ability of the Fate Plunder meaning of the blood rule, but that had to wait until I learned everything about the rules, meanings, and runes. According to the Hive AI, I was immersed in the one with the world state for almost 2.5 hours. So I hurriedly exited the one with the world state only to be greeted by red-skinned Courtney was intently gazing at me. I do not know who was behind this intent gaze. Was it Blooded or Courtney? Chapter 444. Little Courtney. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1823. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. I opened my eyes and blinked at the red-skinned Courtney, having caught her staring at me. Seeing my eyelids move, the red-skinned Courtney complained in Bloodette's voice, "Wyatt, you finally awake. We have been waiting for you." It turned out the impatient Bloodette in Courtney's body was glaring at me. Ignoring her blame-filled glare, I asked, "How long?" "What? How long?" Red-skinned Courtney asked in Bloodette's voice in confusion. "How long have you been waiting? Did you guys refine the soul energy to the required purity already?" I expanded my question, seeing the confused Bloodette unable to answer my question earlier. "Yes, we refined the soul energy to the required purity. And we have been waiting for you for hours." Bloodette exaggerated. To her, the wait did indeed feel like hours. "Bloodette, don't exaggerate. It hasn't been that long. We have only waited for 10 minutes. 12 minutes 33 seconds, to be exact." After Bloodette was finished speaking, the red-skinned Courtney corrected Bloodette in Courtney's voice. "Really? But it felt like hours had passed by for me." The red-skinned Courtney switched to Bloodette's voice and explained herself. "Will you two stop it? I'm getting creeped out here. Why are you guys still in one body?" I was creeped out seeing the red-skinned Courtney speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you to herself in 2 different voices, one her original voice and the other being Bloodette's voice. "I'm sorry, Wyatt, I like this way," both Courtney and Bloodette answered simultaneously, hence their voices overlapped as the red-skinned Courtney spoke, which sounded similar to a ghost's yell. Yet, I understood both of them thanks to my ear's soul echolocation ability. Again, this right here is freaky. Since you have already refined your soul energy to the required purity level, then let's head to the next step. I could get used to this red-skinned Courtney, so decided to hurry since the faster Courtney builds her ego gem, the faster this thing is over. "Okay, great," they both agreed simultaneously, and once again, I heard a shrill yell. "Next time, just nod, understood." I advised the duo to limit their speech as much as possible. Nods. The red-skinned Courtney nodded twice. Seeing the duo cooperate so wonderfully, I began explaining the next step in the forging of an ego gem. After refining your soul energy, the next step to forging an ego gem is by finding your ethereal spirit. You can find your ethereal spirit deep in your soul. Close your eyes and try to find it. Nods. The red-skinned Courtney nodded once and yelled in Bloodette's voice, "I will find it first." Sigh, it's not a competition. But my word fell to deaf ears as the red-skinned Courtney closed her eyes, indicating that both Courtney and Bloodette had begun to search for Courtney's ethereal spirit. Considering how Bloodette already used blood possession on Courtney's body, I think she must have already found Courtney's ethereal spirit or should know its location. After all, only after controlling it can one truly successfully seize an individual's body. Any minute now, she should be able to find it, unless she did not understand what an ethereal spirit is. Time passed, and neither of them could find the ethereal spirit. As I suspected, Bloodette did not know what an ethereal spirit was. "Wyatt, I could find the ethereal spirit. How did you find yours?" Courtney thought of learning from my experience. "Give me more time, I will find it." Bloodette complained that she did not have enough time. "Fuck, somebody, please tell her there is no time limit." Hearing Bloodette's excuse, my eyes twitched. Yet I maintained a calm expression and asked, "Bloodette, at any point of the time did you find a little Courtney sleeping inside Courtney's soul?" "Yes, I did. She is so adorable, I could bring myself to disturb her sleep." Bloodette narrated her encounter with Courtney's ethereal spirit. "You idiot, that is my ethereal spirit we are supposed to find. Don't tell me I had to waste so much time soul searching just because you did not understand what an ethereal spirit is supposed to be." Red-skinned Courtney yelled in Courtney's voice. "Hee hee, my bad." Bloodette brushed off her mistake with a shameless laugh. "No harm done." Bloodette led Courtney to little Courtney. "And Courtney, after you see your ethereal spirit, try making contact with it. Even waking her up works." I instructed Courtney and Bloodette on what they were supposed to do next. Filling my instructions, Bloodette's consciousness led Courtney's consciousness to the ethereal spirit. Courtney tried to make contact with her ethereal spirit but to no avail. "Wyatt, I saw my ethereal spirit, but I cannot make contact with it. It is as if the ethereal spirit cannot hear me, or is it deaf?" "Don't tell me my ethereal spirit is deaf," Courtney reported in panic. "No, it is not deaf. It will take time for it to hear your voice and for you to hear its voice. This part would have been more accessible if you had found the ethereal spirit yourself instead of taking a shortcut. But do not worry, I have a shortcut for this step too. Bloodette, follow Courtney to little Courtney and intimidate it with a tiny bit of your bloodlust. That should wake her up, and Courtney, you go to her rescue. This time she will listen to you. Hope Bloodette knows to hold back her bloodlust. Otherwise, I am afraid she will give Courtney's ethereal spirit a big heart attack and kill it in its sleep instead of waking it up. Courtney and Bloodette approached the ethereal spirit. Thankfully Bloodette found little Courtney too cute and could not bring herself to bombard it with her full bloodlust and held back. Which was enough to wake it up, and in fright, it went to Courtney for help. In the end, everything worked out as planned. Chapter 445. Unexpected date the 28th of March 2321 time 1839 location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Have you established a connection with your ethereal spirit? I asked the red-skinned Courtney. It was planning to help Courtney friend her ethereal spirit using my soul pupils, but her being possessed by Bloodette helped a lot. Yes, I did, but for some reason, she is grouchy. I think she is angry that I woke her up. Red-skinned Courtney spoke in her original voice, asking about her concern with her ethereal spirit. Ah, the grouchy mini Courtney is so cute. Bloodette voiced her thoughts without anybody asking her to. Oh, that, you have nothing to worry about. All the ethereal spirits are stuck up and have individuality. Mine is cold and aloof. I explained to Courtney that she had nothing to worry about with regards to her ethereal spirit. Okay, what's the next step to forging my ego gem? Knowing that there is nothing wrong with her ethereal spirit, Courtney asked me about the next step to forging her ego gem. Next step to forging an ego gem is the manifestation of your ethereal spirit to reality. To manifest your ethereal spirit to reality, you have to feed it your refined soul energy until it is full. I explained to Courtney about the manifestation of the ethereal spirit. Okay, red-skinned Courtney nodded and closed her eyes. With that, Courtney's consciousness returned to her ethereal spirit and began feeding it with her refined soul energy. Done? I asked, seeing red-skinned Courtney open her eyes. Yes, what's the next step in forging? Courtney replied positively and asked the next step. Now gather all your refined soul power with your ethereal spirit in the center. Compress that soul power with all your strength. Make sure there are no gaps. Because the ethereal spirit will use that compressed soul power surrounding it to form a cocoon of refined soul energy, that cocoon is your ego gem. Go ahead, get creative with the same of your ego gem. I gave my ego gem a spherical shape. And Bloodette, you can help her compress the refined soul energy and hold it all in one place. Having explained to Courtney the final step in forging an ego gem, I asked Bloodette to help her since she was available. Got it, both Courtney and Bloodette answered together. As a consequence, the red-skinned Courtney's speech sounded like a spooky yell. Sorry. Again a shrill yell filled my ears as the duo apologized in unison. Glance giving an apologetic glance, the red-skinned Courtney closed her eyes as the consciousness of Bloodette and Courtney returned to the mini grouchy Courtney. Sigh letting out a sigh, I shook my head, seeing the bungling duo confirming that birds of the same feather flock together. It's been a while now. Courtney should have finished forging her ego gem by now. Add the help of Bloodette. They should have forged the ego gem long ago. But the red-skinned Courtney showed no sign of awakening. Meaning they are still busy forging the ego gem. This amount of time for the last step in forging an ego gem is totally unnatural unless there is a complication. Feeling a lot of time pass by, I decided to use my soul pupils to check on Courtney and her ego gem. When I was about to activate my soul pupils, a brilliant red light flashed out of the red-skinned Courtney's body and filled the cave. To protect my eyes from the bright red light, I closed them. And when I opened them, I found unconscious red-skinned Courtney floating in the air, still emitting red light, but this time, the light was not intense enough to hinder my sight. Shit, I cursed, realizing that something unexpected did happen with Courtney as she forged her ego gem. Whether it was a good sign or a bad sign, I could not tell yet. Just when I was contemplating what was happening, I saw something miraculous. I saw the blood rule stream manifest outside of the world into the physical realm and slowly pour into the unconscious floating red-skinned Courtney. Shocking. I could not believe what I was seeing. I saw a stream of rule manifest out of the world into the physical realm. Not just the rule, the entire stream of rule. This is outrageously astonishing. In order to comprehend a rule, Card apprentices enter the one with the world state to connect with the world in the spiritual plane. And then, if they have an affinity, the rules grant the card apprentices their presence so that the card apprentice can explore the stream of rule and comprehend the rule. Right now, the entire opposite was happening with Courtney. The blood rule stream manifested in the physical plane and descended on Courtney. Without waiting for Courtney to comprehend, it started to house itself into Courtney's body. If the rest of the card apprentices were to see what I am witnessing, they would cry in envy, yell in madness and beg for justice. Yes, the heavens are unfair. While the rest of the world has to enter the spiritual plane to gain comprehension of rules. The blood rule manifested in the physical plane and housed itself in Courtney's body. Without even making an effort, Courtney comprehended the blood rule. Fuck. Realizing what was happening with Courtney, I could help but curse out loud. This is too grand. I have a 95% synchronization rate, yet I did not get such a privileged visit from the rules. How heaven-defying should one's ego gem be to receive such a treatment from the world rules? Is it because of her special physique Dalton? I tried to think of various reasons for such a reaction from the world rule, blood, towards Courtney. No, I don't think that's it. If Courtney's Dalton physique was the reason behind this spectacular and grand entry of blood rule, then there should be other rules manifesting, but they didn't. Just blood rule did. There has to be another reason. Chapter 446. Mutation date the 28th of March 2321 time 1909 location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon ruling out Courtney's special physique as a reason behind the manifestation of the blood rule stream in the physical plane. I began contemplating various reasons that could be behind this unexpected turn of events. And all the reasons pointed me to Bloodette and her using the skill, blood possession, on Courtney. No, I did not think of the possibility that Bloodette consuming Courtney might have resulted in this sight. As that is not possible because of the Soul Pact card, Bloodette could never harm Courtney. But I think that somehow Bloodette's involvement in Courtney's ego gem formation has something to do with this unexpected miracle. I cannot put my finger on it because I do not know what actually happened and how it happened. Seeing that speculation will not yield solid results, I decided to use my soul pupils to gather more facts. Activating my soul pupils, I peered into the floating red-skinned Courtney. And what I saw left me more confused. I saw the consciousness of Bloodette and Courtney floating around a blood-red ego gem. The duo's consciousness seems to be in a daze. No, to be exact, they seem to be in some enlightenment as the blood rule stream poured itself into Courtney's blood-red ego gem. Even seeing all of this with my eyes, I still cannot believe the fact that the aloof world rule blood manifests in the physical plane and is willingly entering the ego gem of a card apprentice. I deactivated my soul pupils with more unanswered questions than before. This was frustrating as hell, but I had no choice but to wait for Courtney and Bloodette's consciousness to come out of the enlightenment to get the answers I needed. I did not have to wait long. After a few minutes, the blood rule vanished from the physical plane and returned to the spiritual plane. As for the floating red-skinned Courtney, she was gently placed back on her original spot in the lotus position. Red-skinned Courtney gently opened her eyes and let out a soft breath, but her eyes did not seem to have clarity. "Courtney, you awake?" I asked in concern. I knew that the unclear look on red-skinned Courtney's face might be because of two consciousness inside her body, yet I couldn't help but ask. Blood possession release. Having achieved the task, Bloodette separated from Courtney's body. "Yes, I am fine and feel great." The sudden enlightenment in blood rule was refreshing. Also, the forging of my ego gem was a great success. And I already formed a rune. With the guest in her body gone, Courtney enthusiastically answered, narrating her gains. "Say what? You formed a rune, but you just formed an ego gem. Was it because of the blood rule enlightenment just now?" I was starting to understand what Anna must have gone through seeing me forge an ego gem in a few hours. Courtney was a step higher than me. She not only forged an ego gem in a few hours but also comprehended the blood rule and successfully forged a rune. I hadn't forged a rune yet despite my 95% synchronization rate. We can all agree that Courtney broke my record. Yes, it was due to the sudden enlightenment. Is it common for everybody? Courtney asked innocently. No, you're an exception. My mouth twitched as I answered Courtney. I was a genius in my own right. Seeing Courtney break my record, it couldn't help but feel like I was being replaced. Really? Why is that? Hearing that it was just her that gained enlightenment after forging her ego gem, Courtney asked in concern. As an orphan, Courtney did not like to be separated from the regular crowd. Her whole childhood, she was separated from general society and considered an outcast. Though Courtney acts like an outlaw and a delinquent with a devil-may-care attitude, she actually cares that her friends do not outcast her because of their differences. Check your grimoire. See the updates to your stats. Maybe you will find the answer there. Courtney alone could deal with her demons. I could just support her. Wait a sec. Courtney summoned her grimoire and began to go through the new updates to her stats. And answered, there are changes to my physique and trait section. What changes? I inquired. Courtney was surprised to see that I knew there is a physique and trait section to the grimoire. Don't be surprised. I, too, have a physique and traits section in my stats. You aren't the only, different one, here. So what are the changes to your states? I replied to the surprised Courtney. Nothing much. Mutated ego gem and innate rune blood supreme are added to my physique and trait section. Courtney reported. Mutant ego gem, innate rune, blood supreme. These two names caught my attention as the mutant ego gem proved my theory that something happened during the process of Courtney forging her ego gem. And the innate rune, blood supreme, proved that this mutation that occurred with Courtney's ego gem had something to the only blood supreme I know, Bloodette. Hey, do not look at me like that. I did not do anything. I was just trying to help you. It seems Courtney also had reached the same conclusion and glared at poor Bloodette, who voiced her defense. I know you were just trying to help. And thank you. If not for you, I would not have been able to forge the ego gem so early. And one more thing, you didn't do anything wrong. If anything, you helped me forge the best ego gem and a rune. I can't thank you enough. Courtney hurriedly clarified the misunderstanding that Bloodette got from her sudden glance. Mention not. Happy to help. Next time bring me lots of monster blood. Hearing Courtney thank her repeatedly for her help, Bloodette cheered up and asked to be rewarded with lots of monster blood. Chapter 447. Acquiring land. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1923. Location Sky Blossom City. Dungeon Highway. Barren Lands. Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. When Bloodette asked Courtney to be rewarded with monster blood, I suddenly remembered the deal between Bloodette and me. Speaking of monster blood, my friend should have already arrived and been waiting. Bloodette, could you check if someone is outside there? I said, remembering that I had asked Van to bring lots of high-rank monster blood to this location. Wait, I will check. Bloodette hurriedly used her authority over the dungeon to check if somebody was waiting outside. Yes, a man is waiting at the location of the dungeon entrance. Bloodette reported what she saw. Suddenly a blood mirror formed out of thin air in front of me, and I heard Bloodette's voice asking me, is that him? Yes, that's him. Could you let him in? I replied affirmatively, watching the image of Van on the screen of the blood mirror. I was surprised to see that the blood rule could also be used for surveillance. Van had no choice but to wait for me as he could not contact me since I was inside a dungeon. No problem. As long as your friend has my monster's blood, he can come in. Bloodette did not mind. All she cared about was the monster's blood promised to her. I was relieved to hear this because I was planning to have all my Calamity Daughter gem enter the Blood Rock Cave dungeon to comprehend the blood rule, and it is good to know a little monster's blood can sway Bloodette's will the direction I want to. Master Wyatt, here's the fresh monster blood you asked for. 40 liters of B rank, 120 liters of C rank, and 400 liters of D rank monster's blood. All these monsters were hunted today. The blood was extracted while their blood was still warm. Van handed me 3 storage truck cards as he boosted about the freshness of the monster's blood. Good job, Van. Taking the 3 storage cards, I placed them in my grimoire and summoned 3 barrels of monster blood. Sniff sniff. Bloodette sniffed the air and yelled, food is here. Bloodette did not need permission. She hurriedly used her blood manipulation skill to draw out all the blood from the 3 barrels and mixed them together into a massive sphere of blood as she continued to refine it into blood candies. Courtney sighed, seeing Bloodette mix different ranks of monster blood into one. I too could not help but shake my head, seeing that in eagerness, Bloodette skipped the basic common sense. Ignoring Bloodette, I handed Van a storage trunk card of my own and said, next, head to Guild Association Mall. Some of my friends are waiting for me at the Guild Association Mall. Unfortunately, I cannot make it there today to deliver these to them. So you deliver these to them in my stead. Inform them all to gather here tonight at 9. I expect you, Sarah, and the other 2 to do the same. I remembered about Vivian and others whom I had asked to wait for me at the Guild Association Mall. It was already late, so I did not plan to visit them. Instead, I wanted to head back to the warehouse directly and learn about the rules and the runes from Anna. Therefore I handed the task of giving the Calamity Daughter gems to Vivian and others to Van. And I asked all of my Calamity Daughter Corps present in the Sky Blossom City to gather here tonight at 9 because after I learn about rules and rune forging from Anna, I intended to pass that knowledge to them, and together, we would comprehend blood rule here in the Blood Rock Cave. The faster all my Calamity Daughter gems comprehend the blood rule, the faster I can launch a siege on the Circle Sun Blossom City branch. Yes, Master Wyatt. Anything else? Van keenly imprinted my instructions to his mind and asked if I had any more instructions for him. Buy this land and the area surrounding it. No matter the cost, buy it all. If you lack the funds, contact Susan at my card boutique. She will help. If any problem arises, contact me. This land was a gold mine, blood mine, to be exact, and I had to acquire it no matter the cost. Yes, Master Wyatt. Van nodded in affirmation. This land is going to be the future base of the TSR Guild, so make sure to plan accordingly when you buy the surrounding land. I made my intention about the land clear to Van. This way, understanding what the land would be used for, he could buy more than enough land to construct the TSR Guild main base. Understood, Master Wyatt. I will not disappoint you. Van once again nodded to my instruction without any hesitation. Just then, Bloodette finished refining about 336,000 blood candies out of 560 liters of monster's blood. Bloodette being Bloodette turned into a blob of blood and directly swallowed all of the blood candies in one go. And turning back to the humanoid form, she laid on her back and patted her slightly bulging tummy. And let out a loud burp, she said, "Is this how it feels not to be hungry?" Seeing this, Courtney clicked her tongue. Tisk, also procure more blood. Be it any rank. As long it's the monster's blood and fresh enough. Just buy it. Seeing how Bloodette did not care for the rank of the monster's blood, I also did not demand any particular level of the monster's blood when instructing Van to buy more monster's blood. Yes, mister, buy as much of the monster's blood as you can. Pretty please. I will give you lots and lots of blood pills in exchange. Hearing me instruct Van to bring more monster's blood, Bloodette, who was lazily lying on the ground rubbing her tummy, jumped up energetically and started to seduce Van with blood pills to get more monster's blood. Chapter 448. Hunger. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1932. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Hearing Bloodette offer Van blood pills to bring more monster's blood for her, I could not help but frown. If blood could offer Van, then she could do it for others too. Fortunately, Van is my subordinate. Otherwise, I could do nothing but watch my monopoly over Bloodette's blood pill come to a sad ending. Therefore I had to take measures so that this would not repeat again. Bloodette, I thought we had been between us. You give me blood pills, and I provide you with monster's blood. Correct me if I am wrong. I asked Bloodette with a professional smile pasted on my face covering my disappointment over Bloodette's action. We still do. You two can bring me monster's blood, and in exchange, I will give you blood pills. Don't worry about my deal with him. I can create more than enough blood pills for both of you in no time. Turns out Bloodette was just being greedy. And she did have the strength to back her greed, as she can indeed create thousands of blood pills. In a matter of minutes without breaking a sweat. Bloodette, it doesn't work that way. He works for me. I had to coax Bloodette into becoming my monopoly. Despite the glares that Courtney threw at me. So, what? Bloodette asked in confusion. He works for me. So the blood he brings belongs to me. I bring you the monster's blood, or he brings you monster's blood. In the end, you will be paying me. I made my words a bit confusing so that Bloodette would get what I was saying but not understand where the problem lied. I still do not understand. Bloodette pouted. Don't hurt your little Brian, Bloodette. You do not want to feel hungry all the time, right? When Bloodette was done digesting the 336,000 blood pills that she swallowed earlier, the first thing she said was, "Is this how it feels not to be hungry?" The meaning from Bloodette's words was clear, that she was always hungry. And could never satisfy her hunger because other than the bland and flavorless condensed blood rule, she had nothing in this room to quench her thirst for blood. Decades of surviving just on condensed blood rule had made Bloodette develop a kind of dislike towards it. Hence, she would rather stubbornly starve than feed on condensed blood rule. This is also the reason why Bloodette cannot hold back whenever she gets monster's blood, or food products made using it. Yes, I do not want to feel hungry anymore, Bloodette complained. This is why she eagerly decided to make a deal with Van. She thought that 2 people bringing a monster's blood was better than 1. What? Why did you not tell anything about this earlier? If you had said something, I would have brought you lots of monster's blood every day. Courtney, who had finally understood the reason behind Bloodette mindlessly swallowing all the blood pudding she brought, could not help but ask why Bloodette did not tell her about her hunger. As she always thought that Bloodette was addicted to sugar, so she would always end up limiting Bloodette's intake of blood pudding. I did not want to burden you with my hunger. The first few years that Bloodette spent as Courtney's friend, she knew that Courtney was very weak and could barely survive herself. Therefore she never mentioned her hunger to Courtney. And by time, Courtney found her mother Bloodette had gotten a minimum knowledge about how the human world works by reading the books Courtney bought for her. Even though it seemed Courtney's mother was loaded, she still chose to keep quiet about her hunger because she did not want to strain Courtney and her mother's relationship because of her. Money is a sensitive issue in the human world. Knowing this, Bloodette tried to make do with the blood pudding that Courtney brought her. I'm so sorry, I never understood you, I was not a good friend. Courtney hugged Bloodette. Bloodette was flustered, being hugged by Courtney suddenly. Don't worry, Bloodette, with me here. You will never have to be hungry again. I will form a team of card apprentices who will hunt monsters every day and bring you fresh and warm monsters' blood. I made a promise to Bloodette. This is why I was planning to build the TSR Guild's main base here in the outskirts of Sky Blossom City. To feed Bloodette and Emmett, it also monopolizes her blood pills. I never planned to sell the blood pills made by Bloodette but use them for my Calamity daughter Gem. So I did not demand Bloodette anything in return for feeding her monsters blood every day. Whatever Bloodette gave feeling debated to me would be more than enough for me and my subordinates. Really? Bloodette asked with big watery red eyes. Her hunger is her curse. It has tormented her for decades, though she has managed to control her hunger and live with it. It would be better if she never felt hungry. Yes, and not just the monster's blood for your hunger, but I plan to add many things to this place so that you never feel lonely and can live a life of luxury and pleasure. I plan to keep Bloodette happy and satisfied because the happier she was, the more indebted she felt towards me. Good then, I promise to help you with whatever you need. Bloodette went one step ahead. Instead of promising her blood pills, she promised herself. Good, I will be counting on you then. In this, my friends, I call Monopoly 101. Winning a person's heart gets more returns than coercing a person. Are you still hungry? Courtney asked in concern. For now, no, but soon I will be. Overlord rank monster's blood to satisfy my hunger for a long time. Bloodette finally was honest about her hunger, seeing her friends genuinely wanted to help her. Hearing Bloodette's demand, I started to feel I seemed to have adopted a hunger ghost incarnation. Chapter 449. Rule Affinity. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1941. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate. Dungeon. Van left to complete the task I had given to him, leaving us 3 in the Blood Rock Cave. Turning to Courtney, I asked, what are the descriptions about the mutated ego gem and the innate rune given in your grimoire? The description for mutated ego gem is not detailed. It just says that my ego gem has mutated and has a high-level affinity to blood rule. As for the innate rune, it explains it is the rune born with the formation ego gem. That's all it clarifies about the two, making it really hard to guess the cause of mutation and the formation of the innate rune. Courtney answered to the best of her knowledge, without hiding anything, showing how much she trusted me. It's not hard to guess the reason for mutation in your ego gem. It had to do something with Bloodette possessing you during your ego gem formation. The innate rune Blood Supreme is evidence enough. Seeing that my words caused Bloodette's expression to dim, so I explained to myself, I am not saying the mutation in the ego gem is bad. I just want to explore why the mutation happened in the first place and how we can use it to our advantage. I understand. Courtney nodded in understanding, and Bloodette followed suit. Good. Now tell me if there was anything out of the ordinary when you were forging the ego gem. I had to understand what led to a mutation in Courtney's ego gem because I wanted to make use of it to my advantage. Courtney's mutated ego gem caused the blood rule stream to manifest to the physical plane and bestow an innate rune to her ego gem. If I were to find the reason behind that, I could uncover a way to get the rule streams to manifest to the physical plane and give enlightenment. This was just my first thought, but after hearing Courtney narrate the description of the mutated ego gem, I discovered that ego gems could have an affinity towards a specific rule. This led to another question in my mind: how many rules can one ego gem have an affinity with? 2. 3. How many? Are there other card apprentices with ego gems with affinity to rules? Does Anna know about this? Too many questions, but I was clear where I was headed with these questions. How to manifest a rule stream into the physical plane? Is there a way to create ego gems with an affinity? Either way, all these questions led to one ambition: to become the master of the rules, rather than being a student of the rules trying to comprehend their mystic. But for now, I would be satisfied with knowing how to gain an affinity to a rule. Synchronization rate and affinity are two different concepts. The synchronization rate represents the card apprentice's connection to the world and the spiritual plane. In contrast, the affinity represents the fondness of rules to the card apprentice. Higher the synchronization rate, deeper and easier you connect with the world, the spiritual plane, and the rules within them. Higher the affinity with a particular rule, higher the rule's affection towards the card apprentice. My Calamity Soul Gem's synchronization rate was near perfect, but it had zero affinity with any particular rule. This, to someone like me, who seeks perfection as much as possible, was a concern. And as a person in search of strength, I had to understand how this affinity thing works. Having dedicated my past life to science, even in this bizarre world and its mystic, I tried to explain everything with a logical explanation. And my soul pupils made it easier for me to explain the why and how of this world's bizarre mystic. Now that you mention it, something abnormal did indeed take place when I was forging my ego gem. Courtney recalled the process of forging her ego gem and did remember something of concern. Don't hesitate, whatever it may be, let me be the judge of it. You just narrate what happened in detail. I motivated Courtney to speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Whatever it was that made her feel concerned about the process of forging her ego gem. It was when I fed my ethereal spirit with my refined soul energy. Courtney spoke about which part of the forging process she felt out of the ordinary. Did your ethereal spirit show resistance to feed on your refined soul energy? I asked, thinking about the possibility. No, it did not. But what happened next was weird. After swallowing the refined soul energy that I fed it, it slowly turned into blood red color, just like bloodette here. The ethereal spirit still maintained my appearance, but its ethereal body took shape similar to bloodette. Is that normal? Courtney asked, having explained what happened while feeding her ethereal spirit with her refined soul energy. You are talking about little red Courtney. Ah, she looked so adorable despite her grouchiness. What's abnormal about her? Bloodette seemed to have liked the blood red look of mini Courtney, and couldn't help but come to her defense, saying that nothing was abnormal about it. No, that's not normal, and I think that is the reason behind the mutation of your ego gem. Hearing Courtney's explanation about the abnormality in detail, I concluded that the mutation was indeed due to that event. You two are out of your mind. Little red Courtney is not the problem. Please don't blame her. Bloodette, despite hearing our conversation, seemed not to have the slightest idea of what Courtney and I were talking about. Bloodette, honey, watch something fun in my grimoire. Courtney opened her grimoire and handed it to Bloodette, trying to keep her busy and not let her intervene in something she did not understand. Wait, are you trying to get rid of me? I don't care. It's been a while since I have been online in the Grimoire network. Let's see if there is something new there. Bloodette took the grimoire and hopped to her bed. Chapter 450. Disappointed. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1949. Location Sky Blossom City. Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. How did Bloodette's involvement in the process of forging my ego gem lead to such a mutation? Courtney asked, wanting to uncover the reason behind the change in her usual ethereal spirit into a blood-red ethereal spirit. The answer to that question is in another question: why did your ethereal spirit turn to blood-red color? Why not green, blue, or even light red? The ethereal spirit turned to blood-red color because of the source of the mutation, and that is Bloodette. Then, what in Bloodette influenced the ethereal spirit to turn blood-red color? Obviously, we can agree that Bloodette's rule affinity is the culprit. Now the question remains: how did Bloodette's rule affinity get carried to your ethereal spirit? Finding a solution to a problem always involves asking the right question. Didn't we agree that the color change was because of the involvement of Bloodette? Courtney was confused, not understanding the reasoning behind my question. No, you are headed in the wrong direction. We know that Bloodette's involvement caused the mutation because of the innate rune Blood Supreme. Through this, we concluded that the mutation point in the process of forging your ego gem was when you fed your ethereal spirit with the soul energy refined by Bloodette in you. Clearly the soul energy refined by Bloodette in you is the source through which your ethereal spirit inherited the blood rule affinity of Bloodette. The question is, why and how did the soul energy refined by Bloodette in you pass on the Bloodette's blood rule affinity to your ethereal spirit? I step by step spoke my thought process out loud, hoping that Courtney could understand it. Wow, Courtney exclaimed in amazement as I contemplated the possibility of soul energy refined by Bloodette and Courtney infecting Courtney's ethereal spirit with Bloodette's blood rule affinity. What is different about the soul energy refined by Bloodette in you? How could it pass on Bloodette's blood rule affinity to your ethereal spirit? All the questions point to the blood possession skill of Bloodette, which she used to share her soul energy manipulation skill with you. Wait, Bloodette, when you possess someone with blood possession, what can you share with the host? I inquired Bloodette, who was engrossed in the Grimoire network. Blood possession is not a sharing skill. It is a skill used to possess bodies. But since my proficiency in the blood rule is very high, I can use it to partially possess the host to share my abilities, skills, and soul energy. Bloodette explained how she used blood possession partially so that she would not end up devouring Courtney in the process of blood possession. Bloodette, when you possessed Courtney, did you share your soul energy with her? I finally discovered how the ethereal spirit inherited the blood rule affinity of Bloodette through the soul energy refined by Bloodette and Courtney. Yes I did. Bloodette nodded in affirmation. That's it. The soul energy refined by Bloodette in you was a mixture of Bloodette's soul energy and your soul energy. So when the ethereal spirit fed on that refined soul energy, it fed on Bloodette's soul energy, which has an affinity to blood rule. No wonder it inherited Bloodette's blood rule affinity. But this should not be possible. The mixture of Bloodette's soul energy with your soul energy should be considered as impure soul energy by the ethereal spirit, and it should have rejected the soul energy refined by Bloodette in you. And yet somehow, your ethereal spirit did not reject the soul energy refined by Bloodette in you and instead fed on it and gained Bloodette's blood rule affinity. This is nothing short of a miracle. I narrated what I had deduced to Courtney in great enthusiasm, but my confidence ended when I hit a large bump in my theory. When Anna and I were discussing about the creation of artificial ego gem, she explained to me that one of the reasons why artificial ego transfer from one card apprentice to another card apprentice is not possible is because the ethereal spirit will consider the soul energy of another card apprentice as impure no matter how many times it is refined. This is why I said that Courtney's ethereal spirit feeding on the mixed soul energy refined by Bloodette and Courtney was nothing short of a miracle. It's not a miracle, you dummy. It's because of another one of my skills that I comprehended from the blood rule. This skill allows my blood rule and soul energy to completely morph into the blood rule and soul energy of the blood I feed or possess. I used this skill while using blood possession on Courtney so that her body would not reject my presence, making my partial possession of Courtney's body a lot easier. Bloodette, whom I distributed from her fun time in the Grimoire network earlier, could not help but criticize me after hearing me call her skill a miracle. What? There is such a miraculous meaning of the blood rule. Your proficiency in that meaning of blood rule must be very high even to fool Courtney's ethereal spirit. I expressed my amazement at the wondrous meaning of the blood rule. Bloodette smugly nodded to my amazement. Bloodette, you are my lucky star. Courtney hopped on Bloodette's bed and hugged her, expressing her joy. Now that the mystery of the mutation of her ego gem was solved, Courtney was now finally not worried about the unknown and became genuinely enthusiastic about her mutated ego gem. I was not as enthusiastic about the outcome, because solving the mystery behind Courtney's mutated ego gem did not bring the result I was hoping for. I was hoping that solving the puzzle to Courtney's mutated ego gem would help me understand rule affinity better and deduce a way to gain rule affinity. In the end, it turns out all of it was for naught. Chapter 451. Pseudopod, date the 28th of March 2321, time 1955, location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Now that we have solved the mystery of your mutated ego gem, next, we should deduce the skills of your innate rune, Blood Supreme. Try using it. I asked Courtney to use her innate rune to see the difference between a normal rune and an innate rune. Okay, how do I use it? Courtney asked, agreeing to my request. Find the innate rune in your ego gem and show your intent to use it. Feeling your intent, the rune will activate just like using cards. I explained based on my experience with the broken runes. Huh. Nodding in agreement, Courtney began channeling her focus into her ego gem. Soon Courtney's skin turned red just like before when Bloodette had possessed her using the blood rule, meaning blood possession. Courtney opened her eyes, showing her morphed black sclera and red pupils. Soon, Bloodette and Courtney reacted and turned to stare at each other. Both Bloodette and Courtney had confused looks on their faces. Bloodette, are you also feeling a connection between the two of us? Courtney asked Bloodette as she gazed at her dearly. Yes, I, too, feel a mysterious connection between the two of us. What is this mystical feeling? It's as if you are the other half that I have been missing my whole life. Bloodette also felt the connection that Courtney felt between the two of them. I have the similar feeling as if you are the other half that will finally complete me. Courtney agreed with Bloodette, expressing that she felt the same as Bloodette. I feel the connection is pulling me towards you. The pull is getting stronger with my resistance. Bloodette felt an invisible pull from the connection between Courtney and her. Not knowing what this unknown connection is, Bloodette subconsciously resisted it. Really, stop resisting. Let's see what happens. Courtney advised Bloodette to stop resisting the call of the connection between them. Okay, if you say so. Bloodette hesitated, but soon, she agreed with Courtney's advice and stopped resisting the pull from the mysterious connection between the two. As Bloodette stopped resisting I saw Bloodette morph from her humanoid form into liquid and directly enter Courtney's body through her orifice. After that, Courtney's red skin and morphed eyes turned to normal. Did I just swallow, Bloodette? Courtney yelled in panic after feeling her strength rise as her orifice swallowed liquid Bloodette. If Bloodette just possessed her similar to previous possession, then her skin and pupils should have remained red. But they turned to normal after swallowing Bloodette. Therefore Courtney felt that she had swallowed Bloodette for good this time. Seeing the changes in Courtney, I also began to suspect the same as her. After all, the innate rune was called Blood Supreme. Bloodette, answer me, Courtney yells hysterically, trying to get a response from Bloodette. Oh, shit, was my first thought, seeing Courtney not hearing a response from Bloodette after she was swallowed by Courtney's innate rune Blood Supreme. Bloodette, are you there? Courtney shouted in distress, not hearing a response from Bloodette. Her suspension started to get larger. I am here. Finally, a pseudopod face made of blood extended out from Courtney's left shoulder and responded to Courtney's cry. What the hell? I yelled, seeing Bloodette's face extend out of Courtney's left shoulder. That caught me off guard. Ah, Courtney, who finally saw the whole picture and could not help but cry out loud in a scare. Who wouldn't if a blood pseudopod extended out of your shoulder resembling your friend's face? Ah, Bloodette also screamed. Seeing the comical scene in front of me, I was without words. Why are you screaming? Courtney asked Bloodette, having finally calmed down from the scare of watching Bloodette's head grow out of her shoulder. Why don't I get to scream when you and Wyatt both get to do it? Bloodette spoke in the logic only she could understand. We screamed because you scared us, Courtney argued. FYI, I was shocked, not scared. I made it clear to Bloodette and Courtney that I was not scared but shocked. Yes, I was shocked. And then continued to ask, Bloodette, what happened after Courtney's body swallowed you? About that, I was not swallowed into Courtney's body but in her innate rune. This rune helps me reside in it and share all my powers with her. When inside the rune, I can not only share my powers with her but can also share all 5 of Courtney's senses. And this is easier than partial blood possession. I could spend eternity in this innate blood rune. I did not answer Courtney's call earlier because I was deducing how to use the innate blood rune. It's very simple to operate this rune. I mastered it in a minute. Bloodette explained the use of the innate blood rune and why she took so long to answer Courtney's call. So all this strength filling my body is your shared power. No wonder I feel so strong. And a lot closer with the blood rule. Courtney finally knew where the new power in her body came from. Interesting. Hearing the benefits brought to Bloodette and Courtney by the innate rune, blood rune, I was intrigued. This ability of Courtney's innate rune changed my perspective of different kinds of meanings of rules and their runes. Who would have thought that blood rule would forge a bizarre innate rune? A rune with the ability to store Bloodette in Courtney's ego gem. A space-related rune forged from blood rule, very interesting. The innate rune Blood Supreme had the ability to create a nurturing space for Bloodette in Courtney's ego gem. Within this space, Bloodette shares her powers with Courtney and experiences the world through Courtney's senses. The rune did not restrict Courtney's moments. If she willed, She could extend out of Courtney's body like a pseudopod. This rune sounded just like my monster orb item card, which had the ability to capture monsters and help the card apprentice nurture and train them. Chapter 452. Repaying Grace. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1803. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. It's getting late. Let's head back, I said to Courtney. Seeing all the work here was done, I planned to head back and learn about rune forging from Anna. Okay, let's head back. Courtney nodded in affirmation. Can't you guys stay longer? Bloodette pleaded. Having tested Courtney's rune, she had separated from the innate rune. What for? Can't you just come with us using Courtney's innate blood rune? I reminded Bloodette that she could follow us by entering Courtney's innate rune. But the seal, Bloodette recalled dejectedly. It could work. We should give it a try. If the Soul Pact card can allow you to level the seal for some time, then my innate rune could do the same. Courtney supported my theory and wanted to give it a try, so she enthusiastically suggested Bloodette not give up. You would do that for me? Bloodette asked Courtney in surprise. After all, there were consequences to resisting the dungeon seal. Bloodette had tried so many times to go out of the dungeon but was always stopped by the seal on the dungeon. Every time Bloodette attempted to resist the seal, she had to face harsh punishment. At first, Bloodette thought her power was not enough. She was right, but she did not know by how much. So whenever she made a breakthrough in her active soul control or blood rule, she would try to resist the seal placed on the dungeon. But to no avail. Every time, her power was not enough. And the repercussion that followed as the consequences of her resisting the seal placed on the dungeon was very severe enough to break Bloodette's will to fight. Finally, she gave up, deciding she would try once she achieved the zenith level of the active soul control and blood rule. Therefore this time, when Courtney suggested using her rune to con the seal placed on the dungeon, Bloodette could not help but hesitate. After all, she knew what the repercussions would follow as the consequences of her getting caught trying to con the dungeon seal. Bloodette was not afraid of the punishment of the seal as it was nothing compared to the hope given by the innate blood rune of Courtney. But what worries her is that if they are caught by the seal of the dungeon trying to con it, then Courtney may also face the punishment of the seal of the dungeon. Bloodette had an undying body in the realm of a card overlord, so she could take the punishment of the seal of the dungeon. But the same was not true for Courtney, who was of the card soldier realm and had a weak physique of a human card apprentice. Yes, Bloodette was not worried for her. She could risk it following the hope provided by Courtney's innate rune, but the hope provided by the innate blood rune was not enough for her to risk her friend's life. Therefore Bloodette thought twice before agreeing to Courtney's plan. But the thought of Courtney being willing to risk her life for her so that she could get out of the dungeon was touching and moving for Bloodette, which made it even harder for her to follow Courtney's plan. She would rather spend the rest of the eternity trapped in the dungeon than risk losing a good best friend like Courtney, who did not think twice when it came to helping her get out of the dungeon seal. Yes, I would, because you would do the same for me. Courtney may look like a delinquent from outside and dress like a cheap girl, but her heart was golden and big enough to carry the wishes and regrets of her dead brother and sister from the orphanage. She knew the true meaning of brotherhood and lived by it. If someone would help her, she would repay them 1,000 times. If someone crossed her, then she would repay them 10 times. Her motto was simple: friends and family are more important than anyone. Repaying someone's grace is more important than revenge. And she owed Bloodette a lot of grace on that fateful night. If Bloodette had not allowed her into the dungeon, then she might have been kidnapped by her pursuers and turned into a slave or worse. Okay, let's do it. Being encouraged by Courtney, Bloodette was infected by her enthusiasm and decided to try leaving the dungeon she was sealed in by leaving the dungeon hidden in Courtney's innate blood rune. Getting a green signal from Bloodette, Courtney used her innate rune, Blood Supreme, to call Bloodette into the rune space. Feeling the pull of the mysterious bond between her and Courtney's innate blood rune, Bloodette did not resist and followed the tug from the connection between her and Courtney. Soon Bloodette shed her humanoid body and morphed into a liquid form which began to force into Courtney's orifice then to the innate blood rune. Having settled in the innate rune Blood Supreme, Bloodette opened the dungeon gate for us to walk out of the dungeon. I head out first, and Courtney carrying Bloodette in her innate blood rune followed behind. I passed through the dungeon gate without resistance, and walking out of the dungeon gate, I waited for Courtney, concerned that there could be some complications as she tried to step out of the dungeon gate. After all, she was not walking through the dungeon gate by herself. She was carrying Bloodette in her innate blood rune, who could not walk out of the dungeon because of the seal placed on the dungeon. I patiently waited as Courtney finally gathered the courage to step through the dungeon gate. The seal on the dungeon limiting bloodlet to the dungeon was no joke. After all, the ancient demigods had placed the seal on the dungeon. There are severe consequences to resisting or deceiving the seal covering the dungeon. It's not a surprise that Courtney is scared, even if that is what she wished to do with her whole heart. Chapter 453. Livestock. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1812. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Let's get it over with. Courtney finally suppressed her worries and, with great bravery, stepped into the dungeon gate. Walking through the dungeon gate, Courtney was constantly in a high agitation and alarm state. Hoping that everything goes smoothly during the inspection of the seal placed on the dungeon. Though it only took one step to walk through the dungeon gate, it felt like an eternity for Courtney and Bloodette. Each of them was not worried about themselves but the other. That's how deep their friendship ran. It worked. It worked. Haha, Courtney shouted, coming out of the dungeon gate, letting out all the stress and worry that had built up in her from one step. And slumped to the ground, letting out a huge sigh. We did it. Yes. A pseudopod head extended out of Courtney's back and yelled with great enthusiasm. It was Bloodette who was celebrating her escaping the prison that limited her to a dungeon for decades by hiding in Courtney's innate blood rune. Unfortunately, Bloodette did not stop her celebration there and separated from Courtney's rune and morphed into her original humanoid form, yelling, "I am finally free." With Bloodette's yell, the dungeon gate that had disappeared after Courtney stepped out of it appeared behind Bloodette, and a dozen or so thick chains made out of the blood hooked onto Bloodette, who was declaring her freedom to the world. Oh, shit. Feeling the pain and pull from the blood hooks that have latched into her blood rule body, Bloodette cursed at herself for celebrating too early. No, will not go back. No. Gruesome cries of Bloodette filled the surroundings. She tried resisting the force of the dozens of blood chains pulling her back into the dungeon gate. Also, to no avail, no matter how hard Bloodette yelled or launched at the blood chains, she was slowly being dragged by them into the dungeon gate. Leave my friend alone, Courtney yelled at the dungeon seal and dashed towards Bloodette to help her get rid of the blood chain latching onto her as it pulled her back into the dungeon. Wyatt, stop that foolish girl. Seeing Courtney come to her rescue, Bloodette gave up resisting the pull of the chains and jumped back into the dungeon gate, yelling at me to stop Courtney from attacking the seal of the dungeon. If Courtney were to attack the seal on the dungeon, the seal would determine Courtney as hostile and launch a punishment at her. Someone of Courtney's strength could not even face the friction of the seal's strength and live to tell the stories. Therefore, to save her friend, Bloodette stopped resisting the seal and jumped back into the dungeon before Courtney could attack the seal. Courtney, stop. There is nothing we can do with our strength. I restrained Courtney, stopping her from acting rashly. And soon, the dungeon gate disappeared, having caught Bloodette. Arg! Courtney let out a roar filled with sorrow that had accumulated seeing her best friend skewered by blood hooks and dragged by dozens of blood chains into a cage like a beast. For someone who believes repaying grace is more important than revenge, friends and family are more important than any higher being. Seeing her best friend and benefactor in such a state as she helplessly watched was the greatest pain. Bloodette, Bloodette. Courtney tried contacting Bloodette through her soul-pact card, but we received no response instantly. I am fine. After a minute or so, a weak voice responded to Courtney's call stating that she was okay. Bloodette, open the dungeon gate, let me in. Courtney asked to visit Bloodette inside the dungeon, to check on her condition. Courtney, I am fine. Just a little weak from all the ordeal earlier, I want to rest for now. Let's meet tonight at 9. Bloodette explained that she was exhausted from resisting the seal on the dungeon and wanted to rest for now and asked Courtney to come back later. Courtney wanted to argue but stopped, feeling a hand pressing her shoulder. Courtney turned to see the owner of the hand. I shook my head with a sad look, telling her to stop at this and not make things difficult for Bloodette. From the gloomy look on my face, Courtney understood that she was making things uncomfortable for Bloodette out of her worries, so she decided to give Bloodette her space to recover. Wyatt, can I eat your blood ego elemental? It looks very appetizing right now. Having consumed all her energy to deal with the punishment from the seal, Bloodette could no longer maintain the humanoid form and had turned into a puddle of blood. With all her energy exhausted, the dreaded hunger of hers had surfaced. Therefore she planned to eat the blood swordsman I had left in the dungeon to comprehend the blood rule and heal its broken rune to completion. Well, I have only one of those, So leave the core and eat its body so that it can keep recreating its body, giving you a stable source of blood. And don't worry, I will ask my friend to bring all the blood he has collected. He will be here soon. Let's meet later tonight. Since I will be coming back later, I decided to leave the blood swordsman in the blood rock cave to continue comprehending blood rule. I did not expect it to become livestock for Bloodet. Blood that constitutes blood ego elemental's body is normal blood, unlike Bloodet's body which was made of condensed blood rule. The average blood created by the blood ego elemental is very pure compared to the monster blood, which carries nutrition and waste from the monster's body. Therefore the blood produced by blood swordsman was also tasteless and flavorless. But it tastes better when compared to the taste of the condensed blood rule. This seemed very appetizing to Bloodet, whose hunger has reached new heights thanks to the punishment from the seal. Chapter 454. Flirt date the 28th of March 2321 time 1821 location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234, Courtney, don't worry. She will be okay. I bet right now she is busy chugging the monster's blood that Van must have brought to her dungeon by now. I consoled Courtney seeing that she was physically present here, but mentally, her mind was preoccupied with worries about Bloodet. I hope so, Courtney replied meekly. I guess seeing Bloodet skewered and being dragged into the dungeon similar to a beast into its cage was too much for her. Nothing I said seemed to bring up Courtney's spirit, so I let go and walked into the warehouse. Wyatt, you are here. Not Susan, not Anna, but Luna greeted me. The other two looked at her with surprise, thinking, when did Luna get so close to me? I nodded at Luna and headed in, and Courtney followed behind. When did you two get so close enough to exchange greetings? Anna asked her cousin suspiciously. Can't acquaintances greet each other? Anyway, I am glad that he finally decided to show up. The memorconium ore has been waiting to be analyzed by him. Hearing Luna, I finally understood why she greeted me so enthusiastically. Wait for a moment, I can understand why your mother has an ego gem. After all, she has future sight, but what about you, little girl? When did you forge an ego gem? Anna interrupted Luna and questioned, sensing an ego gem in Courtney's body. Anna had sensed the Calamity Daughter gem disguised as an ego gem in the clown mask long ago. But she did not think much of it because the clown mask from the alternate future must have forged her ego gem. Having forged an ego gem once in an alternate future, it would not be hard for Clown Mask to forge an ego gem for the second time. But sensing the ego gem in Courtney's body, Anna was astonished because Courtney was a card soldier and had already forged an ego gem. I forged it a few hours ago, Courtney answered without thinking. What? Anna and Luna exclaimed in astonishment. Did your mother teach you how to forge an ego gem? Anna thought maybe the Clown Mask must have taught her daughter the basics of ego gem forging to her daughter at an earlier stage. No, Wyatt taught me to forge an ego gem in the evening, Courtney replied truthfully. Anna and Luna turned to me for an explanation. Yes, I did teach her to forge an ego gem a few hours ago. All I can say is that she is a natural. Not only did she manage to forge an ego gem within a record time, but her ego gem has an affinity to blood rule and has an innate blood rune. I gave a summary of Courtney's achievements to Anna and Luna. And turning to Susan, who did not know what I was talking about, I said, Courtney has achieved something remarkable. When you are of Card Soldier realm, I will teach you too. Susan nodded in understanding, with the corners of her mouth turning upwards. WTF, stop flirting and give the details. Luna yelled. She, like Anna, also forged her ego gem in the Card Master realm. What? Who is flirting? Doctor. Luna, watch your mouth. I am an honorable boss. I would never flirt with my employees. I defend my character. Yes, you were. Corey supported Luna's claim and, turning to Susan, she said, Big sis, you do not need to be afraid and tolerate this pervert's workplace harassment. You are in the presence of the Southern Emperor. She will get justice for you. Corey, stop it. Susan's face was redder than a tomato out of embarrassment. And Corey's words were only adding to her embarrassment. Manager Susan, are the Bright family girls' words true? Is your boss guilty of such a heinous crime? Anna voluntarily participated in Corey's shenanigans and questioned Susan, putting a majestic front. Susan was speechless out of embarrassment. She could handle Corey, but how was she supposed to deal with the shameless Southern Emperor? Isn't this pot calling the kettle black? You are the biggest pervert in the room. How can you be the judge? I said, gazing at Anna for flaming Corey's fire. So you accept that you are a pervert. Your Highest, the culprit has admitted that he is a pervert. Please pass your judgment on him. Corey quickly caught on to the oversight in my words and asked Anna to judge my crimes. Bright family girl, by that logic, doesn't it mean you are admitting me as a pervert too? Anna's mouth with anger hearing Corey's logic. Pot and kettle are both black, so when a pot calls the kettle black, it means that someone with a particular fault accuses someone else of having the same fault. So if I use that item to point out that Anna was the pervert, that means that I am admitting that I, too, am a pervert. Which is what Corey pointed out to Anna. But by this logic, if I were to be considered a pervert, then it meant she also considered Anna as a pervert. Seeing the nerve of Corey to act smart-mouthed in front of her, Anna was enraged and decided to teach Corey a lesson. Will you guys stop it with your gibberish? We have other important things to discuss here compared to Anna's loose morals. Luna interrupted before Anna could rain her terror on Corey for indirectly calling her a female pervert. Look who's talking, prude. Tisk. Anna clicked her tongue at her cousin in annoyance. I am not a prude. Unlike you, who would just give it to anybody. I haven't found the right person yet. Luna defended herself and did not let go of the chances to dig at Anna and her easy lifestyle. Said the 80-year-old virgin. How could Anna let Luna be after what she had just said? Chapter 455. Consensual date the 28th of March 2321 time 1827 location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234, I am still in my 70s. Luna protested hearing Anna state her age incorrectly. Whatever, it doesn't change the fact that you are a prude and a virgin. Anna did not fall for Luna's trap to change the subject from her virginity to age and continued to taunt her for being a virgin. I am not a prude and am a virgin by choice. I want to save myself for until after the marriage. Luna disagreed with Anna's insults. First, you said you were saving yourself for the right guy. Now you say you are waiting for your marriage. Which one is it? Anna asked Luna to make up her mind regarding the reason behind her still being a virgin. Well, I am saving myself for my wedding night with the right guy. Luna used her words wisely and got her defense together, and made it more robust than earlier. That's what a genuine prude would say, Anna exclaimed, hearing the age-old defense of a prude from her cousin. No, I am not a prude, Luna yelled in annoyance. She seemed to be genuinely agitated by Anna's taunt. But Anna enjoyed herself so much that she couldn't notice that her cousin was comfortable. Fine, look me in the eyes and tell me if you have kissed a man casually. I bet you can't because you haven't kissed a single man your entire life. I dare you to prove me wrong. Anna glared at her cousin, daring her to tell her otherwise. Luna was without words because the words that her cousin spoke were right. She did not kiss a single man. In her entire life. You've been awfully quiet for some who claims not to be a prude. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue. Anna was unwilling to let her cousin off the hook yet, as she had called her a slut who would give it to anybody. Luna glared at Anna and then stared at me. Feeling Luna's stare, I thought that she blamed me for this. If she did, I would like to point out that she was the one who accused me of flirting with Susan at the workplace. Smooch. Luna vanished from her spot and appeared next to me. Pulling me into her embrace, she locked her lips to mine. Then she shoved her tongue into my mouth and let it go wild. A total amateur hour, no technique, and too much tongue. Luna did not seem to know what she was doing, and I was not in the mood to teach her. I struggled to free myself from her embrace, but my strength failed in front of a card emperor's strength. Seeing Luna's blood actions, Anna, Susan, Corey, and Courtney were slack-jawed. Mwah. After a minute-long steamy and passionate kiss, Luna separated herself from me. I just casually kissed Wyatt. Will a prude do that? Luna stared into Anna's dumbfounded eyes and triumphantly declared her act of debauchery. Anna was still in shock and could not believe her eyes that her cute little cousin dared to rebel. Fuck, you hoodlum sisters, haven't you people heard of the word consensual? Seeing Luna's actions, I felt violated and couldn't help but yell at her. But yells fell to an ear deafened by a momentary victory against her cousin. No matter how hard or what I screamed, it did not seem to get the intended results. I was not a fan of being publicly violated. And this was not my first time being assaulted. Each time, it was a card empress from the Heatsend royal family having their way with me. And I could do nothing but helplessly let it happen. At least Anna had techniques and made sure to tend to my pleasure. But Luna, she was like a barbarian. Her tongue ran rampant in her mouth. I feared I would choke any minute. How dare you? Anna thundered at Luna. Everyone in the Heatsend Palace knew that she was not good at sharing her toys with others. Yet Luna still dared to play with her current favorite toy in front of her without her permission. What? I was just being you, dear cousin. Doing whatever I want, taking whatever I want without caring for others' feelings. And I finally get why you like to act that way. It felt great. Anna's anger did not seem to faze Luna. She looked like she was enjoying the current expression on Anna's face. Luna earlier planned to slowly get close to Anna's current favorite, have him fall madly in love with her so that he would abandon Anna for Luna. That way, she could get her revenge on Anna. But having tried and failed to get any reaction from Anna's current favorite, Luna was not only dejected but started to doubt her charm as a woman. But now, being triggered by Anna, Luna decided to give up on her detailed plan to have Anna's current favorite fall madly in love with her so that he would choose her over Anna. And decided to take the most primitive page from Anna's playbook. That is to take what you want without caring about others' feelings. Having done that, Luna felt empowered and more confident in herself than before. So much so that she could stand up against the enraged Anna without batting an eye. Hearing Luna says that she just followed her example and took what she wanted without care of consequences, Anna, who was enraged by Lena's act, felt a sense of clarity, and her anger decreased by a lot. Seeing Anna turn calm, Luna got agitated as she was walking uncharted territory right now. And did not know how Anna would react to the new her. How was your first kiss? Anna decided to focus on Luna's new adventure and not the crime her cousin had committed for now. A first kiss is a big deal for someone of Luna's demeanor. Therefore, for now, she decided to focus on her positive side and leave her vindictive side for later. Chapter 456. Great. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1835. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234. Anna, I finally had my first kiss, and it felt great. Luna exclaimed and started to tout about her endeavor. Welcome to the fun side, little cousin. It took you a while, but you made it here. Better late than never. Anna encouraged Luna to embrace her new side. The kiss tasted so sweet and savory. No wonder you do it so often. Luna described her experience savoring the aftertaste of the kiss. If Lorenzo were here, he would have a heart attack after seeing what Anna had done to his goody-goody granddaughter. Hearing Luna put it that way, Anna's mouth twitched as she tried hard to control herself from yelling at Luna. Ahem. I cleared my throat at Luna, indicating that the victim of her crime was right next to her. All my complaints fell to deaf ears, so I had no choice but to hold my rage in. The kiss may have been great for Luna, but not for me. My tongue was still numb from being assaulted by Luna's wild tongue. And sweetness and savory flavor that Luna spoke of was the sweet scent which the dungeon calamity seed uses to attract its prey to sow its seeds in them. This sweet flavor of my bodily fluids was hardly a notice-worthy perk, but for a first-timer like Luna, it was addictive. This made the kiss great for Luna despite it being a total disaster. Hearing me clearing my throat, enthused Luna, who was narrating her first kiss to her cousin, hopped and hid behind her cousin like a startled rabbit. And right now, only one thought ran in her mind: oh my god, I am so embarrassed right now. The bold Luna who dared to assault a boy in public was no more there. Big sis, did you see that? 1 second, he flirts with you, and the next second, he kisses another girl right in front of you. How can you tolerate a two-timing jerk like him? Just when everybody thought the situation could not get any more awkward, Corey opened her mouth and blamed that I, the victim, had kissed Luna without her consent. Corey, didn't you want to return to work for the card boutique? If yes, I do not think provoking Wyatt would work in your favor. So stop it. Susan appreciated Corey as a good friend, and for the help she provided, but now she was also starting to feel that she was crossing the line by making false accusations. You right, big sis. I couldn't help myself seeing the heathen go unpunished. But for now, I will pretend to be in his support. Corey accepted Susan's advice as she preferred to spend time with Susan. And that was only possible if she was an employee of the card boutique. Otherwise, Susan would be busy with work and never spend quality time with her even if she could get into the same university as her former boss. Fuck, you do know that I can hear you, right? I questioned Corey, hearing her call me a heathen. Yes, boss. You have a very sharp hearing. Nobody can match your hearing the entire world. Boss, You are the best. I did not know if Corey was being sarcastic or genuinely believed that her shameless flattery would work in her favor. I would forget about her crimes and employ her at my card boutique. Who the heck is your boss? Stop calling me your boss. I repeated myself so that Corey clearly understood that I would never accept her. I do not want her negatively towards me affecting my workplace and our work. Boss, I know I was wrong. Please find it in your big heart to give this poor girl a way to make a living. What the fuck? When did she become so shameless and thick-skinned? Not to mention she called herself a poor girl. The Corey I knew is too prideful to even talk politely with me, let alone call me boss. Did she make a breakthrough in her realm? No, it appears not to be the case. I wanted to reject Corey more brutally, but Susan interested me. Wyatt, you might as well give her a chance. Otherwise, she will bug you until you do. And also, she has been volunteering her help till now and has been very well behaved. I think you should consider giving her a chance. Susan knew Corey would follow them to Heatsend Royal Palace in the university, so she decided that they would better recruit Corey and help her understand how things work in society. I never expected Susan would speak please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you in favor of Corey. Susan considered Corey a friend, but she was a professional who kept work and friendship separate. Susan knew that Corey, with her current temper, would not be a good fit for our small card boutique. Therefore she would never recommend me to hire Corey unless she had other plans. I looked into Susan's eyes and could hear them screaming, let's teach this junior of ours how hard it is to make a livelihood. And help her understand the concept of hard-earned money. Yep, as Corey's best friend, Susan decided to take matters into her hands and teach Corey life lessons that would help her a lot down the road. Susan had no idea of Corey's origin card re-life and its ability to unlock past life's memories. If she did, she would not have come to the current decision. Instead, she would pamper Corey more, feeling sympathy for her poor soul. But it was not my place to tell Susan about Corey's predicament. If Corey wanted to, she would have already shared her secret with her. When she herself gets comfortable with the origin card, she may share her story with Susan. Big sis, I am touched. Corey had one complaint with Susan: why didn't she speak please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you on her behalf. But now, seeing Susan finally talk on her behalf and give her a recommendation, she had no more complaints about Susan. Chapter 457. Outburst. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1841. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. Right now, I am in a predicament. I did not want to add Corey to my workforce because she didn't respect me. And her prejudice against me would only lead to insubordination. Susan and I were a team, and we handled our part of the work perfectly. But adding a Corey to the group would only slow down the efficiency of our team. I know Susan knows this and yet recommends me to hire Corey. I wanted to overlook Susan's recommendation, but this was the first thing Susan had asked from me. Hence, my dilemma. Fine, I will hire her. But at the first sign of insubordination or smart-mouth Sari, I will fire her ass faster than lighting a gas. So she is still on probation. If she proves to be a good asset to our card boutique, then we can discuss her job status. I chose to trust Susan and decided to give Corey another shot. I hope the probation period is enough to put Corey on her toes. Otherwise, I will just make it clear to her that she is too good for my little card boutique. Don't worry, boss, you will not regret your decision. FYI, I am not shy of reporting workplace harassment. Corey was being deliberate with her words. What was I thinking? She wouldn't change just because of a probationary status behind her job title. Wyatt, leave her to me. I will handle her. I have arranged all the ingredients you mentioned in the ingredient list in the card lab. Will you be creating the cards tonight? I looked at Susan suspiciously. Was she trying to cover for Corey by changing the topic? No, this is not the professional Susan I know. No, I am not. Something just came up. I will be busy dealing with that, so mass production of the nanomorpher cards will have to wait until a later date. Right now, I was more concerned about creating runes and getting my Calamity Daughter gems to comprehend Blood Rule and forge runes. So emptying the stock of liquid spirit gold on the warehouse shelves took less priority. I see, but I do not think we need to push the creation of the cards to a later date. We have another card creationist in our time. Let Corey deal with the small stuff like this one. You're the boss. You cannot just tend to all the work around here. Share some with Corey. I am sure she has a profound knowledge of card creation and is proficient enough to create the nanomorpher cards you were planning to mass produce. Made some valid points. Now that I had a second card creationist in the group, I should share some of the workload with her. No, that won't work. My card recipe and creation techniques are very different from those mentioned in the textbooks. Corey cannot help me in the mass production of these cards. Despite how valid and tempting Susan's advice sounded, I could not put them to work. Because I finally remembered why I did not plan on expanding my card boutique or just patenting my card recipes. Most of my card recipes are based on my esoteric knowledge of science and technology. When it came to the creation process, I did not use the basic techniques taught in the card creation textbook and was heavily dependent on my sole pupils. Therefore I could not recruit any outside help in the mass production nanomorphers. You sure a talented and confident card creationist like Courtney can be of no help to you? Susan stressed her words as she spoke. Quote. It felt like she was hinting at something, but I could not understand what it was. For the love of God, give this stuck-up and overconfident brat some grunt work. Is that hard to understand? What part of my words wasn't clear enough? Drown her ass with so much work that she understands how hard it is to make a livelihood. And help her understand the concept of hard-earned money. Seeing me not take the hint, Susan broke the mask covering her face and screamed, "Teach this spoiled brat a lesson." Say what? Quote. Susan's words dumbfounded not just me, Anna, Luna, and Courtney. Big sis, Corey was the one who suffered from the greatest shock when Susan stripped her professional mask and let out her true thoughts on having Corey work in our card boutique. Corey, honey, I love you and all, but you are spoiled rotten. And it's about time somebody told you that. I do not know what is happening with you these days, but I hope that the timid yet brave girl that came to me asking to learn from me is still somewhere in you. I will bring out that girl even if I have to beat her out of your current pompous little mindset. Having taken the gloves off, Susan went ballistic and gave Corey a piece of her mind. Hearing Susan nag her, Corey's eyes become teary, not because she felt betrayed or for other petty reasons. Currently, Susan resembles her past life mother, who would always bottle up her anger and dissatisfaction caused by Corey's mistakes, and one fine day, those anger and discontent would burst up, and Corey would feel the burnt. But not for long. Feeling bad about her outburst, mother would always cave to her pitiful and cute apology. As Corey was reminiscing about the past and savoring the new side of her big sister, Susan wasn't done there. And how could you be so ungrateful to quit in moment's notice and open a card studio right next to ours? Clearly, you have no respect for Wyatt and the work he does. Do you think running a card boutique is easy? You know how we struggled to start this and how many hours Wyatt spent in the card lab mass-producing cards just to gather enough funds for the boutique. Just because he makes it seem easy doesn't mean that anybody can open a card studio and run it successfully. Since you genuinely call me your big sister, I have taken it upon myself to correct your ways and teach you how society works and how every person plays their role in keeping the community functional. Mind you, no role is small or to be looked down on. Because society is similar to a big machine, and we are parts of that machine. No matter how small the part, if it stops functioning, the machine starts to malfunction or shut down for good. Chapter 458. Witless date the 28th of March 2321 time 1847 location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234 It seems Susan, too, was dissatisfied with the new changes in Corey's demeanor and was holding back a lot. Come to think of it, Susan supported the bet I made with Corey during the tournament. She wanted me to teach Corey not to mess with her seniors. I remember Susan even volunteered to be my gambling stake against Corey's bet of working for me. I guess Susan had long ago planned to use this bet to release her dissatisfaction with Corey and teach her a lesson while she is at it. But my abrupt plan of moving the card bouquet must have put a dent in Susan's meticulous plan to discipline Corey. Now that Corey came back asking for it herself, Susan must have decided it was about time she let Corey know the wrath of her bottled-up anger towards new Corey. No, don't you dare try to get away from this with teary eyes. Since you are an unpaid employee of the card boutique, you have to shoulder your share of the workload. Susan did not melt to the teary-eyed Corey. Instead, her words got sterner. Yes, ma'am, in the past life, Corey would have brushed off her mother's anger and acted pitiful until her mother caved. But current Corey decided to follow her mother's words like the world's law and learn whatever Susan offered with a positive and enthusiastic attitude. What? Quote. Susan was confused by Corey's unexpected positive response and thought, this silly girl does know that I am reprimanding her, right? Susan expected a little pushback from Corey but not full cooperation. She became more and more sure something was wrong with this poor girl's head. Somebody or something seems to have done a number on her. Yes, just as Corey expected, Susan began to get soft seeing her cooperate. Corey, I have forwarded you the exoskeleton armor and the body of nanomorphers. There must be almost 30 tons of liquid spirit gold in the warehouse. Save 1 ton and use the rest of the liquid spirit gold to create the exoskeleton armor and the body of nanomorphers. I heard Susan's intentions for Corey loud and clear and tasked her with the grunt work. The creation of the exoskeleton armor and the body for the nanomorpher doesn't require any tech knowledge. All Corey had to do was follow the design and a few simple instructions I forwarded to her grimoire. And also, this part was the most tedious and time-consuming one in creation for the nanomorpher cards. With the body of the nanomorpher already built, all I would have to do was modify all the soul energy reactors, the levitation, and the weapon system for each nanomorpher. With Corey pulling the grunt work, I could get to the important stuff of the card creation. Remembering the massive order of megamorpher that is yet to come, Corey became my favorite employee in an instant. I will leave the creation of the body of megamorphers in Corey's care too. That would take a lot of workload off of me. Okay, I will do it. When do you want the exoskeleton armors and stock bodies made of liquid spirit gold delivered to you? How much time do I have? Corey spoke as if she had a choice. Aw, so cute. I like your enthusiasm. No hurry, though, it would be fine if you get it done by tomorrow morning. I answered with a massive grin on my face. I liked building mechas, but repeatedly building the same nanomorpher or megamorpher would get old very soon. What, are you out of your mind? How do you expect me to refine 30 tons of liquid spirit gold in one night? Corey yelled in dismay. What, can't you? I have refined more tons of higher grades of metal in a lot fewer hours. Don't tell me all your talk about being a talented card creationist was nothing but an empty boast. It seems I overestimated you. I had refined more than 100 tons of rank metal for the megamorpher cards in a single night. Even though I did not expect Corey to match my speed, I still expected her to be capable of at least a third of what I am. You're lying. If not, how did you not die of exhaustion? Are you trying to get back at me for calling you out as a pervert? Corey did not seem to believe what I said and thought I was taking revenge on her. No, he is not lying. I can vouch for him. Anna, who was watching a show till now, butted in vouching for me. Anna looked at Corey and sneered, thinking, little girl, let me teach you the consequences of daring to blackmail this empress. Yes, Wyatt is not lying. I still have the receipt for the ingredients I bought yesterday. You can check. Susan also came to my support. No, how is it even possible to refine that massive amount of ranked metal in that small amount of time? It's impossible. Corey questioned in disbelief. Little girl, it's possible. The veteran mining card creationist can do more than that. Even the card creationist from the mass production troupe of big and branded companies refine that amount of ingredients in just 8 hours. Refining a large number of ingredients in a short period of time is the basic of card creation. When I was your age and realm, I would refine more ingredients just to experiment with new card recipe ideas. Luna also voiced supporting me. Mining card creationists are card apprentices who turn the ore into ore cards. That field is very competitive. Only those that can refine massive quantities of metal into cards in the shortest period of time survive there. Despite their speed, these card creationists continue to maintain the high durability of the ingredient cards. What? But Corey was totally out of her wit. She did not know how to reply to Luna's claims. Corey, enough with your buts and whats. Get to work. Start earlier to finish on time. Move. Susan walked witless Corey towards the card lab with a triumphant grin on her face. Chapter 459. Analysis. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1854. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234. I am still curious as to how this girl managed to forge an ego gem with an affinity and an innate rune. Anna reminded me that I had not yet explained how Courtney had forged her mutated ego gem. About that, she had some help from Bloodette. I said casually, The Blood Supreme, I thought she was enraged after what happened at the tournament. Luna asked, seeming interested in Bloodette. Turns out their friendship was strong enough to survive that. I was vague with my answers because Bloodette and Courtney's business was not mine to disclose. It's truly interesting to see a supreme being in a human form such a strong friendship. I wonder whether the same friendship would have blossomed if both of them knew the past between humans and supreme beings. It's good to be naive. Anna mumbled. The friendship between Bloodette and Courtney is indeed a peculiar one. Can supreme beings help humans to create ego gems? This is an interesting find. I bet seniors at Morningstar University would be thrilled to research this field. I, too, would explore this, but my hands are full with the research on dungeon transportation and empty space. A supreme being using its ability to forge an ego gem in humans seems to have raised Luna's interest, but she was already buried with many unfinished research. Even if you had enough time, where would you find a supreme being willing to participate in the experiment? Be realistic, will you? Anna mocked Luna. Speaking of experiments, Anna, I have a favor to ask of you. Can you teach me how to forge runes? I got down to what I was here for, learning runes forging from Anna. Why are you asking me when you have a Morningstar University academician right in front of you? She can teach you how to forge runes better than me. Go ask her. Anna shooed me. I should ask Luna for help as she would be a better teacher than Anna. Luna clearly heard the conversation between Anna and me, and was looking my way as if waiting for me to request her guidance. Dr. Luna, if you could spare some time, I want to learn how to forge a rune from you. Due to my desperation, I had no choice but to be polite and respectful to the girl who sexually molested me. I can, but first, aren't you forget something that you promised to do for me? Speaking of that, Luna passed me an ingredient card. Curious, I checked the card only to find that the ingredient in the card was mimerconium. Reminding me that I had to analyze mimerconium to give Luna an approximate estimate of how much of this ingredient I would need to create the custom giant megamorpher. I see you have already received the mimerconium. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I will analyze it for you right away. Placing the ingredient card in my grimoire item card slot, I summoned the mimerconium in it. A 1 kg 7-inch slab of black metal appeared in my palm. I activated my soul pupils to check the soul pathways arrangements of the mimerconium. Fascinating, I could not help but mutter this word as I gazed at the mimerconium's soul pathways arrangements. This arrangement pattern was more complex than I had ever seen, but under the scrutiny of my soul pupils, any mystery was pointless. Is that your mother's origin card, or a site? I did not know it can be used to analyze materials. From the distance between Luna and me, she could easily notice the oddity in my eyes when I activated my soul pupils. Thankfully she mistook it for my mother's origin card. I just nodded in response to Luna's question and acted as if I was engrossed analyzing the ingredient and did not want to be distributed with more questions about my origin card. Luna took the hint and left me alone, as the analysis of the mimerconium was urgent and more important to her. Looking through the soul pathway arrangement of the mimerconium, I was finally able to uncover what I wanted, and I just needed to test whether my findings were correct or not. So I poured my blood rule power into it. Soon the mimerconium slab started to show signs of turning into red color. The black color of the slab began to change into the blood red color. And the red color started to spread to every corner of the slab as I continued to pour my blood rule into the slab. Finally, the entire slab had turned red in color. Then to check how long the transformation of the mimerconium slab will last, I cut off my supply of blood rule power to it. After 3 seconds, the red glow on the slab started to get dimmer and dimmer. Until finally, it returned to its original state in about 23 seconds. 23 seconds of the energy retention period, not bad, but it could be better, I comment, having gotten the results of the experiment. I was told that the mimerconium can retain the rule power for about 1 minute even if it loses its rule power supply. Did they lie to me? Or gave me a faulty product? I am calling customer care. They are going to hear an earful from me. Luna fumed, finding that the energy retention period promised by the manufacturer for mimerconium was false. Hold that thought, let me see. Stopping Luna from promptly contacting the manufacturers and calling them out as a fraud, I decided to be through before Luna did something rash. And check if everything was as promised. If it were, then we would be at fault. More importantly, Luna would be seen as a fool in the academician community. I did not have a problem with Luna being paraded as a fool. Still, Since Luna's claims are based on my analysis, I decided to intervene and stop her from turning both of us into clowns in the academician community. Chapter 460. Complications. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1901. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234, Tisk. Seeing me unsure about my findings, Luna clicked her tongue in annoyance and decided to conduct her test to verify if what manufacturers promised about the mimerconium was true. After seeing my doubts about my findings, Luna thought it would be best to cross-check my results. I wasn't unsure. I just wanted to be thorough before pointing fingers. After all, words that are spoken can never be taken back. In the field of research, the worst enemy of a researcher was the retraction of their statement. This would even bring down a seasoned researcher. Yes, people make mistakes, but in the field of research, errors are entertained only in the confines of your lab or experiment, but once it gets out or published, retracting your findings only means death to your academic standing. From then, every published result of yours will not be taken seriously. Veteran researchers like Luna would only state their findings once they are done with their entire experiment and 100% sure about the conclusion. So naturally, Luna thought that I would do the same. So she trusted my words and decided to pick a bone with the manufacturer for their false claims. The energy retention period of the mimerconium slab is indeed more than a minute. After conducting the complete test, I found that the manufacturers were telling the truth, more like a half-truth. The manufacturer did not mention the conditions to be met for the energy retention period of the mimerconium slab to be near 1 minute. The mimerconium slab has to be supplied with rule power for about a good 20 minutes to store enough rule power to display the energy retention of about 1 minute after the supply of rule power is stopped. If the rule power is supplied only for a minute or less, it can only display the retention period of about 20 to 25 seconds. The manufacturer purposefully did this because it usually would take more than 30 seconds for the mimerconium to adapt to the rule power supplied. To reduce this time to mere 3 seconds. The manufacturer had to do this because if the slab took near 30 seconds to adapt to rule power supplied or change in rule power, that it would be of no use on the battlefield. As it only takes seconds to kill or be killed, I was able to deduce all this from the soul pathway arrangements of the mimerconium slab. If it were Luna, she would have to use a soul scope amplifier to check the collection of pathways. Soul scope amplifier is similar to a microscope, but this one is used to see soul pathways. But its efficiency is lacking as the range of soul scope is very low. But considering the caliber of the soul scope amplifier, it would take days for her to reach the conclusion I have arrived at. Those sly bastards. This is all a marketing gimmick. In the end, they did not lie to us, as the slab's energy retention period is indeed more than a minute. After hearing my detailed explanation of my findings, Luna couldn't help but comment on the deviousness of the manufacturer. Yes, I understand that, but this initial energy retention period and charging time is too little for our use. If I were to make a small weapon or item, then this retention period and charging period would be efficient, but we are not making a piece of small equipment. We are making a freaking megamorpher. The retention rate we require is very high, but if I try to increase the retention period manually, the charging period will decrease even more. I started the apparent problem with using mimerconium. To get an energy retention period of 1 minute for L kilogram of mimerconium, I needed to charge it for a minimum of 20 minutes. These numbers would go higher if I were to increase the amount of ore to be used to 100 tons. Here the energy retention period, mass, and charging time of the mimerconium were inversely proportional to each other. Meaning if I were to increase one, the other two would decrease. If I tried to solve one problem, 2 others would arise, making this mimerconium unfit to be used for large projects like Megamorpher, which would require 100 tons of mimerconium to build. Under rough estimation, for 100 tons of mimerconium with current settings of the ore, to get a minimum 1 minute retention period for the entire 100 tons body of Megamorpher, the charging time of the whole ore would increase to a week. If I had to charge the Megamorpher for a week before going to battle, and it would only last for 1 minute at most in an energized state, then it was not worth it. It would be considered stupidity to do this. I explained this to Luna, trying to be as honest as possible. Is there no other way? Luna asked dejectedly. There should be. You two nerds gather your brains and find one. Anna, who had been silently listening to our discussion, pitched in to motivate us. But unfortunately, there was no way for Luna and me to work together. That is because the Heatsend royal family was not revealing to me what they would use the Megamorpher for. And Luna did not know the principle behind the working of Megamorphers. To form a collaboration, we both need to know the complete picture, but our secrets bound us from doing so. There is a way. If I get the recipe for this Mimerconium ore, maybe I can find a variant that will fit our requirements. Other than this, I do not see how this will work. I had total confidence with the complete recipe of the Mimerconium ore. I could create an ore that would meet the requirements to build a Megamorpher. Well, that is not impossible, but Chapter 461, Double Cross. Date the 28th of March 2321, time 1908, location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234. What you ask is not impossible, but currently, it's not possible to get the recipe for Mimerconium ore as you do not have the required privilege to do so, Luna answered dejectedly. I was surprised to see Luna and Anna not mock me after hearing me claim that if I had its production recipe, I could modify the Mimerconium ore. The Mimerconium ore's current state is achieved after many seasoned researchers optimized it with their best capabilities. Blatantly saying that I could achieve something which many veteran researchers and academicians couldn't achieve would be considered arrogant on my part, but Luna and Anna did not seem to look at it that way. Them agreeing to the idea of me getting the recipe was already proof enough that they believed I could achieve what I promised. I knew I wasn't boasting because I had soul pupils to solve the mystery of objects based on their soul pathways and arrangement. Something like modifying a recipe of a racked metal was not a big deal for me. But Anna and Luna did not know this yet. Instead of mocking my boastful claims, they chose to support it and help to their best capabilities. I do not know what they are thinking, but it is better this way. I could achieve my goals faster. What my privilege level is not enough. I created the silver milk powder, giving mortals a way of supplementing their active soul control and awakening into a card apprentice. My achievements in society are tremendous enough already. Shouldn't my privilege level be high enough to get a recipe for an artificial ore? I couldn't help but ask, as I thought after I made silver milk powder public, my social standing should have risen in ranks. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Privilege level is something that one can get only by contributing to society. Low-level privilege is easy to reach by amassing enough fortune and creating many jobs for the mortals and low-level card apprentices. Whiteburn family, Bright family, Elliot's company, and Dana's fine gold are the best examples of low-level privilege. But at higher levels, fortune and small social work are no longer enough to raise your privilege level. To advance to the upper level, you need to earn high merits in way beyond by killing the hostile forces or reclaiming the lost land from the Supreme Being's forces. Military merits are only one of the ways. There are other ways, too, like making discoveries and inventions. In my discovery of silver milk powder is the best example. About that, people are still debating whether silver milk powder is real or just a malicious rumor. Anna replied, scratching the back of her head, avoiding my eyes. What do you mean by malicious rumors? Isn't the silver milk powder patent under my name proof enough? How can there be people still stupid enough to claim that silver milk powder is just a myth? I risked my life and decided to file a patent in order to make my debut in this new world. But now you are saying more than half of the world is still not sure where someone like silver milk powder exists. You must be kidding me, right? Hee. About that, Anna continued to avoid making eye contact with me. Anna's actions could not be more suspicious. Tell me, what did you do? Nope. What did your mother do? Is your family planning on double-crossing me? The only reason more than half of the world would still be doubtful and debate over the existence of the silver milk powder and its capabilities even after seeing my patent is because the Heatsend family is up to something. Hold your horse. My Heatsend royal family has nothing to do with this. You can't just point fingers at not knowing what actually happened. I listened to Anna's words carefully. She defended her family but not her mother. This meant that it had something to do with her mother. What did your mother do? I swear to God, if your mother double-crossed me, I will not leave it at this. Except for making threats of repercussions for their betrayal, I regretted becoming complacent. Fuck, I should have sent a Calamity Daughter gem to submit my patent at the Central Region Patent Commission office in the capital city after the patent for silver milk powder was successfully filed in the Southern Region Patent Commission office. That way, the Heatsend royal family could not flex their power to meddle with my affairs. The Southern Region was Heatsend royal family's domain, but in the Central Region, it was a different story. I should have known that they could easily limit my patent using their power in the Southern Region. I let my guard down because of the existence of the soul Contract between Anna and me. The sole contract only made sure that Anna would stand by her term for the patent of silver milk powder while protecting me and my friends and family. But the sole contract did not mention anything about the Heatsend royal family deliberately controlling and manipulating the patent. What I did not understand was what could the Heatsend family gain by making half of the world doubt the existence of the silver milk powder and its capability. No matter what, they had to pay my royalty out of the profits they made. So why go through all the trouble from surprising the hype of silver milk powder and making the world think it's just another scam? Just because I could not think of a reason did not mean that Anna's mother's invention for doing so was clean. From what I know about business, when you have a product with 200% guaranteed success of making it big, you do not suppress the hype but fuel it. And attract potential investors and partners. What Anna's mother was doing right now was the total opposite of this. Why did this? Chapter 462, Fraud. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1914. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, warehouse number 234. No wonder it has been so quiet despite me detonating a giant bomb like silver milk powder. The city should be buzzing about the silver milk powder and its capabilities, but I did not hear about silver milk powder anywhere. And those old fogies from the Bright family and the Whiteburn family, they did not call me currying favors and trying to get recommendations to become distributors of silver milk powder in Sky Blossom and nearby cities. Especially the shameless Jaya and her sister Diana Keith of Fine Gold. Forget them, they are acquaintances at best, but what about Elliot? That bastard, why did he not warn me about what was going on in the outside world? Come to think of it, I could not come in contact with him after the tournament ended. Where did he go? Answer me, Anna. What is going on? Clearly, by doing this, the Heatsend family doesn't stand to gain anything but lose a great opportunity to publicize the silver milk powder. What is your mother up to? This period was an excellent opportunity to create hype about silver milk powder among the general populace. Yet Anna's mother was risking it all for her hidden agenda. This disfame will become a considerable obstacle when the silver milk powder hits the market. But considering the miraculous ability of the silver milk powder, it will redeem its name and fame in no time. No, my mother is not behind this. For that matter, nobody is behind this matter. My mother's only fault is that she stopped the marketing team from nipping off the malicious rumors at the bud. Anna's words were confusing me. She was hiding something from me. Anna, speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Clearly, if your mother is not to be blamed and no third party is involved, then where did these malicious rumors come from? There has to be somebody spreading these rumors for people to doubt the patent granted by the Southern Region Patent and Trademark Commission Office. The genuity of silver milk powder was the patent granted under my name by the Southern Region Patent and Trademark Commission Office. Which meant they had cross-verified that there was no trickery involved in this product and its original. If the people doubted the silver milk powder despite the patent, then it could only mean one thing: that rumors weren't groundless. Somebody must have produced a genuine concern for half of the world to doubt the patent granted by the Southern Region Patent and Trademark Commission Office. Well, you see, when a patent is granted, it usually takes a year or so to check the originality of the content. But this process was skipped because of my guarantee. Now that has been raised as a concern by some people. What Anna was basically saying was that her using her authority to intervene in the screening process of granting a patent to silver milk powder has now come back to bite us. Are you telling me that someone is claiming that I did not discover the silver milk powder? I exclaimed, thinking that someone claimed that silver milk powder was not my original discovery. Stealing a man's discovery is the worst thing one can do to him. After all the precautions I took, I still can't escape this. I was not worried that someone would steal my contribution but the loyalty of the Heatsend royal family. As other than me, only the Heatseed family knew the complete process and ingredients needed to produce silver milk powder. Yeah, if the Heatsend royal family doesn't betray me, I can withstand any accusations against me and my discoveries. Come to think of it, this would explain why Anna's mother did not nip the rumor at their bud. No, that's not the case. Nobody's accusing you of not being the original discoverer of silver milk powder. They are just accusing you of being a fraud. And before you cook up various conspiracies in your head, just listen to what I have to say patiently. Anna knew she could not hold back anymore if she did. Instead of protecting me from whatever she thought she was, she would end up creating cracks in our relationship. Okay, I will. I have no other choice. Damn right, I had no other choice but to listen to whatever explanation she planned to give because I had no additional power or authority to do otherwise. Good, remember how you mentioned silver milk water as the key ingredients for the creation of the silver milk powder. That ingredient is something nobody has ever heard of. When the Patent and Trademark Office officially published your findings and recipe for the production of silver milk powder in many reputable privileged journals, renowned researchers started to conduct experiments to see if your conclusions were genuine. But they could not find the critical ingredient mentioned by you in the recipe, silver milk water. Unable to find the silver milk water to conduct their experiments, all the researchers came to the conclusion that there is no such thing as silver milk powder, and filed a complaint against you, charging you with fraud. Not just you, they also charged me with misuse of authority for meddling with the Patent and Trademark Commission Office's screening process. So you are not the only one being rolled in the mud here, okay? When the complaints were filed, my mother could have distributed a little bit of silver milk water to the researchers to calm their anger and solve everything in one go. Still, instead of doing so, she put the patent granted to your silver milk powder under review. She suspended me from my duties until the investigation of the genuity of the silver milk powder reached completion. Anna narrated everything she knew but forgot to mention that her suspension from her duties was only for show. She did not want this information to cause some unnecessary misunderstanding. Chapter 463, Chum Chum the Pixie Dragon. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1920. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234. You are telling me, just because these so-called renowned researchers never heard of silver milk water, they decided that it is a fantasy ingredient that I concocted for my fraud. Your mother could have solved all this misunderstanding just by giving some silver milk water to them. Still, instead, she accepted their charges, put my patent under investigation, and suspended you from your position. I can understand my patent being under investigation because I am an ant. But what about you? You are the Southern Emperor, commander of the Southern Watch. Can your mother do that to you? I thought you were the highest authority in the Southern region. I was pissed that my patent was under investigation, but I could do nothing because, in this game of chess that these demigods were playing, I was just a pawn. They could sacrifice me or life to become the most powerful piece in chess. About that, guilty Anna scratched the back of her head, avoiding my gaze. Wyatt, you couldn't be more wrong. The true ruler of the southern region is my Aunt Anna's mother. Anna is just the representative of her will. Demigods are forbidden to interfere in mortal affairs. Therefore they chose a capable person to do their bidding, and for a year-end family, it is this dimwit. If Anna were given complete charge of the royal family, she would bring us all to the ground in days. Personally, I think Aunt Sho chose a new representative, preferably one who knows that a pixie dragon kills its mate after mating. God rest Chum Chum's soul. Chum Chum, you were a diligent and loyal pixie dragon. Sorry, you had to pass away in such a stupid way like that. You are still missed. Luna explained that Anna was not the actual ruler but just a representative of the true ruler and something about a pet pixie dragon named Chum Chum. How is that related to the topic we are talking about? Is she planning to change the subject? But she genuinely seems to care about this Chum Chum. Shit, I cannot help but feel that I am playing right in the palms of these two cousins. Chum Chum wanted to mate. I just helped him, who knew that despite feeding him all those precious resources, he still could not overpower his female partner and escape. And how dare you bring up Chum Chum? I know you are jealous that the family decided to make me represent the Heatsend royal family at my birth. But bringing Chum Chum into is just low even for you. Anna was offended that Luna brought up her dead pet Chum Chum. You stupid drunk slut, when a female pixie dragon reaches climax, the body fluids released by it will act as a paralyzing agent and render its male partner incapable of defending itself. No matter how strong Chum Chum was, he was bound to die. Therefore I wanted it to undergo chemical castration. If you had just listened to me, Chum Chum would still be alive. Luna genuinely seemed to be agitated by their pet pixie dragon's death. I will be magnanimous and overlook the name-calling for now. Luna, do not be unreasonable, Chum Chum had reached that age. I could tell how lonely he was. A prude like you won't understand. And also, it was not your or my decision to make, it was Chum Chum's choice. And trust me, that is what Chum Chum wanted. Wyatt, you are a man. What would you choose if you were in Chum Chum's place? Take your chances with your female partner or get chemically castrated as Luna suggested. Anna asked for my opinion. According to her, be it a monster or human, men will be men. Hypothetical, if I were in the same situation as Chum Chum, I would take my chances with my female partner over chemical castration, always. I could not stress enough that I would rather die than get chemically castrated. I can understand why Chum Chum did not care if his first bang could be his last bang, as the alternative was very cruel. But you promised that you will give Chum Chum to me once I reach Card Emperor realm. Luna reminded me of those selfish dog owners back on Earth who would chemically castrate their pet dogs. Man, imagine those dogs' pain. Their years of loyalty are rewarded by chemical castration. I will buy you a new one, this time a female, so that you do not have to go through the same ordeal all over once again. Anna tried to console Luna by promising her that she would get her a new pixie dragon pet. No, I will not replace Chum Chum. And also, female pixie dragons are murdering sluts. Our family already has you for that. Mating doesn't guarantee that the female pixie dragon gets pregnant. Therefore, female pixie dragons keep finding new male partners after killing the last one until she gets pregnant. You do know that my generosity has its limit, right? Keep this up, and you know what is waiting for you down the line. Anna controlled herself and warned Luna to behave. That was the last one, I promise. Luna has recently discovered that in front of Wyatt, her arrogant cousin gets more tolerant and well-behaved. It was clear that she did not want to show him her crazy side and scare him away. And Luna was making full use of this godsend opportunity to get her jabs in, but she knew there were limits to the new side of Anna, so she chose to stop for now. You cousin's done. Now explain to me what your mother's agenda is. To decide if I can trust her before taking extreme steps to protect what's mine. Don't get me wrong, Anna, I trust you, but the same cannot be said about your mother. The only advantage of us ants is that there are a lot of us. And someone with my capabilities can be considered as the king of ants. So what if I cannot face you head on? I will mobilize my soldier ants to make sure what's mine stays mine. Chapter 464, World of Adults. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1925. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234. I can appreciate your honesty. My mother also doesn't trust you. It's understandable. After all, you have not met each other. Once you two meet, you will see how similar you guys are. And aren't my mother's intention obvious enough by now? Anna did not seem to be concerned that I was skeptical about her mother's and family's plans for me. Instead, she thought her mother and I were too much alike. I can think of various reasons why your mother did what she did. Therefore it would be best for you to tell me what she is up to. To avoid any sort of misunderstanding. Considering how Anna's mother indirectly provoked the whole city to come after my neck, I did not have any good impression of her. So you have to understand why I was having a hard time trusting Anna's mother. And if what Anna said is true about her mother and me being alike, then I should not trust her, because I would not let a boy from a third-rate city take advantage of my family and daughter. Man, you are so uptight. Isn't it obvious? Aunt is trying to keep the masses guessing while she prepares the countermeasures for the storm that will follow when the world realizes that a miraculous drug like silver milk powder exists. Luna answered instead of Anna. The reason I gave the Heatsend family 65% of the profits while keeping 35% for myself is that they would be doing all the heavy lifting, from investing to finding partners to fending off the predators. I knew I could not swallow it whole, so I decided to share it in exchange for a piece of profit and protection. You have to know, though our family is strong, it is not strong enough to withstand the combined attack from all the forces from the world. Not to mention, after your patent was granted, we did not have enough time to prepare for what was to come. So when the opportunity presented itself, Auntie did not hesitate to help the misunderstanding grow one step further. Now that the whole world is speculating about the authenticity of the silver milk powder, we will move fast and secure the Silver Beach dungeon by transporting it to a secure location. Once the Silver Beach is in our palms, no matter how many forces combine and come knocking at our door for a piece of the cake, with the Silver Beach dungeon in our hands, we can lead them all to settle on a collective understanding. What Luna was trying to say was that the gate dungeon Silver Beach was the main piece, and those who secured it would have a better standing. What do you mean by collective understanding? And where do I stand in that? No matter how vague and confusing Luna made her explanation, I still caught on to the critical point. Wyatt, don't tell me that you are foolish enough to believe that you can monopolize the whole silver milk powder. This world is more profound than you think, and the silver milk powder you have discovered is enough to start another civil war among various families. Even if the orthodox families and government choose to stay silent and leave us be, the empire will not do so, nor will the hidden families, sects, and cults. Silver milk powder is too enticing. And if you continue to be stubborn about this, you will not only bring destruction on yourself but the Heatsend royal family too. I am not telling you to give up on your discovery. All I am trying to say is that a lot more mouths will be needed to feed, but you and our family will get the biggest piece of cake. And securing the silver beach ensures just that, and whatever we stand to make, you will receive your share. So do not worry, just be a little open-minded about this whole thing. Anna finally spilled out the beans that despite the soul contract between us, there will come a time when new terms will have to be discussed. And if I was being stubborn about it, then despite Heatsend family's protection, orthodox families will try to get rid of me to make sure they get their share of the cake, no matter how small it is. I understood what Anna was saying. Because I have already faced this back on Earth. Not just me, many philanthropists have faced the exact situation back on Earth. The founder of the world's largest online shopping website only owned 10% of the company's share. The founders of the biggest search engine only own 5%-6% of the total company shares. The founder of the biggest social media only owned 14% of its total shares. These founders poured their sweat and blood trying to turn their idea into the biggest conglomerates humanity had ever seen. Still, in the end, they could not even own their dreams and had to cut them into bits and parts and distribute them to vultures so that these people do not destroy them. It's another thing that selling some of the shares did increase their company valuation. Still, it was clear that monopoly was near impossible. Now in this world, I was also facing the same dilemma. But the difference was that all of the work was being done by the Heatsend family. I was sitting on my ass, waiting to profit from their hard work. Yes, silver milk powder is my discovery. But let's be honest, the alternative was worse than the present situation. The alternative was I could be selfish, never apply for a patent, and hide the fact that I had discovered the silver milk powder. And wait till I grow powerful enough to monopolize the production and distribution of silver milk powder. Yes, the alternative was an idiotic idea. Thanks to me revealing the silver milk powder, I have climbed the highest possible social standing in the fastest possible period. Thanks to that, I was able to gain and achieve so much. Ego Gem, Broken Runes, are the few of the obvious examples of my gains. Chapter 465, Yuck. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1932. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234. I understand, but if I feel I am being blindsided or double-crossed, I will not hesitate to blow up the whole thing. Pouring some shares of silver milk powder into the market will increase the value of the remaining shares in my hand by a huge margin, even greater than the value of total shares I held before. This also meant that the number of people gunning for me would decrease, and people covering me would increase. Giving up some shares would gain me more money and more backing, so why should I refuse the offer that is advantageous to me? Therefore I was open to compromise. And also, I would be foolish to think that the Heatsend royal family could monopolize the production and distribution of silver milk powder. We would need more high-level players to support our monopoly, which meant sharing the cake. Good that you understand, and I am sorry that it has to be like this. I should have been honest with you from the start, but I did not know of all the arrangements made by my mother until it was too late. At that time, it seemed like it would be in your best interest that I do not tell you about all this. Anna apologized and stressed that she was not a part of her mother's scheme. It's okay. As long as the patent is in my name and I stand to make more money, the rest doesn't matter. Since I was not the one in the front lines doing all the hard work, it didn't matter how, why, and when I got the money as long as I got my money. I did not expect you to understand the big picture so quickly. Trust my aunt and me. As long as what she is planning goes smoothly, you will be the world's richest high school student. Luna assured me, saying that her aunt had a plan and it would make everyone involved richer. Aren't I already the world's richest high schooler? Though the valuation of 35% of silver milk powder royalty is yet to be done, I would like to believe I am unofficially the world's richest high schooler. No, you are underestimating the inheritance of the prominent families. They are insanely wealthy, and their daughters and sons are the richest teenagers. For example, my little brother JJ. He is about your age and has a mountain of inheritance. Luna seemed to think contrary to my thoughts. And continued tweeting about her younger brother. Speaking of JJ, he will be attending university this year. I should introduce you two. I think you two will become best buds. I don't think so, as we two may not choose the same university. I did not hesitate to break Luna's weird chain of thoughts. Best buds, God help cousin JJ if Luna's thoughts come true. Wyatt will swallow him in whole if JJ were to spread his wings of arrogance in front of him. Anna knew how arrogant and snobbish her cousin JJ was. She also knew that these types were Wyatt's prey. Dr. Luna, now that I have helped you with analyzing your ore, could you guide me with rune forging? I was running short on time. At 9 tonight, I had to be at Blood Rock Cave, so I hurried Luna. You sure you can do nothing? Is there no other way for you to use mimerconium to create a megamorpher? Luna seemed to be hung up on this. Despite knowing my answer, she could not help but ask me again. Yes, I can. Mimerconium is a strong A-rank metal, so I can create an A-rank megamorpher using it, but it will not have its famous unique ability. Because its energy retention period and charging time will not allow us to do so. Mimerconium is a sturdy ingredient, even without its unique ability, so creating a megamorpher card with it would not be a problem. No, that's not enough to cross the river. We need its unique rule power adaptation ability. Luna mumbled unconsciously. Anna, who heard Luna, frowned but did not correct her. Feeling it was not an intentional error. If you really want the megamorpher to inherit the unique ability of mimicronium, then the only way left for you is to get me the production recipe. I could use my soul pupils to decipher the soul pathway arrangements of the mimicronium slab and deduce the recipe of the ore, but that would require my complete attention and time. Deciphering could go on for days, weeks, which is why I asked Luna to get me the production recipe instead. Don't worry, I will talk to my contacts at Morningstar University. I think with enough donations to their university, I can get the permission to give you the recipe. Anna answered, seeing Luna's dilemma. As an alumnus of the top 10 universities, she had her contacts to get the job done. It's good to have money, I muttered, reminiscing about the times when I was rich back on Earth. Luna was eagerly looking at Anna, waiting for her to contact her contacts at Morningstar University. Stop looking at me so intently. I will call them at my convenience. Once I get the permission, I will let you know. So quit staring at me. Anna asked Luna to stop bugging her as she would be the first to know if Anna got permission for me to learn the recipe for mimerconium. Why not now? You know how important this matter is to our family, right? Luna pressed on Anna to not procrastinate. Luna, understand, my contacts at the university are quite peculiar. If I call them now, they will misunderstand my intentions. Anna seemed to be a little self-conscious about her contacts at the Morningstar University. This is the first time I am seeing Anna act like this. These people at Morningstar University may be quite distinguished for Anna to be cautious about calling them. Why, I do not understand. What's there to misunderstand? Luna did not seem to understand what was causing Anna to act that way. Realizing Luna was too inexperienced to understand her train of thoughts, Anna decided to put away her newly found shame and speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Plainly, the contacts that I speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you are my old sex friends and ex-lovers. If I call them at this hour for something as small as gaining permission for learning a production recipe, they might misunderstand that I was giving them a booty call under the guise of a silly excuse. It would have been okay a few days ago, but now not so, as I have decided to save myself for somebody special. So I will call them in the morning. It would be more appropriate to talk about business then. Anna was embarrassed about revealing her past in front of her new crush. Therefore, she tried to be subtle and vague about her dilemma, but Luna would not have it and kept pressing her to contact her ex-lovers and sex friends in the evening. Wait, hold up, I am a senior researcher at Morningstar University, and I do not have the power to permit Wyatt to learn the production recipe of mimerconium. Who are these so-called friends of yours? For them to permit Wyatt to learn the production recipe of mimerconium is a trivial thing. Don't tell me your sex friends are those old fogies, yuck. Luna's tongue had no brakes, and at last today, they finally caused an accident, and the only victim was Luna herself. All with a scream, Luna laid flat with her belly on the floor. Anna slowly walked up to her, stepping on Luna's back. She said, I asked you not to push it, but you had to push it. Now suffer the consequences of your actions. Big sis, slip tongue, It was a slip of the tongue, please forgive me. Luna started to beg to save herself from getting embarrassed in front of girls and me. Luna, let me make it clear. I like having a good time. But I am no home wrecker. Those old fogies have a happy and healthy family. I would never do that, and they were too afraid of grandfather to even be in the same room as me. As for who my contacts are, you do not need to care about them. Just be happy that I will get the permission, and JJ participates in the inheritance trial. Anna's words were cold and stern. With each word from her mouth, Luna shuddered and regretted being too lenient on her tongue. Having warned Luna, Anna got off Luna and returned to her spot on the couch. As if nothing ever happened, Luna hurriedly stood up on the floor, sending a glare at Anna. She straightened her messed up clothes and elegantly sat back on the couch. Okay, now that was awkward, I said, watching the weird dynamics between the two cousins. Thankfully because of that, I got an important piece of news. Chapter 466. Touché. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 1938. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234 feet. Participate in the inheritance trial. These words caught my interest. Earlier, Luna unconsciously revealed that she needed the megamorpher to cross the river. At that time, I thought what kind of river would require a card emperor to cross using a megamorpher? Can't they just fly over or something? Most of it was still unclear, but one thing was sure, that the crossing of the river was a sort of trial for inheritance. What inheritance? Whose inheritance? I had no clue, so I decided to ask the only people well versed about it. What is the inheritance trial you guys are talking about? Does that have something to do with the crossing of the river? For which you are building the megamorpher? With your power, can't you guys just fly over the river or something? Even though I knew Anna and Luna wanted to keep all this a secret, I was trying to convince them that I knew this much, might as well spill the whole secret. You told him, Luna yelled at Anna, putting all the blame on her. Looks like the punishment earlier was not enough. Anna's brows frowned, hearing her cousin push all the blame on her. Come at me, I was just speaking the truth. Luna held her hand crossed in front of her head in a defensive stance, but in a manner that said she was not afraid to fight. Okay, that's it, don't start a fight between you two. It was both of you guys' fault. You both are not as tight-lipped as you think you are. With enough hints, it was not hard to connect these few dots. Since I already know this much, you might as well tell the rest of it. And then we can think of a way to crack the trail of inheritance together. I would like to know more about this inheritance that can keep the Heatsend royal family on its toes. It has to be a very powerful inheritance. Luna glared at me and then Anna and then the rest of the girls in the room. Her glare intensified whenever it landed on me. It felt as if she was trying to erase my memories with her gaze. You don't know, Jack. You are just making guesses here and there. You are lucky I am planning on introducing you to my mother as her future son-in-law. Otherwise, you would have lost your life trying to be a wiseacre. Don't indulge yourself in something you are not a part of. Luna, teach him how to forge runes already. Warning me to stay out of their family secret, Anna yelled at Luna to quit glaring at me and teach me how to forge a rune. Okay, I understand it's a family secret. I, too, would be defensive if it involved my family. Take your time and give me an answer by tomorrow morning. Then we can be on the same page. And that way, I can help you guys even better. Anna's harsh warning did manage to back me off from pressing too much on their family secret. Hey, Wyatt, if you really want to know, then there is a surefire way. Become my house husband, and I can let you in on our Heatsend family secret. No rush. How about you sleep on it and answer by tomorrow morning? Anna knew how to play ball. Unfortunately, this was too much for me to buy in. Touché, I said, shaking my head. Anna knew just the right words to make me quiet digging into their family secret. If I didn't know better, I would think you two are flirting. Wyatt, should I start teaching you how to forge runes, or would you two like to get a room? Luna asked sarcastically. No thanks, drive, Luna. Let's just get started on how to forge runes. I politely answered Luna's sarcastic remarks. Good. Comprehending rules and forging runes go hand in hand. The stronger your comprehension of rules is, the better the runes you can forge. This is basic. Since you are asking about forging runes, I guess you have gained a minimum of advanced mastery in the rules comprehension and already passed the bifurcation point of the rule you chose to comprehend. And also gained a minimum of intermediary mastery over the meaning of your choice of that particular rule you decide to comprehend. giving you enough qualification to forge a basic rune of that meaning of the rule you comprehend. Luna asked if I had met the basic conditions to forge a basic rune. Yes, I did receive a notification from the grimoire saying I could forge a basic rune. The notification of the grimoire was more than enough for proof. Okay, then I will skip all the basics as you have already figured it out yourself. Are you fine with it? Luna inquired for my opinion on her skipping the basics. Fine by me. I was tight on time, so I did not mind Luna being a little fast-paced. If we were to assume rule comprehension is similar to mining for ores, then forging a rune can be said to be similar to refining the ore that you have mined. You have already mined the rules now. All that remains is the refining of ore, that is forging of the rules into runes. Similar to how a blacksmith tempers an ore, removes the waste and then forges it in the shape he wants it to be in. Card apprentices should also temper the rules they have comprehended and use their understanding of the rules to forge the rune into the image of their understanding and perspective. It's like taking all the clay you got and sculpting it according to your imagination. Here clay is the rule you comprehended, the image you have given to the clay is your understanding of the rule, and the final clay sculpture is the rune you have forged. In layman's terms, the rune is your knowledge and perspective of the rule and its meaning that you have comprehended. Luna used various examples to elaborate the concept of runes and help understand what actually forging runes meant. Chapter 467. Flaws. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 2032. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234. Did you understand what I am trying to say? Luna asked, looking at my face, which appeared to be contemplating something. Yes, what you basically are trying to say is that I should take the rule power I have comprehended and shape it in accordance with my understanding of the rule and its meaning. I answered Luna with a quick summary of what she guided me with. Good. You are a quick learner. Now put what you learned into practice. I will be here to guide you, so don't be worried. Luna asked me to start forging runes, and she would be right next to me if I needed her help. About that, I wanted to go to the Blood Rock Cave to forge my rune. No offense, you are a good mentor, but I think the Blood Rock Cave is an optimal place for me to forge my rune. I rejected Luna's kind assistance to monitor me as I forged my very first rune. Because I planned to forge my rune at the Blood Rock Cave, hoping that particular location would give me more access to the blood rules meaning I have comprehended, and that way I would not have to spend a lot of time trying to forge the rune. Isn't that the dungeon the Blood Supreme is sealed in? Over the years, that place should have turned into a holy place for blood rule comprehension. Does that mean the first rule you comprehended is the blood rule? If it's a blood rule, I can understand why you would prefer to forge your rune in the Blood Rock Cave Gate dungeon instead of under my guidance. It did not take Luna long to understand my inclination to forge my rune in the Blood Rock Cave Gate dungeon. So we're good? I asked. Luna was similar to my half-mentor, so I cared for her opinion. The blood rule stream in the Blood Rock Cave should be way denser than the one here. There you can easily gain access to the blood rule meaning you have comprehended. Forging your rune there would be more efficient, so I will allow it. I think you have enough theoretical knowledge and would not require my assistance in forging your rune. But I will warn you to proceed carefully while forging the rune because the slightest misconception of the rule could become the Achilles heel of your rune. Your shortcomings in the understanding of the rule and its meaning may become the flaws of your rune. Runes are strong weapons of war for card apprentices, but if they have too many flaws or a single obvious flaw, the rune will become worthless. Therefore, before beginning to forge the rune, gather the knowledge you have comprehended through the rule and its meaning. And then choose from the understanding which you think is the correct understanding of the rule and its meaning. If your knowledge of the rule and its meaning is flawed, the rune forged will be full of flaws. The greater the flaws in the rune forged, the weaker its strength. So be careful when you forge your rune unless you are 100% certain that your understanding of the rune and its meaning has fewer flaws. I advise you not to forge a rune because it will be a waste of time. Luna warned me not to be hasty in forging a rune because if my understanding of blood rule and its meaning is flawed, the rune forged would be lackluster and weak. A total waste of my time. Hearing Luna's words, I cannot help but frown because it would be impossible to know if the rule we compounded was flawed or flawless. Because if we knew that, then we wouldn't have chosen to travel the flawed comprehension path of the rule and its meaning. Wyatt, do not overthink it. To find if the rule you comprehend is filled with flaws or not, just use the meaning of the rule you have comprehended by empowering it with your rule power. If that results in the response that you were expecting, then good, the path you comprehended is not entirely flawed. If the response is not the same as you expected, then there are some flaws in your comprehension. The degree to which the response deviated from your expectation is the percentage of flaws in comprehension of runes. That's how you find the flaws in your comprehension of runes, and there is no other way. Seeing my confused face, Anna decided to chip in her experience to help me understand how to find flaws in the rules I have comprehended. But hearing Anna's explanation made me more confused because I only knew the name of the meaning I was comprehending from blood rule and yet had to deduce what it could do. Now, this was my dilemma. Even though I had enough rule power and knew the name of the meaning I had comprehended, I still did not understand what it does. Without understanding the capabilities of the meaning I choose, how do I test it for flaws? So I narrated my dilemma to Anna and Luna. The name of the blood rule meaning I choose to comprehend is Fate Plunder, but I do not know what it is capable of. So how do I know if I am heading the right way? Fate Plunder. Does the blood rule even have such a meaning? And you, how dare you to forge a rune without understanding your blood rule's meaning properly? Luna asked in surprise. There are infinite meanings of every rule. There is no way we card apprentices will know them all. But your dilemma is not unheard of. Either you have traveled the flawed path from the very beginning, or you still need to increase your mastery of the blood rule and the meaning itself. To truly understand its capability, I advise you to increase your mastery of the meaning before you even consider forging a rune. The rest is up to you. Anna calmly gave her input and left the choice to my will. According to Anna, I still did not know what the capabilities of the blood rule meaning I comprehended were because my comprehension was flawed or I still did not have enough mastery. Chapter 468. Rarity. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 2042. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234. Why, though? Why do I need to have a deeper comprehension of the blood rule's meaning to understand its capabilities? If I am not traveling the wrong path, I should have already understood what blood rules, Fate Plunder, is incapable of, correct? This I did not understand, which made me think the possibility that I may actually be traveling the wrong path and doubling down the current way of comprehension would only be a waste of time. Therefore I could not help but express my opinion to Anna. After all, she is the one who advised me to increase my mastery of the Fate Plunder meaning before I planned to forge a rune. You are not wrong to think that because 9 times out of 10 people in cases similar to yours are actually headed down the wrong way of comprehending their rule's meaning. But that remaining 1 case out of 10 times, they are heading the right path of comprehension. As their mastery increased, they slowly began to grasp the ability and purpose of the rule's meaning they comprehended. When they comprehended the ability of their rule's meaning, they also realized that mastery of their rule's meaning was lacking earlier because the rule's meaning they chose to comprehend was very powerful. A higher level of mastery was required for the card apprentice to grasp its ability entirely. And I believe that you are also one of the 1 successful cases out of the 10. I think that the blood rule's meaning, Fate Plunder, is a powerful and capable meaning which requires you to increase your mastery of the meaning to understand all its possibilities and genuinely grasp its ability. I am not trying to flatter you by saying this. I believe so because of cold hard facts. Namely, your excellent great ego gem with a high synchronization rate and the fact that you comprehended your blood rule and its meaning in Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. As the sealed dungeon which housed a blood supreme for centuries, it should have become the holy place of blood rule. Seeing the facts, I can say with certainty that the blood rule's meaning, Fate Plunder, is a very high level meaning, and it requires a high level of mastery for you to uncover what it actually is capable of. Therefore, I suggested you continue with your way of comprehension and increase the mastery of your blood rule's meaning. Even if you have doubts about my words, at least trust the facts like the high synchronization rate of your ego gem and dense concentration of blood rule in the Blood Rock Cave. Anna took her time to explain why she thought I should continue down my current way of comprehension and increase my mastery of blood rule's meaning because she believed the meaning, Fate Plunder, was a high-level meaning requiring higher mastery. Hold up. There are levels in the rule's meaning too. How are they divided into levels? Based on what? Strength. I thought all the meanings were the same in terms of power, and it is only the card apprentice harnessing that power who had varying strength. At the bifurcation point I believed this to be true and did not discriminate with other meanings and gave each shade of meaning a fair shot. You are right, there are no strong or weak rules and meanings but weak card apprentices and strong card apprentices. Yes, the rule's meaning does have levels, and these levels are not based on their strength but their rarity. Most people do not care about these shallow levels because in card fights, the rarity of a rule's meaning does not matter, but the capability of the case apprentices. So do not become complacent just because you have a high synchronization rate that allows you to comprehend a rule's meaning with a higher rarity level. Anna explained that the higher synchronization rate of my ego gem allowed me to come in contact with rare meanings of rules that many do not get a chance to comprehend, but also warned me that in an actual card fight, the rarity of rules' meaning did not matter. Apparently, not every card apprentice comprehending a rule gets millions of meanings to choose from at the bifurcation point of the rule. Because the number meanings at the bifurcation point of rule depend on two things: 1. The grade of card apprentice's ego gem, which is based on the synchronization rate of the ego gem. 2. The concentration, availability, and accessibility of the rule stream of the particular rule that the card apprentice decides to comprehend at that location. Thanks to Bloodette's Blood Rock Cave, I was able to gain access to millions of meanings in Blood Rule. If not for that, even I, with my near-perfect synchronization rate, would not have been able to gain access to so many meanings and grasp a rare meaning like Fate Plunder. Interesting. Though rarity does not mean that the meaning is strong, it does mean that it has a unique and unseen perspective of that particular rule. Right, making it unpredictable in a fight. Do you have a rule with rare meaning? I did not know how powerful Fate Plunder was, but considering its relationship with parent and daughter skill of Dungeon Calamity Seed, I believe it has to be a damn unique one. As far as I have seen, if we explore all the possibilities of these unique meanings, we can forge some powerful and special runes. Therefore I could not help but wonder if Anna had such a meaning. If she did, it meant the Heatsend family also has holy places to comprehend rules. Yes, I do have a few rare meanings of 2 rules. And yes, my family has a few holy places. But the synchronization rate of my ego gem only showed the highest compatibility with 2 holy places. If it is you, I guess you will be compatible with most of the holy places. Anna saw right through my intentions of trying to get information on how many holy places the Heatsend royal family had. Chapter 469. Hybrid Runes. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 2047. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234. Ego Gem compatibility with holy places. What is this now? I could not help but ask, unable to understand how an ego gem has comparability with a location. Do you remember the first time you entered one with the world state? Anna asked me a question in return, trying to lead me to the answer. Yes, quite vividly. How could someone forget that experience? I affirmed, so you should remember the various rules that came to welcome you as you entered the womb of the majestic world. Those rules are the rules with which you have the most affinity. Comprehending those rules will be more efficient and effective compared to other rules. Unlike you, who has an insanely high synchronization rate, the rest of us have a meager synchronization rate, so we do not have the leisure to comprehend different kinds of rules. We have to stick to comprehending the rules which look at us favorably. Hence the term compatibility. In the holy places, we can indeed gain access to that particular rule and try to comprehend it, but the speed will not be as fast as comprehending the ones that have compatibility with us. Not to mention the pool of rules meanings available to us will also be less. Therefore, instead of wasting time trying to comprehend non-compatible rules, we stick to a few rules which have an excellent favorability with us. Anna seemed to be quite envious that I had a high synchronization rate and had multiple rules to choose from. Rule affinity, can you spare more words on that? The first time I heard of the rule affinity was when Courtney mentioned her mutated ego gem. I was really curious about this rule affinity and how to acquire it. And I hoped Anna had answers to both of these questions. Rule affinity is nothing but being dotted by that particular rule. And this is considered a mutation because the ego gem is only meant to act as a bridge for the card apprentice to enter the spiritual plane of the world and make contact with rules. Nothing more. The stronger the bridge, the higher the synchronization rate. So when the ego gem shows an affinity towards a rule, it is seen as a variation, hence classified as a mutation. Rule affinity mutation is seen very rarely in ego gems. Many have tried to find the reason behind it to duplicate the results, but were able to do so. And are still stuck at the exploration stage. If you have any thoughts in this field, then all I can say to you is, stop searching for shortcuts, you greedy bastard. And try working hard as the rest of us. Anna yelled, saying that I already had enough cheats and should stop searching for more. I do not take shortcuts and am not searching for one. I am just exploring the truth to the matter. And if that path happens to lead me to something which would lead to the collective growth and development of humanity, why am I being blamed as greedy doing something praiseworthy? Only the weak will be afraid of something unrealistic as too much power. If I need the power to live a chill life, nobody can stop me from getting that. How shameless can you be? You have an origin card with soul energy manipulation ability. Bitch, if that ain't a shortcut, then what is? Anna seems to be getting agitated thinking about how she spent hours training to achieve today's achievement while a boy was breezing through it with zero effort. Cuss, don't get randy. If we are speaking of cheats, then do not forget you two are one. Luna asked Anna to calm down, pointing out that her cheat-like abilities were the reason behind her reaching her current achievements too. You are one to speak. You recently turned 70, and you are already a card emperor. How is that possible without shortcuts? I do not deny your hard work, but you have to agree that you have arrived at your current achievements faster because of your cheats. Anna rebutted Luna, pointing out the same in her. Okay, stop it, we all can agree that we have our cheats and shortcuts. As much as I wanted to see two hot girls fight, I still chose to stop Anna and Luna from bickering, which was bound to unravel into a girl fight. Agree? Bullshit, you are the biggest cheat here, Anna and Luna exclaimed simultaneously. Okay fine, I had no choice but to give in to the two cousins as they seemed unwilling to talk any further without me accepting it. Luna, is rule affinity a dead end in your university too? I asked, trying to find if Lena and her university had some noteworthy development and information to start my research. In rule affinity, you cannot call it a dead end as there haven't been any significant discoveries in that field. No, it is a dead end. It's about time we should shut down that division. Yeah, my lab department will soon be able to afford the latest soul lens for the soul scope. Luna did not seem to have any information for me. Instead, she was hatching plans to gain new accessories for her lab. Wyatt, it's up to you, but I advise you to stop wasting time on rule affinity and instead comprehend as many rules and meanings as you can because something more interesting lies ahead worth your time, hybrid runes. Anna was concerned that I would waste time on something as meritless as rule affinity. Therefore, she tried to bait me with something more intriguing, hybrid runes. Hybrid runes? I asked in doubt, asking whether it meant what its name hinted at. If it's you, with the synchronization rate of your ego gem, hybrid runes will be your playground. Anna seemed to be very confident that I would have massive achievements in hybrid runes. Chapter 470. Death by Explosion. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 2053. Location Sky Blossom City, Guild Association Mall, Warehouse No. 234. Hybrid runes are runes formed using two or more meanings of the same or different rules. Forging this kind of rune requires a very high mastery of the specific rules and meanings involved. Here you are using various meanings as ingredients to forge one rune. To achieve such a feat, one has to master the meanings of rules used as ingredients at the tip of their fingers. Such precision can only come with high-level mastery. Therefore, despite its power, not many have forged hybrid runes successfully. I myself have only forged one hybrid rune, and it has made me invincible among my peers and older generation. Anna explained what a hybrid rune is, how powerful and coveted it is, and how hard it is to forge. To be able to treat rules and their meanings as ingredients and forge something powerful and coveted. Quite an exciting pitch you are selling. But don't forget to tell him what happens if he fails. Luna reminds Anna not to stop at the half-truth but to continue and address the problem with forging hybrid runes. What happens if a card apprentice fails when trying to forge a hybrid rune? I asked with my left eyebrow raised. Anna, go ahead, tell him. Luna encouraged Anna sarcastically. If you fail when trying to forge a hybrid rune, then the meanings that you tried to combine to form the hybrid rune will have an explosion between themselves trying to repel each other. The explosion sometimes will be strong enough to kill you by detonating your ego gem, but if you are lucky, the explosion will be small, leaving a few cracks on your ego gem. Anna's voice did not sound as excited as when she introduced me to the hybrid runes. Only maniacs will try to experiment with hybrid runes. Forging hybrid runes has nothing to do with the synchronization rate of an ego gem. A high synchronization rate only means you comprehend more meanings than others, does not guarantee in any way that you will successfully forge a hybrid rune. Cuss, you were dumb enough to try forging a hybrid rune and were lucky enough to succeed in your foolishness. Proving that God takes care of fools and drunkards. But Wyatt is neither, so I think you should not advise him into forging hybrid runes. Luna further explained that forging hybrid runes has nothing to do with the synchronization rate of an ego gem, contrary to Anna when she claimed that due to my high synchronization rate, hybrid runes would be my playground. You are done for. With that, Anna shoved Luna to lay flat with her belly on the couch as she sat on top of her back. Luna gave up struggling long ago because she knew her struggling made it more fun for Anna. For your information, my porky-mouthed cousin, I did not forge the hybrid runes just because I wanted to, but when the mastery of a few of my rule meanings reached their peak, I felt a faint connection between a few of the meanings as if they would get along. Following that feeling, I forged my hybrid rune. So me forging my hybrid rune wasn't just dumb luck but a given. I think when the mastery of your meanings is high enough and you have corresponding compatible meanings, then you can easily forge a hybrid rune. This compatibility between two meanings is hard to come by unless you are lucky or have a very high synchronization rate. Anna explained how her forging her hybrid rune was not just dumb luck and stood firm on her words that a high synchronization rate does help when forging hybrid runes. So, in the end, it was your luck that helped you forge your hybrid rune. Luna's porky mouth was her enemy, which she did not seem to realize or just did give a rat's ass about it. See, there are lots of other stuff that will require your attention as you progress, so don't waste your time at the starting point researching a mutation that happens naturally. Anna ignored Luna and advised me not to waste my time researching rule affinity. Anna, I will keep your advice in mind. I appreciated Anna's advice and her concern for me. So you are going to forge hybrid runes? Your funeral. Don't say I did not warn you. Luna seemed to think me taking Anna's advice meant ignoring her advice and got a little offended. As far as forging hybrid runes go, let's put a pin on that for now. I have barely mastered a single meaning and am yet to forge my first rune. Forging hybrid runes is still a long way down the road. I had yet to forge a normal rune. I was way too inexperienced and unprepared to think about forging a hybrid rune. Okay, I am cool. Seeing me explain myself, Luna acted aloof. Anyways, you two, thank you for your guidance. I will remember them while forging my very first rune. Shaking my head at Luna's aloof response, I thanked the two cousins for their guidance. No problem, if you really want to thank me, you know what I want. Bring that ass over here. Anna yelled and cheered like a hoodlum, starting at my behind with a passionate gaze. And just when I thought you seemed kinda dependable, you had to ruin it with your dose of sexual harassment. You can't help yourself, can you? I have noticed that these two cousins are creatures of habit and do not seem to realize that. One is a porky mouth, and the other one is a hoodlum. Seeing that it was already late, after thanking Anna and Luna for their guidance on rune forging once again, I decided to head to the rendezvous point that Van and I had agreed upon. Outside the warehouse, Courtney and I summoned our hoverbikes and headed towards the Blood Rock Cave. Chapter 471. Bloodpool. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 21:23. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave. Gate Dungeon, Sansa Baylor. I got to hear a new name. She seems to be my mother's friend. Apparently, she is also the one who sent 2.5 Card Emperor realm assassins to assassinate me and also the one who planned an ambush on Anna's grandmother. Apart from that, her achievements is, Madam Web and her club, in the present and, the Matron and Pa clan, in the future are all fascinating and noteworthy. Clown Mask reported everything she discussed with Anna and Lorenzo to me. But the million-dollar question was, why was that bitch after my life? Why does she want to kill her friend's only progeny? I tried to understand why, but then I realized I did not need to know why. If something is coming in my way of achieving a chill life, I have to remove it, no questions asked. Let's make some time for that bitch when I visit the capital to bring the Duskborn family to its knees. Until then, let's keep the head down and focus on getting stronger. All is fair in the name of chill life. Since all this information was acquired from a questionable source, there is no way I could discuss this with Anna and others. Therefore I did not bring this up earlier in the warehouse. I was looking forward to having a chill college life, but I haven't even stepped out of the city, and I already have enemies in the capital and places I haven't heard of. Let's just hope that Central Academy City is as peaceful as they say, as I really wish to have a quiet university life. We are here, Courtney reported as she stopped her hoverbike. Yes, could you ask Bloodette to open the dungeon gate? I asked Courtney as I retrieved my nanomorpher. I hope Bloodette is doing fine, and punishment from the dungeon seal should not be half as bad as it looked. Courtney spoke in concern for her friend as she contacted her through her soul pact card. Wyatt, Courtney, you guys are late. Come in. A life-size blood mirror formed in front of us, displaying Bloodette, who greeted us, and behind it, the dungeon gate opened for us to enter the dungeon. It appears she is doing fine. Seeing the Bloodette displayed in the mirror assured me of that. It appears so, saying that Courtney followed me into the dungeon. Walking into the dungeon, I found Van, Vivian, Sarah, Bright Trio, and the rest of the Calamity Daughter gems already inside. They all seemed to be having some kind of pool party, blood pool party to be exact. Walking near to the center of the cave, I realized that these guys had dug up a pool of blood for Bloodette. Being the only person with no qualms about swimming in blood, Bloodette enjoyed a total monopoly over the blood pool, while the rest watched her do some kind of water aerobic or blood dance in extreme joy. Courtney, look, I have a blood pool in my cave. How awesome is that? Seeing Courtney, Bloodette hurriedly swam to the edge of the pool and bragged about her new pool. Sniff sniff, is that all monster blood? Courtney tried smelling the blood pool to check if the blood in the pool was the monster's blood or condensed blood. Rule is the monster's blood has a smell to it while the latter doesn't. No way. Now, why would I do that? I would have to be crazy to do that. Wasting my precious food willy-nilly. You taught me better than that. This is all condensed blood rule that I conjured. I finally found a use for the condensed blood rule. Bloodette swam around in the pool. Thankfully Bloodette's color was on the darker side of red compared to the blood in the pool, allowing us to differentiate Bloodette from the blood in the pool. Courtney was stunned hearing Bloodette say that she taught her better, and thought, girl, I never taught you to swim in blood. All of this freaky shit, is all you, not me. Which one of you geniuses gave her this idea? I know Bloodette, she is too dumb to come with this. I asked my Calamity Daughter gems. It has to be one of them. Courtney and I had just arrived, so it couldn't be Courtney. Who else other than them? Master Wyatt, it was I who advised Bloodette that a blood pool would be more entertaining, and made use of homologous from my origin card to dig and build the pool. And here are blood rule stones they mined to build the pool. Vivian handed me a storage trunk card as she explained that she was the one who advised Bloodette that a blood pool would be a fun addition to the Blood Rock Cave. Job well done. I cannot help but admire Vivian's ingenuity, how she managed to procure me a batch of top-quality blood rule stones. Thank you. Vivian nodded politely, hearing my praise. Master Wyatt, as you ordered, I have acquired a 1-kilometer area surrounding this location, and the guild's management is still trying to procure more sites neighboring this site. Van walked next to me and reported that he had successfully bought all the land surrounding the Blood Rock Cave Gate dungeon as I had instructed him. Already, that was fast. It was satisfying to see my babies fight for my approval and praise. City Hall believes this to be barren lands with zero agriculture and commercial value as dungeons surround it. When they heard TSR Guild was planning to buy it, they were more than happy to sell it for a discount. Van explained that City Hall or other people saw very little value in these barren lands, hence it was easier for him to acquire them. Especially once the City Hall was involved, things became way smoother. Chapter 472. Hyenas. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 21:39. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Going through Van's report, I have confirmed that Anna and Luna were not lying to me. The rumors about silver milk powder capabilities being fraudulent were spreading like wildfire. Anna has also been labeled as a fraud in some of the rumors. I did not expect people who dared to call the Southern Emperor fraud to spare me, and they did not. But how I wish they had. Another noteworthy thing to speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you. Of related to this news was regarding my distant relatives, the Duskborn family. These greedy bastards were coveting my royalty of silver milk powder. They went so far as to send 2 card emperors to apologize and bring me back into their family. I am not saying they did a lot. I know they could have done a better job bending over. Considering how snobbish these people are, it must have hurt their ego a lot to apologize to a high schooler. Despite all that, not only could they not gain my favor, but they got to know maybe all of the trouble they went through to get on my good side could be for nothing. Me rejecting their courting wounded their ego, and blinded by that, the Duskborn family bought into the rumors about the silver milk powder and announced to the world that there is no connection between them and the alleged fraudster Dalton Wyatt. Yes, the damned greedy hyenas that were circling me to see if they could prey on me left knowing that there is no meat here even to fill teeth. When things went south, Those two-faced bastards did not hesitate to jump and abandon the ship. It will be interesting to see the look on their face when the world realizes that rumors are not valid. I would buy front-row tickets to that. I bet their guts would churn in regrets. Apart from the Duskborn family, Van reported about Elliot too. One of his siblings has launched a coup seeing Elliot's father was sick. So, Elliot had to return in a hurry back without a goodbye. It was relieving to know that Elliot was busy with the coup and not purposefully avoiding me, buying into the rumors. Done with outside news, Van revealed that together the Calamity Daughter gems brought 4,000 liters of fresh monster's blood for Bloodette, which she devoured at a moment's notice. Because of the injury from the Dungeon Seal's backlash, Bloodette did not even bother to refine them into blood candies and directly swallowed all of the monster's blood to recover from her wounds. And she seems to have ordered the same quantity for tomorrow too. If this continues, the monster's blood will become a rare commodity in the Sky Blossom City. It seems I will have to find an alternative soon. I also checked on my Blood Ego Elemental Blood Swordsman that I had left in the Gate Dungeon to repair its primary broken rune. The poor thing barely survived Bloodette's hunger and never got the time to act on the purpose it was left behind in the dungeon for. If not for the Calamity Daughter gem shell protecting the Blood Swordsman's broken rune, Bloodette would have damaged the broken rune unconsciously in her hunger. For the few hours spent in the Blood Rock Cave dungeon, Blood Swordsman had been turned into blood livestock by Bloodette. In the end, to make up for the suffering it has been through, I gave it 100 blood rule pills and asked it to use them sparingly. Then I turned my attention to each of the Calamity Daughter gems and personally checked changes brought in each of their stats after they upgraded from Calamity Daughter Core to Calamity Daughter Gem. All the stats were basically the same for all of them, so I focused on the synchronization rate of each of them. Surprisingly, all the young Calamity Daughter gems had forged an excellent grade synchronization rate. And rest also managed to get a synchronization rate above average grade. From this observation, I started to wonder if the card apprentices forge their ego gem at a young age, they have a possibility of forging a good and above grade ego gems. This was another research I could look into, but proving that forging ego gems at a young age may get good results might not be enough. I have to go one step further and find a way for young card apprentices to forge their ego gem faster. So many areas that require my presence. If I have the right environment, then I may get to address all these topics. I was looking forward to my quiet university life. After noting down the changes in each of the Calamity Daughter gems, I used the Hive AI to pass all my understanding and experience on rule comprehension and rune formation to the Calamity Daughter gem. And also gave 50 blood pills to each of them so that they could comprehend a rare meaning with area of expertise in combat or production. I would prefer them not comprehending meanings like vampirism or blood memory, etc. It did not matter if most of them comprehended similar blood rule meanings because the perception and understanding of everyone are different, just like how the same blacksmith can forge a refined iron into a sword, spear, butcher's blade, kitchen knife, shield. Similarly, even if most of them had chosen same blood rule meaning, each of them can forge a different and variety of runes depending on their opinions and understanding of its rule and its meanings. As long as one keeps an open mind and explores every possibility, then they can gain something unique even in something common. Following my instructions, all of the Calamity Daughter gems took a spot to their convenience in the Blood Rock Cave and, taking a blood pill, entered the one with the world state. I have done everything I can to help them comprehend the blood rule. Now rest is up to them. I don't expect much from them, but I hope they become strong enough to participate in the war against the Circle Sun Blossom branch. Chapter 473. Dreadful ability. Date the 28th of March 2321. Time 21:47. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. After arranging the Calamity Daughter gems, I found myself a comfortable spot and entered the one with the world state. As usual, entering the world's womb in the spiritual plane, I was greeted by numerous energy streams surrounding me. I used my mastery of the blood rule once again to find the fat stream of the blood rule. Previously I ended the one with the world state to learn how to forge runes. Now that I have returned with the knowledge to forge the runes, I knew that my mastery of the blood rule's meaning, Fate Plunder, wasn't sufficient enough to form a rune of it. I had decided to heed Anna's advice and increase my comprehension of the blood rule's meaning, and once I fully understand the meaning, I will consider forging a rune. Currently, I have advanced mastery in blood rule and intermediate mastery in the meaning of Fate Plunder. According to the Grimoire, this level of mastery in the rule and its meaning is enough to create a basic rune, but what I learned from Luna and Anna told me that even though my mastery is enough, my understanding is not enough, and forging rune with my current understanding of meaning, Fate Plunder, will only create a half-assed rune with way too many flaws. Therefore, without hesitation, I decided to dive into the bloodstream along with my 3-slave consciousness and continue my comprehension into blood rules meaning, Fate Plunder. Let's hope that advanced mastery will give me a little insight into what actually is the ability of the meaning of Fate Plunder. Heading into the meaning, Fate Plunder, I once again witnessed the mystic of the meaning waiting right there for me to unravel it and dig out its most profound secrets and explore all the infinite possibilities of it. I was going to uncover all of its secrets even if it meant I had to demolish it brick by brick bare to its origin and scrutinize it. And that's what I did. As my comprehension of the meaning continued and went deeper into the mystic, I started to see the meaning in a different light. It was no longer a vast mystery waiting for me to be uncovered. Instead, it began to appear like one huge question made up of many tiny questions. And that's when I knew that if I were to find answers to these questions, then my mastery of the meaning would advance, and I would have a newfound understanding of the blood rules meaning, Fate Plunder. Answering these tiny questions was like untying small knots at a time. Some were harder to undo than others, but I did not give up or omit them. I persisted to the end and undid them one by one. With every knot I untied, I would gain a little insight into the meaning, Fate Plunder. With every insight, my curiosity into the meaning would increase, and I would get enthused to untie another and go on. Finally, the long-awaited notification sound of the grimoire sounded, giving me a break from the intense speed run into the compression of blood rule. Intermediate mastery of blood rules meaning, Fate Plunder, has advanced to advanced mastery. Note: please increase your mastery for further information. With the grimoire announcement of my advancement to advanced mastery in blood rules meaning, Fate Plunder, my understanding of the meaning had reached a new height, and now I knew what the ability of this particular meaning was. Gasp! Knowing what the meaning I comprehend is capable of, I could help but gasp in fright. The ability of the blood rules meaning, Fate Plunder, gave me a scare. I couldn't help but shudder to imagine this meaning in the wrong hands like the circle's supreme leader, Sansa Baylor. The ability of the Fate Plunder is very outrageous and horrible. It is so dreadful that even I am having second thoughts about forging a rune using this meaning. This meaning possessed the power I was searching for in order to lead a chill life. But for some reason, I had a feeling that if I forged a rune using this meaning, my life would be bound never to be peaceful again. This blood rules meaning is giving me real bad vibes enough to abandon comprehending it here. But if I were to do that, I would have to abandon the entire blood rule. Because without gaining complete mastery in this particular meaning, I could not switch to other blood rules meanings. I did not mind giving up on the blood rule as I had a lot of other rules to choose from, but here in the blood rule, I had found a hint to unlocking the third form of my Calamity Soul Gem's transformation skill's third form. So if I decided to abandon the blood rule, it would also mean I would be abandoning my Calamity Soul Gem's transformation skill. The transformation skill is one of the few skills I could share with my Calamity Daughter Gems. Giving up on it would decrease my strength by a lot and would be considered idiotic on my part. This skill was also the trump card of the Daughter Gems. It made up for their other lacking areas in terms of strength and physical prowess. Not to mention that after the third form of the transformation, there were still fourth and fifth forms to the skill. Abandoning the blood rule meant me giving up such a sweet skill that could drastically increase its user's physical prowess with negligible side effects. Plus, the blood rule's meaning, Fate Plunder, also had powerful abilities which could be of a lot of help to me in my fight against the Supreme Leader and the Matron. My enemies had armies of capable and powerful card apprentices, not to mention the Pa clan was entirely composed of card emperors and semi-demigods. How am I supposed to fight such guys if I give up on formidable trump cards, like the transformation skill of the Calamity Soul Gem? Chapter 474, Zenith date the 28th of March 2321 time 21:53 location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Thinking of the enemies that I would be facing in the upcoming future. No, they are already at my doorstep aiming for my head. Taking all this into account, the nation that I would have to abandon capable skills like Dungeon Calamity Transformation just because I was too chicken to face the consequences that came with bearing such gruesome raw power. If I were to do that, I might as well hold a plate to my neck and serve it to my enemies. I had already made up my mind that if the path to a chill life begins with power, then I will not hesitate to make that power mine. Despite having decided that, I cannot help but hesitate after knowing what the consequences of using such power can be. The power was right in front of me, yet I was hesitant. But this won't do. I had to choose right here right now. I suppose this depended on my meaning of a quiet life. A typical daily life where I pass away without others knowing that I exist, or a life at the top so grand that nobody dares to aim for it, leaving me a quiet and lonely top. Either way, in the end, I would be living a lonely life. Now I just had to decide whether I would lead it as a pushover who gets swept by the current, or someone who had the strength to make the current go around him. The latter sounded like a true quiet life undisturbed by anyone and anything. Even nature dare not disturb the quiet life up here because it's too high for it to climb. The Wyatt family tried leaving the regular life, and look how they got swept away with the current. Considering Mama Wyatt's origin, her status was not a simple one, but she gave up all that to live everyday life with her loved one. Look what it got her. The couple was murdered in an unknown place, and their only child was driven to suicide. I did not want to be that. Nobody wants to be that. The difference between me and a nobody is that I had the power that would allow me to achieve zenith right in front of me, and others didn't. The Wyatt family was an example enough that regular quiet life doesn't last long. This was more than enough for me to decide what to do with power in front of it. All is fair for a chill life. With this motto, I decided to no longer hesitate to do the obvious, make the power mine, and the consequence that I dreaded will mine with it. My understanding of the blood rules meaning, fate plunder, has grown to a profound understanding, giving me insight into the power of the meaning. With what I truly understood about fate plunder right now, I could create a basic rune. Yes, just a basic rune. There were tiers to runes. These tiers are divided based on the portion of strength they displayed of their respective rule and meaning. The basic tier of rune was the lowest of the tier with the minor authority over its rule and meaning. This meant that the ability of the meaning, fate plunder, I saw was only a part of what it actually can do. Just a part of the meaning holds this much power, so I could not help but imagine the power the higher tier of runes formed with this meaning would hold. Thinking of this, I was glad I decided to continue down this path. With a firm will, I walked out of the blood rule stream, left the spiritual plane, crossed the bridge, returning to the Calamity Soul Gem. I was finally going to forge my first rune. Before starting the forging process, I decided to brainstorm with the three of my slave conscious on what we know and understand about the fate plunder. Forging a rune is a lot like writing a paper, mind you, not some amateur paper, but the one meant to be submitted to the world-renowned scientific publication. This is very serious. A single grammar error can destroy the idea you were trying to put forward, and you will become that guy who, despite all his degrees, did not know how to use a comma. Similarly, while forging a rune, the most superficial flaw would undermine the rest of the rune and the authority of the rule and meaning it beholds. Therefore I had to gather my thoughts and understanding about the blood rule and its meaning, just like Anna and Lena suggested. This way, I made sure that I did not forget or skip over something crucial while in the process of forging a rune. Going through all that I had mastered about blood rule and fate plunder, I had constructed a mental image of how I would use the rune power and my wondering of it and its meaning to forge the rune. Not just the forging process, I had used Hive AI and built a 3D model of rune, the end product. I had my share of experience with broken runes and knew what an actual rune with a minimum number of flaws looked like. I used all of them as a basis when I prepared the 3D design for the new rune. This was just a simulation based on the data I and the Hive AI had collected, so I could not guarantee that the rune I forged would be just like the one in the design, but it ensured that I kept the possible flaws in the actual process to the minimum. Done with all the preparation, I used my advanced master of blood rune to conjure blood rule power in my Calamity Soul Gem. Invoking the required blood rule power was faster since I was in the Blood Rock Cave, and here, blood rule power was available in abundance thanks to our Bloodet. Chapter 475. Successful date the 28th of March 2321 time 22:57 location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. With my advanced mastery of blood rule, I slowly guided the blood rule power from the blood rule steam in the spiritual plane to the bridge connecting me to the world. Through the bridge, I then poured it into my Calamity Soul Gem. When the blood rule power had filled the soul gem to the brim, I stopped conjuring the rule power, feeling that this should be enough for me to forge a rune. Thanks to my advanced mastery in the blood cave, gathering the required rule power didn't take much of my time. The next step was to refine this blood rule power I had gathered in my soul gem using my advanced mastery of blood rule. Rule power is a pure form of energy. They are as pure as they come. By refining the rule power, I meant to increase the concentration of energy in the rule power. There is a difference in concentration of energy in rule power conjured by a card apprentice using basic mastery and advanced mastery. This difference in concentration of energy in the rule power is what lets a card apprentice with advanced mastery gain the upper hand in a fight against a card apprentice with basic mastery when using the same rune. With the increased concentration of energy in rule power, I can forge a sturdier rune. The sturdier the rune, the higher performance it will give. Therefore this step of refining the rule power was an important step and cannot be skipped or half-assed. So I did not rest after conjuring the rule power but continued to refine the rule power, making use of my advanced blood rule mastery. It was a tedious process, but still, I had to go through it. Fortunately, I had 3 obedient buds who shared my workload, making my work easier for me. Thanks to the 3 helping hands, I finished the refining of blood rule power much earlier than expected. The rule power in my soul gem was now much denser than before, and it only filled half of the volume it previously occupied. Feeling that this was not enough, I had to repeat the whole process of conjuring rule power and refining it twice. Until I finally had enough refined rule power to forge the rune. Then followed the shaping of the refined rule power into a rune by using the mastery of the meaning. This process was a lot like smithery. I had the best quality material. Now I had to give it a form, and the form the blood rule would take was the meaning I comprehended. This is where my advanced mastery of the meaning, Fate Plunder, sets into motion. Using my advanced mastery of the Fate Plunder, I was going to give the refined rule power a form. This form was the rune I was going to forge. This part was the easiest as I just had to use my advanced mastery of the blood rule's meaning, which would guide me about and direct me on how to shape the blood rule power into the rune I should build for myself. The shaping of the rule power was a no-brainer. I followed my guide, advanced mastery of the Fate Plunder, and shaped the rune I was going to forge. This step did not take long, and I finally shaped the refined rule power in the meaning, Fate Plunder. My work was only half done here. The rune I just shaped using refined rule power is just an empty husk of what an actual rune should look like. This was just the body, the soul that actually made it into a true rune was missing. In this soul of the rune I speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you of as my understanding of the blood rule's meaning. Mastery and my personal understanding are 2 different things. Mastery of the meaning is what turned the refined rule power into a vessel for my understanding of the meaning. Together they form a rune. My understanding of the blood rule's meaning gives the body formed by refined rule power and my mastery of the meaning sentience. The rule power is just pure energy. Under the influence of the meaning, it gains a frame, a physique, if you will. This physique is void of alertness, appreciation, and attention. All in all, it is no different from an inanimate. My understanding of the blood rule's meaning, Fate Plunder, is what will give it the sentience which it is lacking the most right now. Sentience, in a sense it will actually ascend to a true rune with a purpose. This purpose is its ability. The strength of this ability of the rune formed would depend upon my understanding of the blood rule's meaning, Fate Plunder. This is why Anna and Luna asked me not to forge a rune hastily following the announcement of my grimoire. If I had forged the rune after getting the notification from the grimoire, then I would have been able to gather enough refined rule power successfully, even would have succeeded in giving the rule power the shape of rune using my mastery in the meaning. Still, when I would reach the final step, I would not be able to continue with forging because, at that time, my understanding of the rune was very shallow. With that superficial understanding of the meaning, even if I had formed the best frame for the rune, I would not have been able to give it the perfect essence to forge the true rune. Thankfully I had heeded Anna and Luna's advice, and my current understanding of Fate Plunder meaning was enough to form a perfect essence for the rune frame. Once I gave sentience to the rune frame, my soul gem was filled with a brilliant red light, and I entered sudden enlightenment as my grimoire sounded with a notification prompt. Basic rune, Fate Plunder, has been successfully forged. Closing square bracket ellipsis dot. Chapter 476. Mastery date the 29th of March 2321 time 1:45 location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Basic rune, Fate Plunder, has been successfully forged. Advanced Mastery Blood Rule has advanced to Rare Mastery, forging the basic rune of Blood Rule's meaning, Fate Plunder. I was awarded with sudden enlightenment in the meaning, Fate Plunder. With the help of the enlightenment, I explored every possible way I could use the basic rune, Fate Plunder. But my enlightenment did not stop there. It drove deeper into the mystic of the meaning, Fate Plunder. Taking this opportunity, I decided to polish and advance my mastery of the meaning, Fate Plunder. Due to the enlightenment, the mystery of the Fate Plunder no longer seemed as difficult as earlier. It was as if I had to show the will to understand it, and I would understand it. Thanks to the enlightenment, exploring the meaning was no longer a challenge. I did not know how much time had passed since I entered the state of enlightenment. I was too busy enjoying its perks to uncover and understand the meaning, Fate Plunder. I had no sense of time until a grimoire notification prompt sounded. This sound was not vivid. Instead, it felt a little vague and dreamlike. It felt this way because I was too engrossed in the spiritual plan and had no recollection of what was happening outside in the physical plane. Advanced Mastery of Meaning, Fate Plunder, has been advanced to Rare Mastery. I was too absorbed in exploring the meaning, so I ignored the signals I was getting from the physical plane and continued exploring the meaning, Fate Plunder. And yet another grimoire notification prompt sounded. Rare Mastery of Meaning, Fate Plunder, has been advanced to Super Rare Mastery. My sense of time was too groggy. The only time I had any recollection of time was when I vaguely heard this notification prompts. These prompts gave me a sense of achievement more than awareness of time. They brought color to my morphine state. During the enlightenment, except for the meaning, Fate Plunder, I saw nothing less. It was as if this meaning covered every inch of my vision and awareness. As if everything happening around me somehow started to be interpreted as a grand plan to help me master Fate Plunder. The air I breathed, the sounds I heard, all of it meant to be for the meaning, Fate Plunder. Things that would be considered as disturbances during the enlightenment had started to feel like they were pushing more into the enlightened state. Super Rare Mastery of Meaning, Fate Plunder, has been advanced to Unique Mastery. Prompts of my achievement kept sounding, pushing me deeper into the meaning, Fate Plunder, as if I was being only meant for this meaning. My connection to the meaning was getting stronger and broader with the increase in my mastery of the meaning. But I was not interested in the mastery of the meaning. Instead, I wanted to increase my understanding of the meaning. Also, though enlightenment state had increased my connection with rule meaning, it gave more boost to my mastery than it gave to my understanding. But I tried my best to keep my mastery of the meaning and the understanding advance hand in hand. Unique Mastery of Meaning, Fate Plunder, has been advanced to Super Unique Mastery. Super Unique Mastery of Meaning, Fate Plunder, has been advanced to Ultra Mastery. Ultra Mastery of Meaning, Fate Plunder, has been advanced to Plus Ultra Mastery. As I walked deeper into the meaning, I felt that I was becoming one with the meaning itself. The effect of enlightenment and my high mastery has broadened my connection with meaning. This, in turn, helped me increase my understanding of the meaning drastically. Soon my mastery of the meaning reached so high that I felt like any movement now I would reach the zenith of the meaning, Fate Plunder. But just then, the enlightenment buff that had boosted my speed of mastery suddenly stopped as if it ran out juice to support my high performance. Losing the buff, my speed of meaning, Fate Plunder, mastery reached a record low. From a rabbit's pace, I returned to the turtle's pace. The most frustrating thing was that the ultimate mastery of the meaning, which appeared to be right before me earlier, now appeared to be miles away. Just a few more minutes and I would have achieved completion in the mastery of the meaning, but it's as if the luck that was working for me seemed to have suddenly, at the last moment, switched sides and started to work against me. Though I had reached a bottleneck in mastering the meaning, my understanding of the meaning had not been affected by a lot. It had lost the buff of enlightenment, but due to my plus ultra level mastery of meaning, my comprehension of the meaning continued at a decent pace until I reached the ultra level in my understanding of the meaning, Fate Plunder. With that, I was officially stuck at a bottleneck, as my mastery and understanding of the rune both progressed at a snail pace as I had arrived at Rare Mastery in Blood Rule, plus Ultra Mastery in Meaning, Fate Plunder with an ultra level understanding. The levels of mastery of rule and meaning are divided into the following: Basic Mastery, Intermediate Mastery, Advanced Mastery, Rare Mastery, Super Rare Mastery, Unique Mastery, Super Unique Mastery, Ultra Mastery, plus Ultra Mastery, Ultimate Mastery. The tiers of runes are as follows: Basic, Normal Rune, Uncommon Rune, Rare Rune, Unique Rune, Super Rune, Ultra Rune, Ultimate Rune. When we reach a bifurcation point in the rule, the mastery of that rule reaches Advanced Mastery. When you achieve advanced mastery and forge a basic rune in a single meaning, that rule mastery advances to rare mastery. When you achieve ultimate mastery and forge ultimate rune in a single meaning, that rule mastery advances to super rare mastery. When you achieve advanced mastery and forge a basic rune in two meanings, that rule mastery advances to unique mastery. When you achieve ultimate mastery and forge ultimate rune in two meanings, that rules mastery advances to super unique mastery. When you achieve advanced mastery and forge a basic rune in three meanings, that rule mastery advances to ultra mastery. When you achieve ultimate mastery and forge ultimate rune in three meanings, that rule mastery advances to plus ultra mastery. The ultimate mastery of rule has something to do with reaching demigod level and forming divinity. Anna and Luna advised me to achieve Card Emperor realm to concern myself with ultimate rule mastery. Chapter 477. Blood Ritual and Sacrifice. Date the 29th of March 2321 Time 7:56. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Since my compression of blood rules meaning, Fate Plunder, is stuck at a bottleneck, I had no choice but to halt my comprehension until I consulted Anna or Luna about more on this. And then decided to advance my basic rune to a higher tier. With current levels of mastery and understanding of the meaning, that should be an easy task. Using my rare blood rule mastery, I conjured more blood rule power and refined it. When I finally had enough refined blood rule power, I used refined blood rule power to upgrade and reinforce the Fate Plunder basic runes framework using my plus ultra mastery of blood rules meaning. I had two choices here. I directly upgrade the framework of the rune to plus ultra level, or upgrade it step by step from basic rune to uncommon rune to rare rune and so on. Keeping the foundation of my rune in my mind, I choose the latter. And also because my understanding of the meaning was not yet plus ultra level. If I reinforce the rune framework to plus ultra level, then I will need plus ultra level understanding to make the essence of the rune. So the limit of the tier 1 could upgrade the rune was to ultra their rune. Therefore I step by step upgraded the rune framework while filling it with the corresponding level of sentience. First, I upgraded the rune framework to an uncommon level and then gave it uncommon level sentience, successfully upgrading the basic rune to an uncommon rune. With that, the Grimoire notification prompts continued to sound until I upgraded the rune to ultra rune. Basic rune Fate Plunder successfully advanced to uncommon rune. Uncommon rune Fate Plunder successfully advanced to rare rune. Rare rune Fate Plunder successfully advanced to unique rune. Unique rune Fate Plunder successfully advanced to super rune. Super rune Fate Plunder successfully advanced to ultra rune. Using my super ultra mastery and ultra understanding of the meaning, Fate Plunder, I successfully advanced Fate Plunder basic rune to ultra rune in no time. Rune name, Fate Plunder rune tier, ultra rune rule, blood rune spirit, unborn rune info. Fate Plunder is an ultra tier rune forged using the blood rule, and its meaning, Fate Plunder. Fate Plunder gives the host the ability to steal their enemy's youth, lifespan, identity, skills, fate ingredients, origin card, physique, traits, and runes by blood sacrificing them in a blood ritual to the rune. Requirements: blood ritual, blood sacrifice restriction. The authority of the rune's ability is restricted to the highest realm of the host's grimoire grade, and the host's will. Also the host should end the enemy's fate personally. This meaning of the blood rule reminded me of a curse practiced back on Earth. I had heard of an ancient practice where witches had various rituals that used victims' blood to curse them and steal their youth, identity, luck, and fortune. Witches could use this particular curse to look exactly like the victim by stripping the victim of their appearance, to maintain and live a beautiful and youthful appearance for a long lifespan. This rune went steps ahead of the witch's ritual and robbed the skill, origin card, physique, trait, and runes of the victim. This ability of the rune is so gruesome that I had second thoughts about forging this rune. The fate I can rob from the victim is different for every tier. With every upgrade, a new fate that could be stolen from the victim would be added. Basic rune, lifespan, youth uncommon rune, skills rare rune, fate ingredients, origin cards unique rune, physique, trait, identity body shape ultra rune, rule mastery, rune's ultimate rune. As the Fate Plunder rune upgraded to a higher tier, the things I could steal from my enemies increased. I could even steal a Card Apprentice's origin card, physique, traits, and rule mastery. This is very surprising because there are many Card Apprentices with skill cards and rules that allow them to rob lifespan, youth, skills, and identity from others, but stealing origin cards, physique, traits, and rule mastery were totally unheard of. Fortunately, Fate Plunder is a highly rare meaning of blood rule. If not, this card world would be in utter chaos, with people killing friends and family to rob them of their fate. To steal other card apprentices' lifespan is already enticing enough. Still, adding youth, identity, skill, origin card, physique, trait, and runes to the list, this rune can drive a person to utter madness and greed. I did not know if I should be happy that soul power was not added to this list of things I could steal from the blood sacrifice. I guess even that will be available when this rune upgrades to the ultimate rune. This rune basically lets me impersonate the victim entirely except for the memory part, but it is possible that it can also become available in the future once this rune upgrades to its ultimate form. Unlike the other runes I have seen so far, this rune had requirements and restrictions. Restrictions are common in runes, but seeing requirements for rune activation is very rare. Requirements specified that I should perform a blood ritual as I sacrificed the victim to plunder his fate. Blood ritual was nothing special, it required me to implant the extracted blood after blood sacrifice into the origin core of the corresponding realm, so that it can turn into a card, and the type of the card would depend on the nature of the fate stolen by the victim. Analyzing the blood ritual part of the rune, I finally know how this meaning of the blood rule is connected to the parent and daughter gem skill dungeon calamity seed. And then I had a thought that instead of implanting the blood rune extracted from the blood sacrifice into an origin core, what if I planted it in a daughter gem? Nothing was set in stone. There are many possibilities for using the rune's ability, I had to keep my mind open and explore them. Chapter 478, Secret Base Restrictions of the Fate Plunder Ultra Rune are revised. Please review by refreshing the previous chapter. Date the 29th of March 2321. Time 10:06. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. My mind ran wild with various probable ways to use the Fate Plunder Ultra Rune. Just because I thought of a possibility doesn't mean it would work. I have to test all my theories about using my newfound power. And the only way to do that is by conducting experiments in controlled laboratory parameters. With that thought in my mind, I exited the meditative state and opened my eyes. Holy shit, I yelled in alarm, being greeted by a close-up of Bloodette's face upon opening my eyes. Bloodette's face was just a few centimeters away from my face. Having looked at Bloodette's blood humanoid face up close for the very first time, I could not help but cry in surprise. Ah, my yell of alarm frightened Bloodette, who was too focused on whatever the hell she was doing. Bloodette, what the heck? I questioned Bloodette about the purpose and intention behind her actions earlier. Wyatt, what kind of rune did you forge? Which blood rule meaning did you comprehend? You started to seem more appetizing than before, and I am getting a faint feeling that if I devour you, my blood rule comprehension will evolve to a new level and direction I have never explored before. I can barely hold back my instincts and stop myself from devouring you. Turns out Bloodette's earlier action could be explained easily with a few words. That I had suddenly turned into the tastiest cuisine in Bloodette's eyes, and she was barely able to hold herself back from trying to devour me. So if I had awakened a few seconds later, maybe I would be in Bloodette's stomach, and that is a big if. Come on now, Bloodette, you can't go on asking people personal stuff like that. Since I know you, I know that your question is innocent and has nothing but curiosity behind it, but if it's a stranger, they might get offended. So remember that there are things you can think about but never speak. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos. Thank you out loud, and this one is one of them. I did not intend to answer Bloodette and instead spun it into a teachable moment for her. I know that, Courtney has taught me that before. She said, if I find some people are tastier, I should not say it out loud because that might scare them away. Bloodette seems to have an extra sense of blood which guides her to finding the prey with the most nutritious blood that could benefit her. A convenient ability for a foodie like Bloodette. Add this to that list. Like taking candy from a child, convincing Bloodette did not require a lot of wits. Okay, Bloodette nodded in understanding but still stuck close to me. And knowing what was going through her mind, I felt uncomfortable with her following me around in the cave as I looked at my Calamity Daughter gems harmoniously trying to comprehend blood rule. Bloodette, was I the first to awaken? I asked to start a conversation to make the current situation less awkward. If a blood humanoid following you round with her mouth watering doesn't make you uncomfortable, then what does? No, you are last to awaken. Every 1 hour or so after entering the meditative state, these guys would awaken, then popping a blood pill, they would continue to meditate. That has been repeating for the whole night. Bloodette explained that I was the only one with a prolonged meditative period, whereas my Calamity daughter gems could hardly meditate for an hour or so even with the help of blood pills. It seems of my Calamity daughter gems were compatible with the blood rule. Therefore, even with the help of Bloodette's blood pill and blood rock cave, they were unable to show a high comprehension in blood rule. This was disappointing as I was hoping that the blood rules boost would be enough for them to prepare for the upcoming war against the Circle Sun Blossom branch. But no worries, my new Ultra rune should be able to add the missing strength boost if they fail to forge a good rune despite all the help I have provided them. What about Courtney? Where is she? I asked, unable to find Courtney in the crowd. She is in the hidden chamber. Our secret base. No one is allowed in the base except us two. Bloodette answered. It seems she did not grasp the concept of a secret base entirely. Otherwise, she would know that secret bases are kept secret for a reason. Bloodette, why aren't you helping Courtney comprehend rules and forge runes with your blood possession skill? With Courtney's innate rune, it must be a lot easier for you to help her now, right? I could not help but wonder why Bloodette is not helping Courtney comprehend blood rule and forge runes. With Bloodette's understanding of blood rule, Courtney could form a dozen strong high-tier runes in a few hours. She said using my understanding to create her runes would destroy her foundation of blood rule, so she will comprehend her understanding of blood rule and form her runes even if it takes a prolonged period to achieve that. Courtney seemed to have followed Anna and Luna's teaching and focused on increasing her understanding of the blood rule rather than taking a shortcut. I guess she will do fine if it's comprehending blood rule because her ego gem has a blood rule affinity. I see. While listening to Bloodette's explanation, I used my soul pupils to explore the blood rock cave to find the so-called secret base that was Bloodette too loose-lipped about. I found Courtney in a small 8x8 room hidden room behind the bookcase parallel to Bloodette's bed. Courtney and Bloodette did not seem to have put much thought into placing the hidden room and followed the cliché by building the secret room behind a bookcase. Chapter 479. Blood Avatar. Date the 29th of March 2321. Time 10:23. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. I had exited the meditative state to experiment and play around with my first Ultra rune. But Courtney and the rest of my Calamity daughter gems were in a deep meditative state. Therefore my plans of testing my new abilities had met a road bump as I required Van's help to enter an A-rank dungeon to find monsters to try my Ultra rune on them. And also, I did not want to ditch Courtney, so I had no choice but to wait for now. But Bloodette's gaze that constantly lingered on me as if I were a piece of meat made me regret my choice of waiting for Courtney. Damn it, Bloodette, will you stop staring at me with your mouth watering? I let out a cry in frustration. Bloodette's current state reminded me of my dog eyeing the food on my kitchen counter back on Earth. The dog wants to steal the food on the counter, but it's controlling itself from doing so. The dog showed self-control because I was right there, and Bloodette showed self-control because she thought of me as a friend. Even though the ideas behind self-control shown by Bloodette and my dog are different, I can see the same mixed expression of desire and hesitation on both their faces. Yes, Bloodette yelled, snapping out of her daze, and then slapped both her cheeks, thinking, Wyatt is a friend, not food. Sigh. Letting it a sigh, I shook my head, seeing Bloodette slap herself. That's when I understood that Bloodette must be more uncomfortable than me trying to suppress the urges that came naturally to her. Here's was complaining about feeling uncomfortable with Bloodette's gaze when Bloodette was changing her natural self to be a better friend to me. I felt small in front of Bloodette's big heart. I do not know what Bloodette went through to deviate from her predecessor's bloodthirsty ways to her current cuddly teddy bear ways. Therefore I decided not to make Bloodette worse about herself for the natural feelings that came to her and help her feel good for trying to suppress her natural urges to be a good friend. Bloodette, do you have some clone skills on you? Yeah, I decided to keep ourselves occupied by testing if my Fate Plunder Ultra rune worked on clones. Yes, I do, but do not use it because I have better stand-in skills, like Blood Avatar and Blood Incarnation. Why do you ask? Bloodette replied without giving it much thought. She was an open book and did not know the word privacy. You ask her anything about her, and she will answer to the best of her knowledge. I think Courtney should have had a talk about this with Bloodette, yet she spoke so openly to me because we were friends. I want to test the ability of my new rune. And aren't Avatar and Incarnation the same? I plan to keep my new rune abilities private, but Bloodette's innocence infected me. So I decided to involve Bloodette in my experimentation. I cannot directly use my Ultra Rune on Bloodette because she is of Card Overlord realm and the maximum authority of my rune is only up to the realm of my Golden Grimoire, the Card Lord realm. Therefore I decided to see if I could use my rune on clones instead. Fortunately, Bloodette had blood avatars and incarnations, which is way better than mere blood clone skills that I was looking for. Oh really? Great, tell me what I have to do. Hearing it had something to do with the new rune I forged, Bloodette agreed to my request with great enthusiasm because she wanted to know what kind of blood rule meaning would make her go crazy and think of one of her friends as food. She felt by participating in my experimentation, she could gain some insight into the meaning I have comprehended. Then she can use that insight to comprehend that particular meaning by herself so that her friend does not seem appetizing anymore. Before that, could you explain to me what a blood avatar, blood incarnation is, and the difference between them? In excitement, Bloodette had forgotten to explain to me the difference between an incarnation and an avatar. I had a hard time understanding the difference between the two skills. After all, in the dictionary, they are the same. A blood avatar is a high-level blood clone ability where I can create clones of myself using condensed rule power and bestow them with an ego of myself. This ego possesses all the skills and knowledge I own and has the ability to act independently without my instructions but will never go against my interest. A blood incarnation is an ability where I bestow ego to the conjured blood rule power and then have it possess a living being. Then that living being under the influence of my ego will become my incarnation. The ego here also has all my abilities and knowledge. I can act independently and will cross my interests. I have never tried blood incarnation, so I can give more info on whether the living being influenced by my ego will retain its will or not. Bloodette explained the abilities of the skills blood incarnation and blood avatar. Since Bloodette is mostly stuck in the Blood Rock Cave dungeon, she never got the chance to create a blood incarnation. Both of them are fantastic skills. For now, blood avatar will do for my experimentation. What is the maximum and minimum realm of the blood avatar you can create? Clones are always weaker than the original body, so I hope that Bloodette's blood avatar was of the lower realm so that it could fit the criteria for experimentation. My proficiency in this skill is very high. Therefore, I can create as many as blood avatars possessing the strength up to my current realm. How many blood avatars should I create and of what realm? Hearing Bloodette give me a positive answer, I was overjoyed because I did not have to wait for others to awaken any longer and could directly begin experimentation of my Ultra Rune. Chapter 480. Feed date the 29th of March 2321 time 10:34 location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Summon one blood avatar of the Card Lord realm possessing all of your abilities and knowledge. Remember to make the blood avatar's ego as independent as possible. For the experiment's purpose, if the avatar had an independent will, then it would be great. I requested Bloodette to create a blood avatar. I asked her to limit the realm of her blood avatar to the Card Lord realm because that was the highest possible realm my rune can affect for now. And also proposed to make the ego of the avatar as independent as possible so that when I conduct the blood sacrifice and blood ritual, the avatar needs to be a separate being from Bloodette with an individual will. Wyatt, it's not possible to create a blood avatar with an independent will. If its will is separate from mine, it will no longer be my avatar but an individual being. Bloodette explained that if an avatar's ego has an independent will, it is no longer an avatar but an individual being. Well, can you create an avatar with an independent will or not? If not, then an avatar with an average ego will be fine too. I did not know whether the Fate Plunder Ultra Rune would work on Bloodette's blood avatar. Therefore, I wanted its ego to have an independent will. But if that's not possible, I can only stick to trying to create lemonade with the lemons I got. Hopefully, at the end, I can create lemonade with the lemons I have. It's possible, but if I create a blood avatar with an independent will, it will not exist for an extended period. It will dissipate after consuming all the soul power I had poured into it. Blood avatars are unable to gather soul energy from the world. Instead, they survive on the soul energy I pour into them. If the avatar's ego were bound to my will, I could continue to use my soul energy to replenish the avatar's soul energy, but since its ego has become independent of my interest, it can no longer borrow soul energy from me to continue its existence. But incarnations are different since they are possessing a real body. They have the ability to replenish their soul energy by themselves. This is why it's impossible to tell if the incarnations will stay true to my interest or not. Bloodette gave me a positive answer and explained the complications that came with it. That will do. Since the avatar is for experimentation purposes, we will not require it for an extended duration. Create one and make sure it behaves. I do not want it trying to eat me, or others present here. I was worried about disclosing to Bloodette that I would be killing the blood avatar, but now things got a lot simpler. Okay, don't worry with me here, it will not act out even if its ego is independent of my interests. One blood avatar with an independent ego coming right up. Bloodette conjured a large ball of condensed blood rule, and a few seconds later, the ball of condensed blood rule started to morph into a humanoid shape. And finally took the form of a genderless mannequin entirely made up of condensed blood rule. The blood avatar had an aura of an A-rank monster. Being a newborn with the sentience of a 10-year-old, it curiously looked at its creator, me, and the blood rock cave. Having created the blood avatar, Bloodette urged me to hurry with my tests. With the soul energy I have poured into it, it can last max for about 30 minutes, so hurry. I only need 5, so don't worry. Saying that, I created a Calamity Daughter gem and bestowed it with a copy of my Fate Plunder Ultra rune. Duplication of my rune was not a big deal as long as I had enough refined rule power. The blood ritual required me to implant the blood rune extracted from blood sacrifice into the origin core of the corresponding realm. Instead, I implanted a copy of the Fate Plunder rune in the Daughter gem, which also has the card morphing ability of an origin core. The Daughter gem will not only replace the origin core but also help me kill and blood sacrifice the blood avatar. Since it is just a copy of the original rune, the Calamity Daughter gem only gained the ability of the rune but did not turn into an ego elemental. Then I condensed a ball of blood rule to disguise the Calamity Daughter gem as a blood pill before feeding it to the blood avatar. The blood avatar looked at me in confusion as it took the Calamity Daughter gem disguised as a blood pill from me. Eat it, I instructed the blood avatar as I signaled the same by acting it out with my hands pointing to my mouth. Munch. Following my instruction, the blood avatar kept the Calamity Daughter gem disguised as blood pill in its mouth, and soon, the blood rule dissolved as the Calamity Daughter gem sewed itself into the blood avatar. Is that it? Bloodette asked, seeing no changes take place after a few minutes. Give it a minute, I asked Bloodette to have patience as there was no change yet because I hadn't met the necessary conditions of the Fate Plunder Ultra rune, that is, to end the fate of the blood sacrifice personally. With the Calamity Daughter gem sewn inside the blood avatar, I had quite a few ways to kill it, but I was having a hard time deciding on the best way to kill the blood avatar. I finally decided to have the Calamity Daughter gem devour blood avatar using the feeding ability of the Dungeon Calamity Seed. The feeding ability allowed the Dungeon Calamity Seed to devour the soul energy of the creatures it implanted with its Calamity Daughter seeds. Having the Calamity Daughter gem devour the blood avatar is the simplest and less messy way to kill and sacrifice the blood avatar to the copy of Fate Plunder Ultra rune in the Daughter gem. With the Calamity Daughter gem devouring all its soul energy, the blood avatar could not maintain its existence and turned into a puddle of condensed blood rule and slumped to the ground. Seeing this, Bloodette yelled. It died of soul energy exhaustion, but I had poured enough soul power for it to last the next 30 minutes. Was the experiment a failure? Wait for it. Chapter 481. Blood Spirits. Date the 29th of March 2321. Time 10:42. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Wait for it. Just as I uttered these words, the puddle of blood rule left after the death of Bloodette's blood avatar shone brightly, and a card floated out of it and headed towards me. After the Calamity Daughter gem devoured blood avatar's soul energy, the blood avatar perished, meeting all the requirements of the Fate Plunder Ultra rune. The corpse of the blood avatar was used for blood sacrifice by the copy of Fate Plunder rune in the Calamity Daughter gem. Upon sacrifice, the puddle of blood rule on the ground shone brightly as its essence entered the Calamity Daughter gem to fuse with the Fate Plunder Ultra rune and turn it into an ability rune copied from Bloodette's blood avatar. Fate Plunder Ultra rune's blood sacrifice was complete. Next, I morphed the Calamity Daughter gem into a card to complete the blood ritual. Rune Skill Card. Blood Avatar. Taking the card, I read the card's name out loud. Learning the name of the ability stolen by the Fate Plunder rune, I was disappointed. I was expecting to steal all of Bloodette's skills runes in the blood avatar, but unfortunately, the Fate Plunder rune stole the only skill I did not want in the blood avatar. Card name, Blood Avatar. Card type, Skill Card. Active card grade, A rank, Rare grade. Card rating, 6 stars. Card durability, 100/100 card effect. The host is able to use blood elemental power or blood rule power to create a blood avatar. Additional effects. Blood elemental power conversation. Note: the card doesn't provide blood rule power. Blood elemental power conversation. This ability allows the user to turn soul energy to blood power to create a blood avatar. Reading the card info, my disappointment towards the card grew. It seems me trying to be clever and find a bug in Fate Plunder, Ultra Rune to take advantage of it was all a waste. What is it? Show it to me. Bloodette enthusiastically asked, seeing her blood avatar into a card. Here, I handed the card to Bloodette. The experiment's results were not totally unsatisfactory. I got to know 3 important facts from this test. 1. Calamity Daughter Gem is a suitable replacement of Origin Core in the blood ritual process of Fate Plunder, Ultra Rune. 2. The grade of the card formed corresponds to the realm of the creature sacrificed. 3. The card durability and star rating of the card created are perfect. Wow, did you just turn my blood avatar into a skill card? Is this the ability of your rune? But why couldn't I feel any movement of your rune? Reading the card info, Bloodette asked in amazement. Yes, it's the ability of my rune. As for why you could not sense the moment of my rune, I don't know. I answered Bloodette's question one by one patiently. The answer to the last question was untrue, as I knew why she could not sense my rune. The shell of the dungeon Calamity Seed blocked Bloodette from eavesdropping on the activity of the Fate Plunder rune. Bloodette was saddened that she could not get insight into my rune. Gaining insight into my rune was very important to Bloodette, as she hoped that by mastering the same meaning as I would no longer look delicious to her. Which meant she did not have to act restrained in my presence. Just when I was thinking of saying a few words to comfort Bloodette, the bookcase opened, and a dark passage revealed behind it as a feminine figure walked out of it. It was Courtney. It seems she was done comprehending blood rule and forging her first rune. Courtney, what the heck? You reveal our secret base to him. Quick, close the passage before others see it. The Bloodette complained. How am I supposed to know that Wyatt is awake from in there? If not for you begging me to make use of that dark room, I would not have considered choosing that room for rule comprehension, even if the concentration of blood rule is the highest in that particular spot. It seems it was not Courtney's idea to use the so-called secret room to comprehend the blood rule. Bloodette recommended it to her best friend, completely aware that the concentration of blood rule is highest at that spot in the entire cave. It seems Bloodette, despite her naivete, knew how to show partialism. Fine, now close the entrance to my secret base. Bloodette gave up complaining as what Courtney said made sense, but still urged Courtney to hurry and hide the entrance to the server base. Okay. Courtney hurriedly moved the bookcase to cover the hidden passageway before Bloodette became cranky. Seeing Courtney do as she said, Bloodette nodded and then enthusiastically asked, Courtney, which rune did you comprehend? You seem tastier than before. Bloodette, what did I tell you about telling people they seem tasty? Courtney asked, trying to discipline Bloodette. I know, but it's okay if it's just us, right? Bloodette said, acting cute. But don't make it a habit. Courtney melted to Bloodette's cute gestures and let her off the hook. Okay, enough nagging. Now tell, what meaning of blood rule did you comprehend? Bloodette urged Courtney to stop keeping her in suspense and tell what meaning she comprehended. The meaning I comprehended is called blood spirit. It allows me to extract blood from my victims and sacrifice them to summon blood spirits. The blood spirits inherit egos and abilities from the sacrifice used to create them. Courtney finally revealed that she could turn creatures into blood spirits, and these blood spirits would inherit the ego and abilities of their past selves. Gasp! Hearing the meaning comprehended by Courtney, Bloodette and I could not help but gasp. My gasp was in dread for Courtney's blood rule meaning, but Bloodette's gasp was in astonishment for the blood rule meaning comprehended by Courtney. Chapter 482, Blood Sanctuary. Date the 29th of March 2321. Time 10:53. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon, Blood Spirits. Hearing the ability of the meaning that Courtney had comprehended, I could not help but feel dread, as this meaning was equally gruesome as the meaning I had comprehended. It also required a blood sacrifice for the ability to work, and the blood spirits extracted from the corpse of the victim could be turned into cards by performing blood rituals. That is to implant the rune of the extracted blood spirit into an origin core and then morph it into a card. Courtney generously shared the info of the ultra rune she forged using blood rules meaning blood spirit, with Bloodette and me. She did not seem to mind sharing the details of her meaning in rune she forged with me. Rune name: Blood Spirits Rune Tier, Ultimate Rune Rule, Blood Rune Spirit, Unborn Rune Info. Blood Spirits is an ultimate tier rune forged from the Blood Rule, and its meaning Blood Spirit. Blood Spirit gives the host the ability to turn their victims into blood spirits by blood sacrificing the victim. The Blood Spirit carries the memories and abilities of past selves. Requirements: Blood Ritual, Blood Sacrifice Restriction. The authority of the rune's ability is restricted to the highest realm of the host's grimoire grade. Also, the host should hunt the victim personally. Wow, that sounds like an extraordinary ability, Courtney. Blooded enthusiastically cheered for Courtney's success in forging one great rune. Blood Spirits, it seems to be a handy ability. Congrats on forming a ultimate rune. Hiding my dread for the meaning comprehended by Courtney, I congratulate her for successfully forging an ultimate rune. Thank you, but I think the meaning I comprehended is a little terrible. Killing is not new for me as it's part of a natural order, but raising the dead back to fight this doesn't seem right. Courtney did not seem to be thrilled about the meaning she comprehended. If it is Courtney, I can rest assured that she would not use the Blood Spirit Ultimate rune recklessly. What's terrible about it? You can make so many friends using that ability. How I envy you. If I had that ability, I would make so many friends. Bloodette seems to think otherwise. Contrary to Courtney, who felt raising the dead as blood spirits were wrong, Bloodette thought she could make many friends of her kind. Bloodette, to make friends that way, you will have to kill your friend candidate first and then raise them as blood spirit. That's the opposite of what friendship means. I reminded Bloodette that to create her so-called friends of her, she would have to kill them first and raise them as blood spirits. No, understanding how creating blood spirit works, the idea of making friends using the rune blood spirit became less desirable to Bloodette. Courtney, cheer up, you comprehended the meaning to the competition. I bet you already started comprehending the second meaning of the blood rule. Tell me more about the second one. Courtney's blood spirit rune was of ultimate level, which can only be achieved by complete mastery of the blood rule's meaning. This also meant that Courtney could now comprehend the second meaning in blood rule. The rule affinity seems to be a more powerful boost than I had thought it to be, because I, who had a near-perfect grade ego gem, was still stuck at a bottleneck in comprehending my first rule's meaning to completion. I think the enlightenment that Courtney received should be more potent than mine. There is no way a person could comprehend a rule's meaning to completion in a single night of comprehension without the help of enlightenment. Yes, I did. The second blood rule's meaning that I comprehended is called Blood Sanctuary. My understanding of this rune is still shallow. So, I could only forge a unique tier rune using my second rune. But combining my understanding of the two meanings of blood rule, I forged a hybrid rune that Emperor Luna and Anna talked about. Courtney detonated a bomb with her words. Not only did she comprehend a rule's meaning to completion, but she also mastered a second rule's meaning and forged a rune of unique tier called Blood Sanctuary rune. If it were just that, then maybe I could still resist the charm of a rule affinity, but to my dismay, the two meanings Courtney comprehended were compatible with each other, allowing Courtney to fuse them and forge a hybrid rune. The hybrid rune that many top powerhouses tried to achieve was actually forged by a rookie card student in a single night. Courtney's achievements in comprehension of blood rule had left me without words. Here I was with an almost perfect synchronization rate, and yet still, I was not able to master a single rule's meaning to completion. I did not know if this was due to rule affinity or the secret base used by Courtney to comprehend the rule, but Courtney had achieved what took others a lifetime in a single night. My innate blood rune, Blood Supreme, not only did it have the ability to help me fuse with Blooded, but also seems to give a huge boost to my blood rule comprehension. Thanks to that, I was able to choose a second rule's meaning which is compatible with the first rule's purpose I had comprehended. If not for that, I would not have entered an enlightenment state for such a long period. Courtney explained that her rule affinity was not the only one behind her current achievement, but her innate blood rune, Blood Supreme, was equally responsible for it. What is your hybrid rune called? Bloodette, unlike me, was genuinely happy for Courtney's achievements. I was also pleased with Courtney and her achievements. But as a human, I could not help but compare my achievements in blood rule with Courtney's achievement, leading to my current dismay. Seeing the accomplishments of Courtney in blood rule, I could not help but get enticed by rule affinity despite Anna repeatedly warning me to give up on rule affinity. Chapter 483, Blood Spirit Sanctuary. Date the 29th of March 2321. Time 11:05. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon, Blood Spirit Sanctuary. It is the hybrid rune I have created fusing the Blood Spirit and Blood Sanctuary meanings of Blood Rule. So it has combined abilities of Blood Spirit rune and Blood Sanctuary rune. Blood Sanctuary is a support type meaning. It adds various buffs to all the blood-related skills used by my allies and me inside its domain range. It can also add debuff to all the blood-related abilities used by enemies inside the domain range. It also helps me store blood and blood rule power. This is a decent meaning, and combined with Blood Spirit, they created the hybrid rune Blood Spirit Sanctuary. Courtney answered, explaining her second meaning, Blood Sanctuary, and the hybrid rune Blood Spirit Sanctuary that she forged. Done answering, she did not hesitate to share the rune info of both of her unique and hybrid runes with me. Rune name, Blood Sanctuary rune tier, unique rune rule, Blood rune spirit, unborn rune info. Blood Sanctuary rune is a unique tier rune of blood rule forged using the meaning of Blood Sanctuary. Blood Sanctuary allows users to create a blood domain of 1 km where all blood-related skills used by allied units will gain the buff of 200% efficiency and consume 50% less soul energy and rule power. All the blood-related skills used by hostile units will gain the debuff of efficiency decreased by 50% and soul energy and rule power consumption increased by 200%. Additional effect. Blood storage. Note, the buffs and range of the Blood Sanctuary increase with the increase in the host's compression of meaning in the tier of the rune. Blood storage. The host can store blood extracted from sacrificing the enemies in the Blood Sanctuary. The same is possible with condensed blood rule power. Rune name, Blood Spirit Sanctuary rune tier, hybrid rune rule, Blood rune spirit, unborn rune info, Blood Spirit Sanctuary is a hybrid rune forged by fusing the Blood Spirit and Blood Sanctuary, the two meanings of Blood Rule. Blood Spirit Sanctuary is a blood domain ranging to 1 km. Any enemy unit killed in this domain can instantly be raised as a Blood Spirit. The strength of the Blood Spirits will double inside the Blood Spirit Sanctuary. Blood Spirits created by the host can be stored in the Blood Spirit Sanctuary. All the blood arts used by allied units in this domain will gain buff of plus 200% efficiency and consume 50% less soul energy and rule power. Also, all the blood arts used by hostile units in this domain will gain debuffs of efficiency decreased by 50% and soul energy and rule power consumption increased by 200%. Note, blood domain range, storage, and buffs will increase with the increase in the tier of the hybrid rune. The hybrid runes tier can be increased by increasing the tier of the base runes fused to create the hybrid rune. Both runes are excellent, Courtney. No wonder you smelled tastier than earlier. Now let me inside your innate rune so that I can gain insight into these two meanings of blood rule. After learning the info of the two meanings comprehended by Courtney, Bloodette was excited. Bloodette urged Courtney to let her possess her so that she could gain insight into the blood type meanings comprehended by Courtney and then comprehend the meanings herself. The innate rune Blood Supreme formed a symbiotic relationship between Courtney and Bloodette. Meaning both of them could share each other's strengths, abilities, skills with each other. This relationship is what helped Courtney get such generous achievements when comprehending blood rule. Bloodette also planned to use this symbiotic relationship between Courtney and Gier through innate runes to comprehend the meanings that Courtney had comprehended. Really, I thought you would have already comprehended these meanings of the blood rule. Courtney was puzzled that Bloodette wanted to comprehend the meanings she'd had mastered. She thought Bloodette, as the embodiment of blood rule, might have already learned most of the blood rule meanings to completion. Be practical, though I am an oddity formed by blood rule, I still have my limits. There are millions of meanings in blood rule, comprehending all of them makes no sense, so I only comprehend those that seem worth my time. Bloodette said she had limits, but the words did not seem to be saying the same. Wait, what do you mean by you only comprehending meanings worth your time? Do you know what the ability of the meanings is even before exploring the meaning? I asked Bloodette in surprise because there was no way for a card apprentice to know the ability of the meaning before exploring it. But once you take up a specific meaning, you cannot give up midway to comprehend the other meaning of the same rule until you master it to completion. So the only way Bloodette can tell if that meaning is worth her time is if she already knew the ability of that particular meaning. No, silly, it's impossible to know the ability of meaning without exploring it. But I have an innate ability that helps me tell which meaning is compatible with the meaning I have already comprehended. This way, I plan to fuse all the meanings of Blood Rule to forge a single strongest hybrid rune. But the meanings mastered by Courtney are also good, so I want to forge a second hybrid rune in that direction of Blood Rule too. Bloodette's words finally explained a lot why Courtney was so lucky as to comprehend her second meaning of Blood Rule, which is compatible with her first meaning of Blood Rule. There are millions of meanings of Blood Rule, and the odds of finding two meanings in Blood Rule which are compatible with each other by a card apprentice is near impossible. Thanks to Bloodette's innate ability, which Courtney could use through the innate rune Blood Supreme, she could comprehend two meanings with a high degree of compatibility. Chapter 484. Blood Elixir. Date the 29th of March 2321. Time 11:16. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Learning about the miraculous ability of Bloodette, which allowed her to differentiate between the meanings of Blood Rules based on their compatibility with her previously mastered meanings of Blood Rule, I was almost tempted to plunder that ability from Bloodette for myself. Who wouldn't be? With that ability, Bloodette can create as many hybrid runes as she wants to. Not to mention she can comprehend many compatible meanings of Blood Rule to forge a single overpowered hybrid rune with it. Either way, Bloodette's combat strength would increase by a large margin. A single hybrid rune made Anna an apex card emperor among the 3 generations of card emperors. Anna was able to stand on top and spread her title far across this card world for her insane realm jumping strength provided by a single hybrid rune. If a single hybrid rune can give Anna such power and status, I cannot imagine what kind of power will be birthed with Bloodette's unique ability. Thanks to her innate rune Blood Supreme, Courtney would enjoy the same perk as Bloodette. I thought I had too many cheats, but in front of Bloodette's single cheat, all my cheats could not hold a candle. Excluding my soul pupils, of course. Such a miraculous ability was worth coveting. But this ability of Bloodette had limitations too, that is, this ability could only be applied to Blood Rule. Even though the scope of this ability was a single rule, it still had millions of possibilities. And with enough time, a person with this ability can quickly climb to the top of the world and get a chair amongst the best of the best. So, it was your ability that helped me. This explains the weird feeling I felt guiding me to a bunch of meanings and told me that I should choose my second meaning to comprehend among them. Courtney finally understood why she was so lucky to comprehend highly compatible meanings. Good to know I could be of your help, but I did not consider this perk of mine as an ability until I talked with you guys. I thought this came naturally to everyone. Before today Bloodette never considered differentiating meanings based on their compatibility as an ability. She thought this was the same for others too. Hearing Bloodette's humble words, I consider myself too arrogant for thinking that I had too many cheats. This day I promised myself that I would gather or create as many cheats as possible and never be arrogantly think that I had enough cheats. Courtney, are you done with your questions? Can I possess you now? Bloodette asked Courtney impatiently. It seems she was eager to comprehend the meanings mastered by Courtney. Bloodette's eagerness stemmed from the fact that she thought new meanings mastered by Courtney were fun, and she did not want to see her best friend as food any longer. Okay, sure. Courtney agreed to Bloodette's request and activated her innate rune, which pulled Bloodette into it. After Bloodette vanished into her body, Courtney looked at me and asked, "What next?" "I plan to head to a dungeon to test my abilities. Do you want to come?" I replied to Courtney, revealing that I had no other plans than to test the ability of my new rune in a dungeon. "Can I really?" Courtney asked in confusion as she thought that I would like to keep the ability of my rune a secret and would not want her watching while I test my new skills. Courtney understood as such because I did not even reveal the name of my rune to her and was too secretive about it, while she showed the rune info of all the 3 runes she had forged. "Yes, you can. I also want to see what your 2 runes and 1 hybrid rune are capable of." The reason I invited Courtney to come with me to the dungeon while I tested my rune is so that I could see Courtney's runes in action and, if possible, use Fate Plunder on the blood spirits that Courtney created to see if I can gain insights in blood spirit meaning. Apart from her innate rune, Courtney's other 3 runes were also very powerful and handy. Thanks to the combination of blood spirit and blood sanctuary, Courtney is a walking talking army. Therefore I could not help but wonder what it would be like to carry a personal army of blood spirits with me everywhere I go. And what would happen to blood spirits if I were to embed each of them with my Calamity Daughter gems. Therefore if possible, I plan to get my hands on the meaning blood spirit of Blood Rule. While Courtney and I discussed which dungeon in Sky Blossom City would be best for us to test our runes, I saw Van, Ted, and Old Ben awakened from their meditative state one by one before they could re-enter the one with the world state to continue comprehending blood rules. I stopped them from doing so and instructed them to report their progress in blood rule to me. Van seemed to have comprehended the blood rules meaning blood elixir, and has achieved rare mastery and has uncommon level understanding in it. Since his mastery and understanding of the meaning were shallow, Van had not yet forged a rune. The blood rule meaning blood elixir comprehended by Van has the ability to turn the blood of the enemies into an elixir to replenish allies' health and soul energy. Ted comprehended the blood rules meaning blood forge. His mastery in this rule had reached the super rare level and gained a rare level understanding of the rule. Ted planned to increase his mastery and understanding of the rune to the higher realm before forging his rune, so he too had not forged a rune yet. Blood forge meaning gave its users the ability to use blood power and blood to forge different kinds of weapons known to the user. Chapter 485. Boiling Blood. Date the 29th of March 2321. Time 11:27. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Old Ben's mastery of blood rule had reached super unique tier with an understanding of super unique level. The blood rules meaning which he chose at the bifurcation point was boiling blood. Boiling blood meaning of blood rule is double-edged. With the immense power that comes with it, there is a huge side effect to pay for. Boiling blood meaning can give hosts' overall stats a boost of 1000%, but in that state, the host gains a madness debuff which is directly proportional to the overall stat boost. Meaning if the host gains a 500% overall stat boost, then he also gains a madness debuff with a 500% boost. Madness debuff is enough to turn any card apprentice into a mindless beast. If it is boosted by 1000%, the card apprentice will turn into a mindless slaughtering machine who will attack anybody within their line of sight. This is the worst meaning of blood rule for one to comprehend, but for Old Ben, this meaning was a perfect match with the side effects of his origin card. Old Ben's origin card is emotion olfactory lobe which allows him to smell others' emotions. But there is a massive side effect to it, emotion paralysis. It is more of a safety mechanism of the origin card than a side effect as its purpose is to protect Old Ben from undergoing emotion overload. And once again, thanks to this emotion paralysis, Old Ben is immune to the madness debuff, making the boiling blood meaning the best match for Old Ben. In terms of comprehension of blood rule, Old Ben and Ted had gained a bargain, but Van was out of luck. Boiling blood and blood forge are handy for combat, but blood elixir is not. For my army of Calamity Daughter, gem healing ability was of no use. They all had body restructuration skills and could quickly heal any kind of mortal wound, so an additional healing skill was of no use. Old Ben and Ted, congrats, the meaning that both of you comprehended are good. Van, you are out of luck this time, but I won't blame you if you choose to abandon the blood rule and try comprehending other rules. If you still want to master this meaning, I won't stop you but teach you a blood ritual that will allow you to embed the blood elixir created from a monster's blood into the origin card and turn it into an elixir card. I bet TSR Guild members will appreciate the blood elixir cards. I congratulated the other two while I gave Van an option to abandon the blood rule or use it for its commercial value. Van's affinity to blood rule was very low. Despite the help of blood pills and the blood rock cave, he could not reach the high level of mastery in blood rule to create a basic rune. Therefore I gave him a choice to stop wasting time comprehending blood rule and abandon it. After all, the meaning he comprehended was useless, and wasting time to reach ultimate mastery in it would be stupidity. Hence I advised Van to abandon the blood rule and comprehend other rules. Yes, Master Wyatt, the blood rule is not compatible with me, so I will try my luck with other rules. Van chooses to heed my advice. This is the burden of the average card apprentice. Due to their lack of compatibility with rules, if they comprehend an unrequired meaning, they have no choice but to abandon that particular rule and try to comprehend a new one as they could not afford to waste time comprehending a rule's meaning, which is of no use to them. Sure, do as you see fit. You can keep the extra blood pills or share them with Sarah. Ted, Blood Forge is an extraordinary ability. It will not only be of help in combat, but you can use it to create blood weapon cards. If you require more blood pills, ask me. Blood Forge is a great meaning. Similar to blood elixir, it also has a very high commercial value. Ted could create blood weapons using high-rank monster blood and then embed the blood weapon rune into an origin core and morph it into cards. Higher the rank of monster blood used, stronger the blood weapon made. Blood Forge and blood elixir both had a very high commercial value. Thank you, Master Wyatt, but the blood pills I have on me should last me for quite a while. And I plan to create blood weapon cards and sell them to the TSR Guild, if you don't mind. Before I reminded him, Ted already had plans to create blood weapon cards and sell them to the TSR Guild. What about your job as City Lord's guard? I thought you would be going way beyond with him. Anna had banished City Lord to way beyond. I thought City Lord would take his guards with him. So, I was confused when Ted made plans for the future with the TSR Guild. City Lord gave me a choice to continue working for him at way beyond, or retire. Since Master Wyatt is here, I plan to apply for retirement as City Lord's guard tonight. Though the daughter gems had independent thoughts, their priority was still me, so I was not surprised by Ted's decision. But I did not need Ted here. I wanted him to go to way beyond with City Lord and get me the information on way beyond that I was missing. Ted, I think you should not retire yet. Go to way beyond with the City Lord and be my eyes and ear at the way beyond. Since the City Lord asked Ted to choose, I chose for Ted. According to what I have heard from Anna and Lorenzo, way beyond is where all the fuss is. Since I am a part of this world, I should know what is going on in this world. And apparently, way beyond is the humanities frontier, and I should know what's happening there at the earliest. Therefore, I did not hesitate to order Ted to go to way beyond with the City Lord. Chapter 486. Heaven-defying date the 29th of March 2321 time 11:36 location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. Since Master Wyatt wants me to follow City Lord to way beyond, then I will do so. And be your eyes and ears there. Ted did not hesitate to follow my orders to become my eyes and ears at the way beyond. Thank you for understanding. If there is anything you need, ask me now. Here, take these 300 blood pills. They should last you a year or so. You may leave now. Handing 300 blood pills to Ted, I asked him to return to City Lord as soon as possible. Thank you, Master Wyatt. These blood pills are enough, and I do not need anything else. I will take my leave and report to the City Lord. Ted thanked me for the blood pills and left to report to the City Lord. Old Ben, you take the cake among the three. You know you are fortunate to comprehend the most suitable meaning for your condition. The word fortunate doesn't cut it. To be able to find a meaning compatible with your origin card out of millions of meanings is like a miracle. I was really amazed by old Ben's luck. It was as if he had won a jackpot. Master Wyatt, me comprehending the boiling blood meaning is no luck. My origin card guided me to that meaning using its ability sentience. I think the second meaning I will comprehend will be comparable with my first meaning and origin card. I think so because I believe my sentience skill will guide me to the meaning best for me. Old Ben revealed that him comprehending the boiling blood meaning was no coincidence but guide choice made by him under the guidance of the skill of his origin card. Sentience passive. All cards equipped by the Card Apprentice gains sentience, making them a living, breathing force of nature. Old Ben's origin card Emotion Olfactory has a special passive effect called sentience. This passive skill gives every card equipped by Old Ben sentience is in these cards gain spirit, and all their stat are doubled unconditional. Cooldown period is refused by 50% and gain an extra +10 card durability. This passive skill sentience was believed only to work on equipped cards, but now it seems it gave sentience to the origin card itself. And the sentient origin card guided Old Ben to the boiling blood meaning in Blood Rule, which is a perfect fit for it. Son of gun, I couldn't help but cuss hearing that Old Ben had a cheat which allowed him to pick the perfect rule meanings for himself. What the fuck is going on? Why does everyone else seem to have a rule-related cheat these days? Blooded is an oddity born of Blood Rule, so it is understandable, but Courtney and Old Ben, these two are average card apprentices. Still, they have heaven-defying cheat related to rules, one more miraculous the other. Courtney could share Bloodette's cheat using her innate rune. Bloodette's cheat was watered down by being limited to Blood Rule. But Old Ben's cheat had no limits. If his origin card could help him with the Blood Rule, then the same can be said for other rules. Bloodette and Old Ben's cheats were almost the same, except one was limited to Blood Rule, and the other had no such limit, making Old Ben's cheat more against the heavens. Old Ben stood quiet, giving me the time to observe the shock of his origin card's special perk. Old Ben, you didn't just take the cake of three but every freaking card apprentice in this world. Do you know how miraculous your origin card's special effect is? This goes beyond the heavens. I don't understand how heaven is still tolerating you and your cheat of an origin card. I could not maintain my calm under the bomb that is Old Ben's origin card passive skill. Old Ben stood upright in the military stand at ease position. He did not seem to be affected by my reaction, or rather did not know how to react to my response. After all, he knew how baffling his origin card's passive skill was. Though Old Ben's origin card passive skill seemed overpowered, it was limited by himself, rather his talent and ego gem grade. That's right, though he had the most coveted and heaven-defying cheat, it was watered down by his lack of talent. It's like he had connections to buy anything in the world but lacked the cash to buy them, unlike the rest of us who had the money but lacked the links to purchase anything. I guess this is the way of the heavens to level the playing field. If not for my intervention in Old Ben's life, I don't believe he would ever succeed in forging an ego gem. Even if he forged the ego gem somehow, it would be of power quality without the boost from my Calamity Daughter gem, making it impossible for him to comprehend the rules even if he had the best rule-related cheat out there. Old Ben, were you able to gain command of the Tiger Squadron as I asked you to? Ever since I planned to go to war with the Circle, I had ordered Old Ben to take charge of his old squadron, the Tiger Squadron, the Sky Blossom City's fabled squadron. Taking on the Circle in their home ground with a few of my Calamity Daughter gem would be a fool's errand. I needed people to keep the foot soldiers and cannon fodders of the Circle at the bay while my Calamity Daughter gems and I took care of the executives of the Circle, Inner Circle, and finally their new leader. I plan to use the Tiger Squadron and the TSR Guild to take care of foot soldiers and cannon fodders of the Circle. So, Old Ben taking charge of the Tiger Squadron was a massive part of my game plan in the war against the Circle Sun Blossom branch. Chapter 487. Hovering Chariot. Date the 29th of March 2321. Time 11:43. Location Sky Blossom City, Dungeon Highway, Barren Lands, Blood Rock Cave Gate Dungeon. I have already made contact with my old squadron, Master Wyatt. They are awaiting your command. Old Ben did not disappoint me. He successfully took charge of the Tiger Squadron, as promised. Good job. Praising Old Ben, I turned to look at the others who were still in a meditative state trying to reach higher comprehension in blood rule and said, let others be. Van, please arrange for us to raid the A-rank Ogre Fields Gate Dungeon. And also, buy lots of C-rank, B-rank, and A-rank origin cores. I want to try my new rune and test the limits of my abilities. Sure, Master Wyatt, give me 15 minutes to make arrangements. Van Happy obliged my request and headed out of Blood Rock Cave to make arrangements as per my request. Bloodette, we will be leaving soon. Do you want to follow us, or will you stay in the dungeon to comprehend the meanings you gain insight into from Courtney? I asked Bloodette whether she would be leaving with us, worried for my Calamity Daughter gems that would be left in Blood Rock Caves comprehending blood rule. I don't want them trapped in the Blood Rock Caves with Bloodette not here to open the dungeon gate for them. I will follow you guys out. A blood pseudopod resembling Bloodette's face extended out of Courtney's neck and answered. Apparently, she did not need the boost of the Blood Rock Cave to comprehend blood rule as the Blood Rock Cave had formed due to her presence. Then what about these guys? How will they walk out of the dungeon if you are not here to open the dungeon gate for them? I reminded Bloodette that she could not leave her house because she still had guests inside it. Wouldn't they be trapped in her home if she left? Don't worry about that, they can exit the dungeon as they please. Only entering the dungeon requires my presence and consent. Bloodette explained that her presence is not required to exit the dungeon. They leave anytime they want, but re-entering the Blood Rock Cave dungeon would require her permission. Good to know that. Then let's head out to the A-rank Ogre Fields Gate dungeon. Leaving a note for my daughter Gems on how to exit the dungeon, Old Ben, Bloodette possessed Courtney, and I exited the dungeon. Since Bloodette was hiding in Courtney's innate rune, there was no problem as she exited the dungeon. Old Ben, do you have a vehicle card? I asked Old Ben as Courtney and I each summoned our hoverbikes. Yes, I do, Master Wyatt. Come forth, my chariot. Replying to me, Old Ben summoned his vehicle. I thought Old Ben had named his vehicle Chariot, but to my surprise, it was an actual hovering chariot. Instead of the horse drawing the chariot, it was powered by a soul energy-powered engine like the rest of the hovering vehicles. Old man, you got style. Courtney complimented Old Ben, admiring his gold-plated hovering chariot. Thank you, young miss. Back then, during the Monster War, the Chariot series was quite popular as it did not pose a lot of restrictions to the rider's movement and range of actions. Nowadays, they have stopped making hovering chariots as hovering cars and bikes have become a trend. But I still prefer a hovering chariot. I guess you can call me old school. Old Ben politely thanked Courtney and had a decent conversation with her. Anybody watching would think that there's nothing wrong with old Ben, as if he does not have emotion paralysis and is not implanted by a calamity daughter gem. Hovering chariot is dope, old man. I think I will be buying one for myself too. Courtney, being a gearhead, really appreciated the old school hovering chariot. Setting our destination in the Grimoire, we three head to the A-rank dungeon on our hovering automotives. Date the 29th of March 2321, time 12:13, location Sky Blossom City, Silver Beach Dungeon. As we headed to the Ogre Field Gate Dungeon, I noticed great disturbance near Silver Beach Dungeon, which was en route to our destination. The disruption was other than the Southern Watch members who were here to relocate the Silver Beach Dungeon. Good afternoon, Wyatt. Just as I was thinking of leaving, Anna noticed my presence and greeted me. Good afternoon, Anna. When did the dungeon relocation squad arrive? Replying to Anna's greeting, I asked about the arrival of Southern Watch soldiers. Yesterday night, an hour after you left. Since then, we have been busy setting up all the apparatus for dungeon relocation. We want to get this job done as soon as possible before other forces realize what our family has been up to. Anna replied with an exhausted sigh. Exhausting. You are busy bossing around while the soldier and I attend to all the work here. What are you exhausted about? Taking notice of our presence, Luna also came over to greet, but hearing Anna complain about exhaustion, she could not help but question her. Your Highness Southern Emperor. Old Ben hurriedly got down the chariot and saluted Anna, showing his respect as a soldier to the Southern Emperor. Who might you be? Seeing old Ben salute her, Anna recollected seeing him before and tried to remember who he was. Ben Francis, Captain of Tiger Squadron, Sky Blossom City Regiment. Old Ben answered, he may have a calamity daughter gem, but his will was not restricted. Ben Francis, I remember that you received a medal from my grandmother for your honorable service during the Monster War. It is always a great honor to meet a hero. Anna respected old Ben for his service. Anna remembered that her grandmother had invited old Ben and a few of his friends to join the Southern Watch, but they all rejected the offer, saying their duty was at the Sky Blossom City. Anna remembers her grandmother sighing, seeing a great talent wasted by his chivalry. Anna never understood why her grandmother valued old Ben, but now, sensing old Ben having formed his ego gem on his own, Anna knew there was some truth to her grandmother's words. Chapter 488. Anna's bruised ego. Date the 29th of March 2321, time 12:13, location Sky Blossom City, Silver Beach Dungeon. Wyatt, what are you doing with Ben? Anna could not help but ask, remembering that Wyatt left for Blood Rock Caves to forge his first rune. Your Highness, now the Tiger Squadron works for Master Wyatt, Ben replied. What? I thought you and your men's duty lay with the city. Isn't that the reason why you rejected my grandmother's offer? Anna's eyebrow raised, hearing that old Ben and his squadron worked for Wyatt now. That was then, Your Highness. Now the duty of Tiger Squadron lies at Master Wyatt's command. Ben answered Anna without any hesitation or worry that his answer would rub Anna the wrong way. I see. Anna's glare shifted back and forth between old Ben and Wyatt. If it were some other time, Anna would not have been as generous and let go of Ben's straightforward yet rude answer. Anna did not mind her soldiers being frank to her, but when addressing her grandma, they should follow the code of conduct. Suppressing her rage, Anna then glared at Wyatt, as she did not understand how Wyatt could convince a stubborn ox like old Ben to follow him when her grandmother failed to do so. This was really puzzling to Anna, because she never thought old Ben would choose Wyatt over her grandmother. Luna did not know the full story about what had transpired between the man next to Wyatt and Anna's grandmother. Still, from Anna's words, she can gather that this man had rejected Anna's grandmother's offer to recruit him. Instead, he chose to follow Wyatt, a high schooler. How astonishing is that? Who in his right mind would reject being recruited by the general of the Southern Watch and choose to work for a high schooler? Since when did a high schooler become more pleasing than the general of the Southern Watch and the queen of the Southern region? What's wrong with this man? Is he a nut job? You reject Anna's grandmother's offer to follow your dreams, that's understandable and respectful. Instead, you choose to follow a high schooler, that's a resounding face slap to Anna's grandmother. Anna, could you stop glaring? Old Ben's answer may have been blunt, and I understand that old Ben was now one of my men. Still, it was his choice not to follow Anna's grandmother. So why are you glaring at me? I am not glaring at you. I am just trying to see what is so special about you that this guy over here chose you instead of the Southern Watch. Anna was cunning. With few words, she enunciated that old Ben did not reject her grandmother, but he refused the Southern Watch. I never thought Anna had this side to her. I guess she only showed me what she wanted me to see. The more time I spent with her, I started to see sides that Anna had tried to hide from me. Yes, Your Highness, Southern Watch's ideas were too lofty for my small strength, so I did not join them. But Master Wyatt's goal and my goal are the same now, so I chose to support him. Old Ben hurriedly accepted the way out given by Anna and agreed that he rejected the Southern Watch, not Anna's grandmother's offer. Though old Ben's words were not enough to satisfy Anna's ego, she chose to stop at that as she did not want to show her new crush her ugly side. You are good, Anna. How long can you keep this up? Luna thought Anna would blow up at old Ben's frank answer, but seeing her handle things quite smoothly, Luna frowned and could not help but remind Anna that she could not hide her ugly side from her crush forever. If you don't want to be ass-whooped, you better hurry back to your work. Anna lashed out at Luna as her words stung her. People do not appreciate good advice these days. Luna snorted at Anna and headed back to work. Now that the nuisance is gone. Wyatt, where are you headed? Was your rune forging a success? After Luna left, Anna inquired what I was up to. Thanks to your guidance, I was successfully able to create a rune. Now I am heading to A-rank Ogre Field Gate Dungeon to test my new rune. I replied honestly to Anna as she had a great hand in my current achievements with regards to Ego Gem and rune forging. Congrats. Now you are finally a full-fledged card apprentice. Anna congratulated me for forging my first rune. Thank you. Do you want to join us? I asked, even though I did not want her to join us. No, I am required here. The relocation formation array consumes a lot of mental energy, so a few extra sets of hands are required here. You guys carry on. Anna rejected my offer and returned to the dungeon relocation. Sighing in relief, I and the other two headed towards the Ogre Field. Date the 29th of March 2321, time 12:32, location Sky Blossom City, A-rank Ogre Field Gate Dungeon. Courtney and I decided on the Ogre Field Gate Dungeon because ogres had a very tenacious physique and monstrous strength. I wanted to create many C, B, and A-rank cards with physique and traits of ogre for the members of the TSR Guild and Tiger Squadron. Courtney thought that an army of blood spirit ogre would be majestic and imposing. With the members of the TSR Guild and Tiger Squadron, I had the numbers required to go on war with the Circle Sun Blossom branch, but these members lacked good cards. So I planned to make a few cards using my Fate Plunder Ultra rune. These cards were only for high-ranking members of the guild and the squadron. After the Ogre Field, I planned to raid another D-rank dungeon to create E-rank and D-rank cards for low-ranking members in the TSR Guild. As for the Tiger Squad, they had no low-level soldiers. Chapter 489. Blood Spirit Ogre. Date the 29th of March 2321, time 12:37, location Sky Blossom City, A-rank Ogre Field Gate Dungeon. Master Wyatt, fortunately, nobody had applied to clear the A-rank Ogre Field Gate Dungeon, so I was able to book it for us. And as you requested, I have gathered a large amount of C, B, and A-rank origin cores. Van reported that he had achieved all the requests I made of him. Great, what are we waiting for? Then let's head in right away, I said impatiently as I was eager to explore the possibilities of the Fate Plunder Ultra rune. Walking into the A-rank dungeon, a plain field of 2 feet tall elephant grass greeted us. The sky in the dungeon was clear and sunny. The wind was a little chilly and playful as it rustled with our hair in the elephant grass as it passed by. Wow, this is the second dungeon I have visited. Why doesn't my dungeon have such scenery? A blood pseudopod in the image of Bloodette's face extended out of Courtney's nape of the neck and complained why the dungeon she was sealed in did not have such scenery. Bloodette, scenery doesn't matter if you are going to be stuck in the same place for eternity. With enough time, even the world's most beautiful scenery will start to feel bland. I advised Bloodette to be happy with what she had. Whatever, I feel this place is all a lot better than my dark cave. Bloodette had yet to learn the proverb, the grass is always greener on the other side. Ura! A loud battle cry interrupted our discussion. As we turned to find the source of the battle we saw 3 gray ogres holding large stone clubs. The tall elephant grass seems to absorb the disturbance caused by the stomps of the ogre, making it seek-like as if the ogres had mastered silent walk assassination skill. But in reality, the grass was absorbing the sound of their footsteps and masking their presence. Courtney, do you want to go first, or should I? All 3 ogres we noticed were of C rank, so I did not bother to compete with Courtney to kill them. I will go first. Saying that, Courtney dashed towards the 3 ogres, and when she reached within 10 meters from the ogres, she yelled, "Active Blood Spirit Sanctuary." With Blooded in the center, a pool of blood covered about a 30-meter radius of ground engulfing all the elephant grass in its path. Seeing the ground underneath them be replaced by a pool of blood, the ogres were confused. But still seeing the small prey running towards them, they wanted to hunt it before their colleagues, but when they tried to move, they felt a pull from within the pool of blood. Blood Quagmire. The pseudopod Blooded activated one of her skills, turning the pool of blood covering the grass field into a quagmire. Blooded quit it, they're mine. Courtney was unappreciative of Blooded's help binding the ogres to one place. When I am in your innate rune, we are the same. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours. Blooded defended her behavior and then went one step ahead to prove it, swallow. With Blooded's command, tentacles made of blood extended out of the blood pool and started binding the ogres and dragging them deeper into the blood quagmire. Finally, the 3 9-feet-tall ogres vanished in the blood pool. Hurry, start the blood sacrifice and turn them into blood spirits. For the blood sacrifice to work, the person offering the sacrifice should be the one to kill the victims. Here Blooded had killed the ogres and asked Courtney to sacrifice them, trying to prove that right now occupying the innate rune, Blooded and Courtney were the same. Blood sacrifice, Courtney heeded Blooded's request. And results were in Blooded's favor as Courtney successfully sacrificed the 3 ogres and raised them from the dead as blood spirits. See, I told you. Courtney, you have to heed my advice more. We could reach places. Blooded acted smug, seeing that she was correct. And what place will that be? Blood food paradise. Courtney mocked Blooded as she witnessed the 3 ogres rise from the blood as blood spirits. The ogre blood spirits appeared precisely the same as their original self, except for the fact that their body was entirely made of blood. The ogre blood spirits showed intelligence as they remembered to equip themselves with the stone clubs that they carried with them before being sacrificed. You are just sour that I was right. You sour grape. Blooded was dissatisfied with Courtney not acknowledging her as a wise person. Looks like your rune works wonderfully. What is the strength difference between the original ogre and the blood spirit? I walked next to Courtney and asked curiously as I observed the blood spirits. I don't know. I feel like they should have retained 100% of their past peak stats. Courtney was unsure about the strength difference as she did not know the stats of the original ogre before their demise. Here, use these origin cores to perform the blood ritual. Maybe in the card form, we can get more accurate information. I handed 3 C-rank origin cores to Courtney so that she could use the cores to perform the blood ritual and turn the 3 ogre blood spirits into cards. Now, that is a wise advice, Courtney said, poking fun at Blooded. Taking the 3 C-rank origin cores from me, Courtney prepared to perform a blood ritual. Courtney placed the 3 C-rank origin cores in her grimoire card creation page, and then she willed her blood spirit sanctuary rune turning the 3 blood ogre into a blood rune. Then, these 3 blood runes floated into her grimoire. Without any hesitation, Courtney placed the 3 ogre blood spirit runes into 3 C-rank origin cores, 1 in each. Having set the 3 ogre blood spirit runes into the origin core, Courtney then morphed the origin core into cards, forming 3 C-rank ogre blood spirit cards. Blood ritual successful.